Oh my God.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Futures looking mixed here to start the morning with the ES and the NQ both in negative territory. The Dow up marginally and the Russell 2000 leading. All four major averages up 1/3% here with Bitcoin popping back above 107,000 and nat gas as well as oil up to start the morning. Lots to talk about today. Tesla deliveries in focus. We should have them momentarily. As soon as we do, we will let you know. Apple getting an upgrade today from Jefferies, and Intel looking at revamping their 18A strategy, 3 nanometer equivalent there. Google, Adara, also in focus. They had to pay a big sum of money for the capturing of information without knowledge of users.
Yes, and we have some other catalysts as well, and watch, of course, Netflix and Spotify maybe teaming up, according to the Wall Street Journal, and CNC, Centene Corporation, tanking. They're down like 28% after cutting their guidance for the fiscal year. I also want to talk about these ADP employment change numbers. This is really the only economic data of note we're getting all day, except for these crude oil numbers at 10:30. So ADP employment change. We're expecting 95,000 jobs here, or I guess that's the consensus for the forecast. I'm seeing an average forecast of 98,000. Either way, it came in negative 33,000. So well below estimates and the previous print here for ADP employment change, Sharif.
All right, guys. Tesla deliveries momentarily slated, or at least estimates are that they will be below expectations. And Kalshi, guys, even looking lower than that. So we're talking about 390, maybe 380,000 for the quarter. Kalshi saying 365, boys.
Kind of cool. I never ate. What's up, Obi? What's
I guess we can start with
I heard something about we're doing it live today.
Today we're going live,
Okay.
so make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. Obi, please do not stress out.
I'm not
Today,
sometimes I get a little nervous.
I noticed.
when I'm public speaking.
I
I'm
know.
a little,
Right. So
sometimes
breathe.
I get lost. I gotta breathe. Gotta remember to maintain.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Yeah.
We're our eyes are on Tesla this morning.
Oh boy.
Of course, as we get ready to rock and roll here. We're doing it live today. Yeah. So thank you so much for joining us for our first live. No. I want to thank all 500,000 subscribers right now with us every single day.
Every single one.
It's July 2nd. So here we go, man. We're ready to go. I don't know what the time. That's interesting. Oh, what I was going to start with is that's interesting about Kalshi. Like, I never thought about going over to that sort of gambling kind of odds-based website to find out information.
Oh, a lot of people are using Polymarket
On what's expected.
Yeah, because it's like people put their money where they really believe in.
Yeah.
And I think prediction markets are definitely something. That's a really nice shirt.
Thank you. Yeah. The prediction market. So you've looked there before. Too?
I've started to look there as well. And you know what? Honestly, it's like market making opportunities on those markets. It could be definitely something as well.
Well, I mean, if you have some sort of an inside.
Yeah, exactly.
Not inside information, but like a thought that, okay, these numbers are way too low or whatever. So that's interesting. So we'll wait.
It's pricing.
We'll wait to see what happens right here. But right now, Tesla up. See, like my thing says Apple, this says Tesla. Okay, so right now, Tesla up 0.5%, doing nothing, waiting around for those delivery numbers. I think they're going to be weaker than expected, but who knows? So that's what we wait for on that one. It's nice to see an upgrade on Apple from Jefferies. And I said to Sharif, I was like, are you sure that number's right? Upgraded with a price target of 188? I'm kind of like, did you mean to put a 2 in front of that 88? But yeah, but apparently not. Apparently there's even a cents. It's 188.32.
Yeah.
So and then I tweeted out also. I just did this 3 minutes ago. What are we looking at today? Tom D says Apple gap fill incoming. And I responded short. I don't know what, when we're looking at this gap fill right here on Apple, I don't like gapping back into here or gapping up to 215. I don't really see a gap to fill. So that's where I was gonna try to ask Tom that if you're in the chat, what are we looking at for Apple? Because I like trading obviously on Catalyst. We talked about that. We actually had a stat there in the or a poll yesterday or a couple days ago. Anyways, it was what are you trading on? Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I want to trade. I want to trade on the Tesla deliveries. I want to trade on Boeing news or Google news or Apple news or whatever. Amazon as well. We found out that Mr. Bezos, I guess, in order to fund this small little wedding of his, there was selling. He sold approximately $750 million, which is. He sneezed by accident and hit sell on his. He
dropped his wallet.
Yeah. He couldn't find his phone, so he said sell a couple shares. Between June 27th and June 30th, sold $750 million. And if we're going to look at what those prices were, June 27th to 30th. Yeah, so in this area here. So it couldn't have been too much different than what we're talking about. And in fact, if he had sold, then it must be in the 217, 220-ish area. So now that is done with, I wonder if Amazon has enough to go back to the upside right here. Prime Day coming July 8th. I traded off Prime Day before. It was never really super successful. So yeah, we're gonna wait for that. But yeah, Tesla, as soon as it comes through, we'll hear it in our ear. Any other names you're kind of looking at? How was your evening? We wound up going to fireworks. It was pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. We about 7 or so minutes of fireworks. It was pretty good. I don't know. Mosquitoes were crazy.
Yeah, no, the mosquitoes are absolutely wild, and especially like it's much warmer. It's humid as well, especially when it's a little humid. They definitely come out. It's not the best. But no, I went to bed a little early. I heard some fireworks, and maybe I saw them out the window, but then I was like,
how early is early for Obi?
Well, early relative to when the fireworks were probably happening. I went to bed around like 10, 11-ish, I think.
You went to bed at 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, not me. I wish I'd gone to bed at 10. Don't you always feel like you need more? I always feel like I need more.
10 is the prime time for me because I'm like, usually I'll get up by like 5:30.
Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, I'm up by like 6:30-ish.
Yeah. Because you know what I realized as well, again, tracking the sleep and everything, there's a lot of time at night that you are like rolling around and waking. You're not actually asleep. So the total hours actually sleeping, say you sleep for like 8, you probably only get like 7.
Right, there's different stages of sleep.
Yeah, exactly. You probably really only get like 7. So if you're trying to get like 6.5, 7 minimum, you probably want to sleep for like 8 hours.
What do people on the chat get? Like, so yesterday, for example, the fireworks started at 10.
Okay.
So we weren't even home till 11.
Yeah.
And we have kids and everything. So it's and then I probably hit the, head on pillow probably 12:30.
Yeah.
With 6 to 7 hours of sleep. Tesla deliveries. Put the bananas down.
Thank you very much.
Any expectations here? It's probably on. I think we're on.
Are we on?
Hey Randy, how was your Canada Day?
Yo.
We got Rivian deliveries
not heard
right
yet.
now. Okay, let's pull that up.
Okay, well let me just see. Oh, well, Rivian deliveries is not moving the stock at all. Okay, there it is.
Okay.
What? They got more equity investment from
Volkswagen?
Delivering 10,600. Is there a production line that's shut?
They're going to have a problem. The stock's not moving.
They were supposed to go over their supplier or supply chain issues. Don't forget, the Volkswagen deal is largely about the software. They want the zonal architecture that Rivian has developed. It's going to come out in the Gen 2.1 of the ID series for Volkswagen. They want the software. That's why there's billions of investment coming in. This has been a difficult road for Volkswagen to get the software out the door. They've had issues. The R2, Sharif, I think they saved 2.1 miles of wiring. Miles. Like 10,000 feet of wiring on the R2 versus their Gen 1 R1.
What was that? What did you just say?
10,000 feet of wiring.
For what?
For the zonal architecture in the new Rivian R2. That's a lot of weight. That's a lot of complexity. A lot less supply chain issues. A lot less wiring, cables, cost. The whole works. I'd have to look up the actual number. It's crazy how much wiring they saved due to this new architecture design.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah.
And Volkswagen wants that. It's simplicity in manufacturing. It's it takes less time, costs less money. So it's about being efficient, folks. And the software on top of that. So this architecture that they've invested in with Rivian is going to give Volkswagen a leg up, and it's an amazing thing. So that's the same. Tesla.
I didn't know, Sharif, was that delivery number low? Okay.
Expectations, and what I really caught my attention, Sean, was the produced. Less than 6,000 produced on the quarter, but they delivered 10,600. So that was my question to you, Randy. Was there a production line that was shut possibly for retooling? Because that's a really low number.
It's possible. I'd have to look at I haven't looked at production stats in a while. I'm gonna have to go back to the numbers. I'll get back to you on that. I will. They have been sitting on inventory possibly for a while as well that they were able to move to make up the sales.
Come on,
numbers.
you don't know much about this number that just dropped 3 minutes ago?
No, been running cables.
Come on, Randy.
Been running cables all morning.
What have you been up to all morning?
Yeah, cables and coffee.
But what do you think about? Well,
That
I'll
sounds
definitely
like a
take the
great
secondary.
name.
Yeah, I'll definitely
For a podcast?
Cables and coffee.
Cables and coffee.
Then we got to talk about cables.
I mean, not necessarily, but that would be, it could be like a tech,
Cables,
like a tech.
all that.
All right, over under Tesla deliveries. I mean, whatever the expected, you think was going to go over that number or under that number?
I'm gonna say under, but
I'm going to say over. Obi?
Under.
All right.
coffee.
I'm just trying to create content. Yeah, all right, yeah, I'd love to have a coffee. Thank you so much.
Coffee, right?
Sometimes it's so good, so bad it's good, and let's just wait to see what winds up happening there with Tesla. We want to, of course, thank Randy once again for throwing that down, but I just wanted to show you guys quickly. We're going to go back over the desk. It's 8:40. Rivian on that. That's why I asked Sharif about expectations there, because it didn't do anything. So Rivian numbers come out and not much going on there. And that's funny, man, all that wiring. I had no idea that this is what was in each individual car there, I think. That's why I have to confirm with Randy what exactly those numbers were. But anyways, Tesla, we wait. But what I was talking about you with before I got obsessed with Randy was when you don't see, I've known Randy for almost 25 years or plus.
Known
So
for over a year and a half.
It's been just 2 years. Yeah, it's just you've been knowing him for 2 years. Yeah, it's just a minute. He's a great guy, but obviously.
Oh yeah.
So what other names? Because right now I'm looking around and trying to struggle. Yesterday we had a great short on AMD.
Yeah.
I think the chip names could be in play again. Didn't look too much at Nvidia yesterday. Didn't look at the quantum names or uranium. I think a lot of that needs to be looked at today. So what are you thinking?
So I got a few on my docket. Obviously Tesla, definitely after the deliveries numbers. I want to see how things pan out. You can see the market kind of flushing back in as well. I got Apple on watch, to be honest, Sean, because even with the market acting the way that it is,
right.
Apple's still kind of holding that trend from I guess a day and a half ago, the catalyst that kind of came out on Monday. And we've been holding higher highs and higher lows, so I'm just going to be looking for more of the same on Apple, not going to complicate it too much. And then same thing with AMD, more of the same on AMD as well. We see it's been kind of selling off. It's starting to curl a little bit off of the uptrend that it's been having. So AMD as well for a bit of continuation.
Tesla might make $3 billion right now.
Yeah, I think we saw how it interacted with that 300 yesterday, and I know a lot of players were definitely in maybe potentially 300 puts, and we washed that 300 pretty aggressively all day yesterday.
So you have the futures on the right, Tesla in the middle.
So this up here is the ES. This here is the Nasdaq. You can always read this this little thing here for those of you guys in the chat who are always asking. And yeah, a little Tesla's over here, and I got Amazon over here. Not really going to be. I don't think I'm going to be looking at Amazon as closely, but definitely Apple. I like. And there was one more here. Yeah, this one was not on my radar, and I heard Adara call it out in the morning. CNC with a bit of a gap down. So, of course, Starbucks as well.
Centene there, FY25 guidance.
Yeah, like look at it. Look at this thing. Look, this thing is gapping down. So I was like automatically anchored VWAP right there. Anchored V.
Some kind of
VWAP right there.
Nothing.
So to that event, and then when you look back, let's go to a 3-hour right here. I can't even see what's back there. Let's go up to a weekly then. So all the way down here, we're breaking below lows from 2019
you gotta go to the futures
on this CNC. So okay, right away when I saw that, automatically on my list for tickers to watch, and of course Starbucks as well. Starbucks kind of doing a little bit of a curling action here. potentially. So let's take a look at a 15-minute here. So this is all I'm looking at. Bit of a consolidation, maybe not necessarily consolidation, prior high attempt right here. So 95.91. Let's see if we can get above that. But again, yesterday was pretty aggressive. I don't know if this bid's going to follow through. And Starbucks was not the only stock that had this kind of like a buy program kind of look all the way from the morning to about, I guess, 12:30. There was a few different stocks as well. So I'm going to be looking at some of the sector ETFs as well to just to see if it's a sector move instead of an individual stock move, and I think that is a little bit of what's going on. Again, shortened week, maybe some rebalancing happening, maybe some money moving around in terms of sector flow. So
I just I think I found what I want to do. The futures.
Yes.
Right here, futures breaking right now, right through this level right here. So we're going to go back to Monday's low, taking it out right now. I have the number one trade ideas on here is going to be the TQQs today. Trying to break this low right into there. Looks like we are going to get that movement. I mean, obviously with Tesla coming out around 9 a.m., we'll wait to see what those numbers have, but I don't think they're going to affect the overall market. I mean, obviously stock specific, but the futures right now at a very, very tipsy spot as the market looks to turn over here starting in the second half. So, all right, we're ready to go, man. We've got our ears plugged in. We've got Adara, obviously, and Sharif on the board as well, looking for these numbers and looking for any kind of news that hits. I mean, yesterday we had that plummet down after Trump was yap again, and I mean, that's not going to stop. We had news about Japan. We're days away from this July 9th sort of 90-day pause there, and you know, we're going to wait. So, all right, congratulations to the Toronto Blue Jays beating once again your New York Yankees.
another one.
Yeah, we have the DJ. All right, fine. Just because you said it there.
Another one.
All right, that's enough.
Oh,
Is he a Yankees fan?
I don't know.
Yeah, so anyways, Rivian now continues to move lower. So I don't know, man. There's a push down there, under-delivered on their expectations, 5,000 vehicles. All right, we've talked way too long. It's 8:46. What are we even doing?
What are we doing?
Right now? But I think you guys enjoying this talk. Let me know if you guys are enjoying this talk as we go live for the first time. We're not sure what people like. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk. Enjoy your pre-July 4th festivities if you're not working, and thank you for tuning in to Trader TV Live.
So just to add some color to the Rivian headline here, they received $1 billion from Volkswagen. Guys, that is part of the bigger $5.8 billion pact that's associated with the technology venture where Rivian shares a lot of its onboard systems with Volkswagen. Some things are not going to be shared, though. So $1 billion there, as Sean mentioned, though, not a lot of action here from the stock, down 1.5%. You have more color on that, Adara.
Yeah, so again, we talked about those production numbers seeming a little bit lower than expected. That's apparently because during the second quarter, the company is preparing for their Model 2026 vehicles, which are expected to launch later this month. So they had a little bit more limited production. It's also worth noting, though, regardless, these numbers were in line with Rivian's outlook. So the delivery numbers were actually down 22.7% year over year, and they reaffirmed their outlook. Other stocks to look at here, we have STZ. They had earnings. The stock's been pretty choppy, not a ton of volume today, but it was a double miss, unfortunately, for STZ. Adjusted earnings of $3.22 per share, just missing estimates of $3.31. Sales, $2.515 bill versus $2.554 bill expected. Guidance, also not great.
All right, guys, a lot of the reasons why they didn't do as well. Aluminum duties hiked 25% in March and 50% in June, putting a severe pressure on, well, their main product there. Cans, the impact is significant. 80% of the company's revenue, guys, comes from imported Mexican beer, Modelo, Pacifico, and Corona. I said that middle one wrong, but STZ, guys, any look on either of these?
It's going to come out soon.
Okay. Obi anticipating the number coming out pretty soon. Right there. So, yeah, STZ Constellation. Adair and I had this live last night, of course, and it's nothing. There was supposed to be 6% worth of a move. You're doing absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing yesterday. Absolutely nothing going on right now. If I'm going to buy a goods company or anything like that, or consumers, anything, I'm always going to go to Procter & Gamble. I mean, you know, chase a yield of 3.5%. You know, big consumer products. I think that this name, again, just at these levels, it's not a sexy name. There's, you know, you buy it during dips and you try to sell it when it I guess, rips. And but yeah, I don't know. I like P&G there. They had talked about alcohol. Yeah, that is what I was getting to though, Randy. But alcohol sales down 17% for Constellation Brands. And I think that has a lot to do with the GLP-1 drugs. We know people that are on GLP-1s, and it's definitely stopped some of the wine cravings and alcohol and beer, spirits, all that kind of stuff. So those of you that are taking that, I don't know. But that leads me to weed and thinking that there was more consumption of cannabis, gummies, things like that. But then the thing about that is like, I was thinking about that. If you're going to suppress your appetite with GLP-1, and therefore you're not going to be super excited about potentially drinking alcohol, which is loaded with calories, you know, but then you're maybe substituting alcohol with cannabis.
Yeah.
There's
And that increases
that increases the munchy aspect of that,
it'll
in
definitely-
which you are maybe reaching for caloric intake anyways. But I don't really know about that because the weed stocks are not moving higher on anything like that. So yeah,
that's moving higher are those percentages on the label.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, those percentages are whacked, by the way.
I don't believe it.
We have there's weed marked right here in Ontario with like 39% THC, 37%. It's not even possible to be that high.
Yeah.
But and I just want to say to everybody in the chat, yeah, this is not our first day live. I know I keep saying that. This is our first day live. Oh man, it's not. I don't know if you can tell. We're pretty comfortable.
What's going on, Randy?
Did you see that
not Randy
Springer
again.
Grand Slam?
No, because I turned it off because we were
it was
winning.
epic. It was just
What? But that was we were already
Yankees
won.
were up and they just slaughtered him.
Yeah,
Beautiful. He had 2 home runs, but what a
Right.
grand slam. Just go watch the.
Yeah,
go watch
because
the clip.
Bichette's hurt now, right, for the last couple of days. So
George, here's to you, pal.
I was actually talking about that. What is so nice, and in baseball, when the Blue Jays are winning, like Toronto's a different buzz.
Oh, yeah.
I
It's
feel
just-
like.
oh, yeah. What a game.
It's like it's more than the Leafs. It's more than the Raptors. People love going to Jays games. And finally, man, this is 1 year, Randy, where our expectations were actually really low, and now we're almost like we're in first place, like we're a game behind the Yankees right now. And their payroll, our payroll is big too, but it's like we did not expect this. So
They weren't
and
expected
if
to be
Max Scherzer can
contending.
actually stay healthy, which I'm not sure he can, that's another arm that we
Yeah,
can.
check out that Springer Grand Slam.
I will.
folks.
What was it, deep center or where was it? You don't know. Okay, well.
I don't know if this is like confluence or anything, but like I go to a game and these guys just start winning. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. When did you go? It was not even that. It was like a month ago.
Yeah, not even.
And they've only lost like 3 games or something since you've been. Obi went to his first Blue Jays game.
First game ever, period. Go Sports. Blue Jays game. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I liked it. Like I sat there and I watched. I didn't know any of the players, but I was having fun. I was definitely rooting for the Jays for sure.
I hope you're rooting for the Jays.
It's like, yes,
Come on,
go
man.
team. Our team.
All right. All right, 8:51. Let's go back to the desk and figure out what these guys are up to. Hey, Sharif and Adair, have you guys been to a Jays game yet this year?
I was actually going to ask Neil if he had any available for his seasons there, but, you know, he's gone. But I saw the big dub yesterday, Sean. I love when New York is in town. It gets everybody pumped up. The Jays had their red for Canada Day, and they absolutely killed New York. So, sorry. And Sean, are we half a game back now or 1 game back?
And then now we've won 2 in a row. So I think it's 1, but I'll double check. But how exciting is that? Plus, there's a wild card, Sharif, right?
Absolutely. And there's now more wild card spots, Sean. So let's, I'm pumped up. Let's talk a little Mara here. Adair's going to cover Bitcoin. I'll cover Mara. So Mara up 1.5%. Not a bad look here into that $16 area. They announced their goal to reach 75 exahashes of computing power by the end of 2025, which would be a 40% bump from last year. The CEO said the plan supports the company's vision of scaling efficiently and maintaining low power costs. Just to give you an idea here of what they have on their balance sheet, they produced about 713 Bitcoin in June, which was a 25% drop month over month. They still have, though, Adair, about almost 50,000 Bitcoin on their balance sheet. That makes them the second largest publicly traded corporation, the second largest holding of a publicly traded corporation.
Yeah, of course we know which the first one is. That would be Strategy, formerly known as MicroStrategy. And it's interesting too, Sharif, is a lot of these crypto stocks as of late have not really been trading in tandem with one another or with Bitcoin. But let's talk about Bitcoin. This weekly chart in BTC still looks great. This is a rounded bottom, a little bit of a cup and handle. And even as we oscillate just below that 110,000 level, still looks like we could push higher in the weekly. The daily is a little bit more kind of back and forth, a little bit potentially of a bull flag from that Liberation Day low. One could argue, let's see if we can get above this most recent peak of 108,000 and then push into 110 and 112 to do all-time highs.
Sean, you and I were talking off camera. Bitcoin seems to be doing nothing around here, holding very a tight range. What's the look?
Kind of, yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Sharif. Yeah, I think that, I'm just trying to find a Bitcoin chart that I actually had up here, because where did it go? Okay, right here. You know what I was actually looking up here? This is funny because I was looking up this. I have some cash lying around.
Ew.
So I was looking up this cash. This is in Canada cash, and it pays like 3 to 4% and gives.
I've seen those. I've seen those charts.
Yeah, and it gives monthly dividends.
Yeah.
So every time the dividend is given, it falls back and then goes back and forth. So yeah. Anyways, I changed the chart. So my bad on that one. Let's go to Coinbase. But okay, so yeah, just looking here at a daily chart, and I said to Sharif, I said, it's funny because we all get sort of all like gassed up about Bitcoin here and so excited about how you know, the potentials here and you know, people think that Bitcoin's a risky asset, and it is. I mean, it as a class, crypto as a whole is pretty volatile, especially if you are looking at some of those altcoins. But if you're just going to look at Bitcoin, I mean, it's actually moving a lot less than the NASDAQ. It's kind of just doing nothing. We did have a dip down into 100,000. Obviously, I do understand that we did have that sort of a 5% move down, but then it kind of was just bought right back up. And I'm just wondering, and remember, like when we have those moves down, you know, we did have some strife, obviously. We talked about what was going on. The NASDAQ's pulled back a little bit here as well. So I just look at I look at Bitcoin and I see what's been happening to the US dollar. I mean, look at the DXY right here, like what's going on with this. Like you're gonna tell me that this is the DXY back in January of 25. So the high of the year right here, 110, down to 97. So where's the flight to safety on the US dollar, right? I mean, maybe, and I don't want to compare, you know, Bitcoin, BITC, where's coin? Bitcoin right here, allmarkets.com, whatever, right there. Where's this, right? So I feel like this is holding despite what's been happening to the US dollar. And I just wonder if there is a little bit of a flight to safety on Bitcoin as well until we actually start to crack lower. When do people get rid of their Bitcoin? Like what level makes you nervous to where you're going to sell whatever you own? And I honestly think that a lot of us bulls on crypto are actually waiting for a move down into here to buy more, which is why I'm buying more right here. I bought 105, I bought 103, I bought down into this dip the first time it happened, down into here, I guess, 90, no, I didn't buy 98. I guess we must have bought it in here somewhere. So I'm just like, I'm buying over 100 grand. I feel like Bitcoin is fine at these levels and we just wait for that next bump up. And I don't know, I'm pretty excited about crypto rate. Why am I still on ISTZ? IBIT would be the tool that I would use for this. But unfortunately, Sharif and Obi, for me, I don't see enough movement right now in this to be super excited to get anything here. Look, yesterday we talked about, and I know I'm all over the place here, but SMR, Oklo, some of these names, right? I've already called the downside. We were selling SMR up there north of 40s. We had tons of people on the show saying buy, 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 buy. Now we have these stocks are starting to come back in a little bit, right? I'm a little bit nervous about QBTS and some of these other names. So, you know, if you've made money in some quantum plays and you want to store it somewhere, I think Bitcoin has a chance to go for a little bit of a run. Wait for these things to settle down. You're getting down to this area. I remember Neil was here. He's in QBTS. And I was telling him, I think that we're going to get a push back into this 10-11 spot and where I think there could be a possible buy zone. But remember the thing about quantum, OB, and you probably know more about everything than me, but you know, like quantum's not a thing right now. It's a talking point. Fine, it's a thing of the future, but I don't know. What are you hearing about quantum? Anything?
I mean, I think we don't know realistically like how far the technology really is. I do think that that's something that we can be looking forward to, but I don't know, in terms of outlook, people who are a lot more knowledgeable than I am in the space have said 5 years, 10 years. We saw Jensen Huang made some comments and then kind of go back on them as well. So I think reality is like nobody really knows when and if it'll start coming into fruition. But in terms of quantum computing itself, like we have some quantum computers. I think they're trying to make them better, maybe more mainstream.
I heard Google is a big
for sure.
There.
I think so, and I think these sectors and these stocks are a lot more speculative right now than anything. But I think the price action on them is pretty nice. There's lots of opportunity. Front side, back side, absolutely beautiful on some of those quantum names. So.
Any opinion on crypto before we go to Adara?
I think 125's on the horizon. Who knows when, but that build-up is looking nice.
Yeah, it's definitely on the horizon at some point there. All right, couple more seconds, hopefully, until we get those numbers from Tesla. So let's switch over to the screen with Adara and go over upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, we're going to go over this pretty quickly because of those Tesla numbers. Apple getting an upgrade to, I guess, hold here from Jefferies, so not super significant, but interestingly enough, $188.32 price target. Yes, that is real. Then we have Oracle getting upgraded by BMO. We know this one's still trading near all-time highs. Wisdom Tree with a North Coast upgrade, and D-Wave, speaking of quantum, up a little bit today with a $20 price target and an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. Adobe are getting downgraded by Rothschild this morning. We know that Figma, which Adobe was trying to acquire earlier, is now apparently filing for an IPO. KeyCorp with a downgrade here from Robert W. Baird. Stellantis getting downgraded by Wolfe Research, and Centene downgraded by UBS. So we send you back to the guys and hopefully some Tesla deliveries.
Works, yeah. We were Obi and I were just talking about how that price is down. But
who's this analyst at Jefferies? I want to have a talk.
The thing is that their price target before might have been 150, and now it's upgraded to that. So I don't really care about their price targets. It's more about the reason why. We wait for Tesla right now. It doesn't look like we're getting anything yet. As soon as this pops, there's a lot of volume going through. 2.5 million shares. We have it up. As soon as it comes through, it's good to go. You had some thoughts on Apple. I'm assuming Apple's going to be on our rundown today as well. So Apple's on the rundown. Yeah. So okay. So I'm not going to talk too much about it right now, but we are fading out here in the futures. My number one trade as I work on the sticky note right now. We didn't have a guest or anything, and normally I read the notes. I come in, look at charts for 40 minutes or whatever, write the sticky note, get some ideas down, talk to you guys, figure out the feel of the market, and get some ideas down. So I have few of them. Right there, Tesla numbers huge. Just like I said, where's Randy? Randy, where are you at, my guy? Where are you at, Randy? Right there it goes, man. 302 up to 315. Tesla's ripping. I'm just playing around. I mean, nobody knows what these numbers were going to be before they're out. There it goes, man. 312. And here it comes right back in. Don't come out here, Randy. I might be wrong. There it is. But look at that, Randy. 302 right to 315. Straight upside move. I don't have the numbers yet. Do you guys have them? All right, let's go over to the desk.
Go
over these numbers here. So I'm seeing these. I'm seeing them on Zynga. Yep, I'm seeing some numbers circulate here on X. So from what I'm seeing, deliveries here, 384,122 vehicles for Q2. That is a little bit below the estimate of 389,407. But as we know, some of these analyst estimates do oscillate, go back and forth a little bit. We were expecting around 390,000 either way. This 384,122 is a slight miss for TSLA. Now, in terms of production, I'm still looking up for those numbers. I'm seeing approximately 410,000 vehicles produced. Not sure how that compares to estimates, but this delivery number definitely a little bit of a miss, guys.
All right, we'll send it back to Randy just for some comments. I know he's waiting there with the boys.
First of all, it cannot be a miss. And the reason why I say that is, obviously, those numbers, somebody was way low. If it's a miss, it wouldn't be up right now 6%. So I don't know. Was there anything else in that report? But there it goes, Randy. Huge move to the upside, right? If we would have thought this was a miss, I think this would have gone the other way.
I think it'll be short-lived, though.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Lower. Other than Norway, European deliveries have fallen off a cliff. So it's, they're sitting on lots, and I mean lots of inventory.
That's exciting. That's interesting. Now 317, you're up 5% in a red tape right now. This either something else was given There it is right here. It must be the production number or something, because this is what I'm getting from Benzinga. Total production of 410, total deliveries. So there must be something. Maybe they beat on production. Yeah, so maybe they're producing more cars but delivering less. That's actually a recipe for disaster, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so
you don't
I don't really know what's going on right there. But you know what? Regardless, Randy, you and I are a bunch of pawns, because this is just Rip City right now. You're telling me this is a miss?
Well, trade the hype.
What are you talking about?
You just got to trade the price action. You can call it a miss, call it what you want. But
Wow,
the thing is that 300
Tesla.
yesterday was absolutely amazing. You saw off the open, we had the 300 long all the way push into 305s, and I was like, all right, well, this 300 could be a level. In the pre-market right here, take a look at this low, Sean.
Wow.
300 low, Rip City, $20 off of that 300. So call it what you will. That level hold was quite nice.
Jeez,
and then boom,
now you're up
follow
7%,
through.
321,
Yeah.
322. There has to be something out here that's a little bit better than we think, because that doesn't make any sense. The only thing I'm seeing is 410 on the production, 384 on the deliveries. Ciao, there goes Tesla. I mean, this is why you don't put things like this on your sticky note until you see them, because there it goes, man. What am I going to write? Short Tesla, 305? Like, look at this, 321, 322. There we go. It's Rip City. It's Tesla. We're got this one. I mean, we're long in our own account, of course, on this one, but it's nice to see a 7% jump right there in Tesla. I mean, everybody's, my daughter's making these bracelets now out of, so we have whatever these things are, beads, and then now she's doing some ribbon type of stuff there. So that was pretty cool. But there goes Tesla, 322, man. What a face slapper right there. I don't know, Sharif, I don't know if you could make anything of all this, but what a move. It's also, NVIDIA's starting to go back up, as the whole NASDAQ right now is trying to retrace just a little bit as Tesla is off. So Sharif Adera, what are you guys making of this number? Because that's quite wild. Let's go back over the desk and start our rundown. Wow.
Rundown is going to start here with TSLA. So I'm going to go over these numbers. It's definitely, I was just saying to Sharif off camera, it seems like production is what's buoying them here, and certainly not deliveries, because as mentioned, they actually did miss on deliveries. Deliveries of 384,122 vehicles. We were expecting here on average around 389,407. So that is a miss, but production was excellent. 410,244 vehicles produced versus estimates of just over 400,000, so that would be a beat. Specifically, though, Sharif, I want to talk about their Model 3 and Model Y production, because that was well above estimates. 396,635 vehicles versus 383,000 expected, so beating by about 13,000 vehicles for production. Now, the production of their other models was a miss, and it was interesting, too, the delivery of their other models was a massive miss here. So in terms of other models like non-3 and Y, they delivered 10,394 vehicles. We were expecting 14,644 vehicles. So even though their Model 3 Y deliveries also missed, it really seems like this other vehicles categories where they're struggling a bit.
And that's where they make the majority of their money, obviously, because those are mass produced. Also, guys, they saw 9.6 gigawatts of energy storage products. They highlight the continued growth and the operational efficiency in the automotive and energy sector. That is one of the lesser spoken about sectors for Tesla. Obviously, their energy output, solar, etc., battery storage. Trying to take out 320 here, boys. We'll keep an eye out on Tesla, but we'll start with the rundown as well with Apple of the upgrade now from Jefferies. Jefferies upgrading Apple from underperform to hold with that weird price target of $188.32. They expect Q3 2025 revenue and EPS to beat estimates handily here, but what they're guiding 5 to 9%, driven by strength in China as well as tariff-related pull forward. They're saying iPhone sales in China during that 6/18 shopping festival, which is the second biggest shopping event after Singles Day in China, was quite good, which actually saw iPhone sales increase about 19% year over year. It was helped, though, boys, by targeted discounting and subsidies. They also see its June quarter. They're estimating there that they're going to sell about 50 million, a little bit less than 50 million iPhones, which would be for the whole world, which would be a 9% bump year over year. They say, though, Adara, that the growth could stall in the second half of 2025 due to muted production plans for the iPhone 17. At least that's what it seems like so far, speaking to suppliers.
Yeah, And it's also not shocking here, but they did say, and I quote, AI is not yet a game changer. We know Apple's been slow in AI, so it's really not shocking that they're a little bit cautious on that note. Yeah, again, they do have some issues with supply chain, and also they're not expecting a great reception for this Model 17 Slim. They're saying that the Slim model's single camera setup might not be received well. Apparently, it also has lower battery capacity, and it's a little bit more expensive, so they're worried this is not going to necessarily be adopted very well by consumers.
All right, guys, Tesla and Apple, take your pick.
All right. Yeah, no, Tesla, I mean, what are we going to talk about Tesla right now? Tesla, we're watching that one. Again, pulling back, you guys know what I like to do with these events. Throwing on that little bit of an anchored, you see a little bit of a pullback. We got to a high of 322.60s and then pulling back right here into the anchored VWAP up here at 315.37. So let's see if there's we can get any sort of direction off of this. But yeah, very strong push off of their deliveries numbers. Let's go to a higher time frame real quick and see what levels we're pushing up into, because it feels just like yesterday that we were up here. It was actually 2 days ago on Monday. So let's see if we can break the week open. I think the week open and the week high, we clipped the week open. That was let's get a little specific. Let's see what the week open was. So this is the hourly candle. Let's go down to a 15-minute candle. Let's get that first 15-minute candle from the week high, and the open is 319.89 is the week open, and the week high is sitting at 325.5. So those are two levels that potentially maybe of interest to me. But you can see just right above a little bit of resistance from the week prior as well that we sold off from the 360s. But yeah, strength. Let's see if we can kind of push this back in. And something I'm seeing right away, Sean. Again, just maybe some simple price action right here. We've been trending down for the past couple of days. And this little piece of action that we just got technically is broken. Sure, we can find support all the way maybe down here, but I think this trend break over the past couple of weeks could be a little telling here on Tesla. But Apple, I think we kind of spoke about this before. If you want to cover that one.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I was kind of going to stay away from Apple because of where this market was going here today. And I was like, the only thing I want to do is go long on Apple. I actually don't even want to look at this short because I think all the catalysts are long right now. So I don't really want to go short Apple. So I'm not going to analyze that end of it. So that left me with where do we want to go long? And it's going to be on the note. The note's coming out in a second. I just want to edit a few things. But there it comes back in. I still think this area is somewhere because when's Tesla? Oh, okay. Well, I'd rather talk about Tesla, but I'm thinking right into here, man. I think we could start buying around 208. Just yesterday's close. I don't know if we get there, but the trajectory tells me that it is. So if you break this 200 period moving average, I don't normally like to see this so early at 9/11. Like it's still 20 minutes to the market opens, and this name is really giving back a decent amount here. I mean, $2 isn't nothing. So let's wait to see what happens. Right now, I don't want to be like, I'd rather be wrong down here than obviously wrong up here because my gut is telling me right now that this pre-market level, and if it holds, great, but it's not enough information for me right now at 9/11 to go into this trade. So, or to like rubber stamp it at these levels. So, but I will down here. I mean, I think if Apple can come back into some of these levels and we can sort of get away from this early market jitter that we see because the NASDAQ was on a downside trajectory. And now with this Tesla number coming out right here, you can see when the volume spiked, basically bringing us off of the lows and trying to turn us green. So my opinion on Tesla, and I wrote it down here on the sticky note, and unfortunately, I wrote the note 5 minutes ago when this had happened. I wrote down 325 short. I had no idea that we would stop at 322 and make a nosedive right back in. So I'm going to wait to see if Tesla does get up there. And the reason we wrote down 325, look, man, it's nothing. It's just right into here. Like if we got into this area where we had some kind of a resistance area right into here, 325, this is kind of what I was thinking. Look for the short, and then if we had really gotten blown out, then maybe 330 would be something that we'd have to say, okay, that's the top. But I'm looking at this area here, 325 to 330 for a short in Tesla. But now that's looking like an amateur call because you're coming way back in off of that, and that's why I say about writing the sticky note. I've kind of just burned a level there on that. So I'm going to just adjust it maybe a little bit and think about a 322 top now for Tesla, because that looks like it is coming back in quite nicely there. So 322 to 325. So I'm going to use that area now as a top for Tesla. We're getting well on in time, and I got to get this note out. So let's go back over to the desk.
Quickly, guys, just want to let you know Microsoft looking to lay off as many as 9,000 employees, reports the Seattle Times. That apparently will be less than 4% of their global workforce, but they're looking at basically removing redundancies, as they call it. So a bit of a tough look there. We never will like it when people are losing their jobs, but this is something that we've been talking a lot about, Adara, with AI kind of taking those entry-level jobs. Let's go on to the next issue, or the topic, excuse me. Netflix eyeing music and live content expansion with Spotify. So Netflix is in discussions, Adara, with Spotify to co-develop projects like concert series and music award shows. The collaboration is part of Netflix's broader push into live programming to enhance engagement and subscriber growth. And we know Netflix already does live programming. What I was saying to you off camera is Spotify doesn't do anything live.
Yeah, Spotify, I think, could definitely stand to benefit from this partnership. We know Netflix is in a really good place content-wise, and also in terms of its stock. It's right near all-time highs, though yesterday we certainly had quite the tumble. This was the 4th best performer in the NASDAQ in the first half of 2025, so we're going to have to see if that continues. And Netflix is already pushing towards doing some more music-related content. According to the Wall Street Journal report, they're working on another music competition show. They already have quite a few, and apparently they're already debuting a new music show next week. So this seems quite on par for Netflix. I'm really curious to see if Spotify will benefit and what they'll actually bring to this partnership, Sharif.
I don't want to take any of Obi's thunder, boys, but I want to show this over here because Obi was pointing it out to me. NFLX and Spotify's charts, Ob, looked very similar yesterday. This is NFLX. You move down here to Spotify, almost a carbon copy. What's a look?
A little bit of interesting action happening there on both Spotify and Flakes. They're looking relatively similar. Again, I remember yesterday I was like, where is this going? This is pretty much a waterfall and a little bit of a VWAP test to bring us a little bit back in. But yeah, no, I think that Spotify, going to Spotify, take a look at this one. Exactly the same. A little bit of a waterfall coming in off of the open. Retest the VWAP and then pulling back in. That was a little interesting to me last night and this morning, and I was like, oh boy! And then we get this bit of a news, which was a little interesting. But yeah, we'll just see. Again, selling kind of happening there from yesterday and maybe the prior day as well on Spotify. Going to Flakes here, you can see that a little bit of selling happening prior day, not necessarily the day before that, but. Again, very aggressive. We know that Netflix has been pushing all-time highs pretty much every single day. Nice little grind up, and this was one of the days in the past few weeks we got a little bit of an aggressive sell. But yeah, I think if we have more selling on board going into the shortened week, I'm just going to be looking for prior day low on both Spotify and Netflix to see if that will give us any sort of direction. It seems like VWAP was heavy on both of them yesterday, so maybe that's also a place to look on both of these stocks.
Look, I just think there's no action on Netflix or anything here this morning, but I think this is just to sell the winners type of thing, right? We had Palantir down yesterday on not much news. We had Netflix down yesterday on nothing. And, you know, some of the names that were really big winners over the year, the half year, have come to the downside. So I think you buy Netflix on any more weakness. I think you can buy it today. I think you can buy GE Vernova today. I mean, there's moves that have happened. GE Vernova is like the 10th best mover or something like that so far from, well, in the first half of 2025, which is now over. So you are getting some sell-offs. You're getting some downgrades. I think we're just getting downgraded on some of these names just so they could buy it up. So 450, they're on GE Vernova. This is probably a buy rate here. Grab a couple percentage points back up to the upside. I think this is just momentarily. So I really like Netflix. I don't know. I watched a little bit of the Squid Game. I'm not super impressed with season 3 so far, but we're only in episode. We're done 2 episodes. Yeah, I think you buy this name. I mean, we talked about this yesterday on the after show as well. Content is king, and right now with WWE and everything that Netflix is doing, I think it just continues to work. So yeah, I'm excited to buy more of this stock. I haven't bought any in years and years and years, but again, like the stock, it's been one of the core holdings of mine. And yeah, just keep on watching out for Netflix going higher and higher and higher. I mean, a name like Disney, has had a nice run as well to the upside. I think maybe you might want to sell some Disney and then get into some Netflix as, there it is, up at these highs. Why not buy a better property? I like Netflix more than I like Disney, but you never know where this is going, especially with a weak US dollar. Maybe that does create more travel into the United States, which creates a bigger boon for Disney and their theme parks and whatnot. But I know that has nothing to do with Netflix and Spotify. But just from content relation, I think that Disney would continue to win. But they've already had a huge move up on that weak dollar, and I would sell some Disney and rotate it. If you're in Disney for streaming, I'd rotate it into Netflix. But GE Vernova, did my screen just flash there?
Yeah.
Okay, because it did on this. It did on mine as well. Quick check on Tesla, 314. So the sticky note is now out. We have three. I'll put it in the chat as well. We have 322 as an area to look at here, as that just gave us that top. So this is what we were waiting for. Would not be surprised if we faded back in. I mean, that number caught all of us on surprise there. Deliveries lower, production higher. So you're producing more vehicles to sit on your lot. But I'm also wondering if part of that was maybe there's something coming. Is there going to be price cuts on the cars? Why are they producing more vehicles than we all thought? So maybe something more coming. Maybe he knows something about tariffs, has a better idea on that. But anyways, right now Tesla's fading back into VWAP 312.
Little intel guys here at Lip Bhutan, the new CEO, looking at making a bold pivot here, dropping market's effort for that 18A process that he's really been focusing on to basically switch up to what they're calling 14A, which is a next-gen process that could offer an edge over Taiwan Semi's advanced 2-nanometer process. So just to give some comparisons here, the 18A technology that Intel is developing in-house is very akin to the 3-nanometer process that is already being used by TSMC. 14A rather would bring them more to the cutting edge, which is that 2-nanometer technology. Any more information you can give us, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly provide some context here. Lip Bhutan is coming into a company that had its first, and yes, this is true, it's the first unprofitable year since 1986. Into 2024. So definitely a lot of weakness. We know former CEO Pat Gelsinger was let go at the end of that year. And Lip Bhutan, apparently how he's, I guess, changing this 18A strategy is going to start with stop marketing it to other, I guess, external customers, or just keep their internal customers for now. Yep. I trust his approach to this. And I think one thing that's interesting as well, Sharif, is in August of 2024, almost a year ago now, Lip Bhutan stepped back from the board because he was concerned about the current leadership. He was formerly involved with the company. So I think his strategic approach should certainly not be underestimated, given his pedigree.
Speaking of the board, Adara, no final decision has been made on this bold shift from 18A to 14A. The board of Intel will make an assessment by the fall and then report on that. And just to build on Adara's point, an $18.8 billion loss last year for Intel OB.
But before we get to that, guys, I got something to tell you. So VinFast. Big EV news out of Jakarta. VinFast, ticker VFS, just locked in a major financing deal with Bank Central Asia, one of Indonesia's top private banks. The partnership opens up flexible credit options for VinFast's dealer network, covering everything from EV purchases to spare parts. That means smoother inventory, better cash flow, and a stronger push to scale up across the country. It's a smart move to speed up Indonesia's shift to green mobility and a key step in VinFast's expansion game plan. So check them out. But yeah, Intel again been on my radar for the past couple of days with the kind of crazy moves that it's been having, kind of very directional legs for the majority of the day. That's what I'm looking at. You can see on Friday, pretty much selling off aggressively off of this 23.38 level, selling coming back in after a little bit of a gap up on Monday. You can see that relative volume coming back in as well. So maybe that gap up just a result of the market gapping up and Intel kind of just kind of balancing itself back in. And then look at this, the next day, back into the high of the range right there. And it's just been kind of chopping this range area for the past couple of days here. So I'm going to be continuing to watch this to see if it can come into to the upside or to the downside right here. And if we do get a hold or a break, I have no idea, but I do have Intel on watch. Again, higher time frame. Just going up to like a 3-hour right here, you can see that, yeah, we're kind of down in the dumps here after that aggressive sell-off that happened last August, July. Pretty much sideways since then, but a little bit of a curl happening within this bigger, higher time frame range that we've been kind of consolidating in since last August. So yeah, interesting to know that it's the first time they've had an unprofitable year since, what, 1980s or something? I don't know which year Dara said, but yeah, that's absolutely wild. Yeah, maybe, yeah, something like that. That's absolutely crazy. But the price action has been very directional. Intraday is what I was talking about.
Yeah, so for me, all right, so yeah, unhealthy CNC. That's funny, the next topic there. Yeah, UNH down a little bit as well. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Tesla getting a little bit of a bump off 312 there, getting back up to the upside. VWAP 312, remember we said that, comes into it, bounces off of that. I'm looking at AMD square in the face, so I do have the sticky note is now out. What we had written down here on the note was, of course, I was gonna say, why is this showing up for relevant people for myself? Is myself? That's so stupid. Anyway, there's Elon. What have I done? Right there, but no. AMD 136 to 137 short. The trend is down. Let's just continue to play that. The sticky note is now out with a few trade ideas that I'm going to be looking at. Yesterday we nailed AMD off the open, man. This was for me just my best trade, honestly, of the day was just being able to write that down and sit there and take this right in the face. And the imbalances are coming out in 30 seconds. So we'll see what winds up happening there. But this trend has been down on advanced micro devices. I mean, yeah, you know, I can see this. So we're going to wait to see if we get a 137 or so print. I'm going to say let's start it at 136, sort of where we dripped down into yesterday. There's the move down into 136, yesterday's closing price. So we're going to try to go short there, and we're not too far away. So I feel like we maybe can get that price on AMD. And yeah, as far as Intel, I just prefer to short AMD today. I think Intel has some decent catalysts behind it in the fact that it's just so low and maybe now trying to bounce back up. Brian Shannon and I talked about its anchor VWAP from like the 80s, and it's just hanging off of that anchor right now. All right, man, Tesla's a sell. So right there, coming with the market on open imbalances, Tesla's a relatively small sell considering we've done 10 million shares. So no worries about that, but it is sending the name lower right now into the open. Sorry, Palantir, a small buy. That's sending that name. Maybe if I zoom in a little bit more, sending that name a little bit higher. Other than that, I'm not really seeing anything that's too exciting. We do have CNC on here. We're going to talk about that right now.
Big, Sean, real big here, 33% on, they withdrew their earnings forecast for 2025. They cited an expected slump in revenue, Adara, from commercial plans under Obamacare.
And what's interesting, too, the other thing that they said that is really fascinating, I guess they looked at their market growth in their 29 marketplace states. Now, apparently, in 22 of those states, so the vast majority, their marketplace growth is actually going to be lower than expected. Apparently, the implied aggregate market morbidity in those states is actually higher than expected. So 22 of their 29 states causing them a little bit of a problem. Basically, I guess they also had this analysis firm kind of giving them some of their guidance, and then so some factors changed. It's all very, very complex, but either way, the market doesn't like it. Neither do analysts. JP Morgan downgrading, UBS downgrading, and Centene's buddy, for lack of a better term, or I guess partner in this health insurance space, fellow stock UNH down on this. Keep an eye on Humana, keep an eye on CVS. Could certainly be a good day to look at these health insurance stocks.
33% and going here, guys. We are at the lows. What is the look?
Advantage of this with Oscar Health. I mean, I keep hearing that these guys are one of the new entrants into the field. I don't know enough about OSCR to slap a buy on this. I said I would do some more work on it, and now that it's actually coming back in, I feel like today I will look at Oscar. So I think that this might be worth buying something. We almost had broken through the top. Obviously, now we get that news from Centene. We get UNH. Obviously, this sector has been in sort of a little bit of a tumble. But Oscar down here at 17 and change, watch out for $16 or so for Oscar. I think that's a good play. UNH, I don't have too much on CNC. I've never really looked at it. It's down 33%. I don't know. The chart looks kind of sketchy to me as far as volume and whatnot. Also, 500,000 shares on UNH. Look, this name was fine until Centene came through, so I would think that that's the daily chart. Obviously, we built that base at $3. So I was just going to say, if you get anywhere near 300, I think it's a buy, but we're not going to do that today. You're only down 2% right now, and we just bounced off of what I think is a great little line here. This is your 200 period moving average on a 5-minute chart. So right now, you're trying to bounce off of that. And yeah, I would look in and around this area, but because it's UNH, because it's bad news in the sector, I think you do probably fall even more than this. So I would say a clean break right there of 317 gets you into 312. So I'm going to be looking elsewhere, but if you are trading these names, I would say watch out for that 317 break. Right now we do have a dollar spread, so it's pretty hard to tell what's going on. Like, we were just down at 317, now you're at 321. So I would say watch out for UNH today. Could be a little slippery, that's for sure, but I'm a buyer down there, 312, 313 or so. So that's something that I'm doing. So yeah, so far so good on that one. Obi, any thoughts here as we have 1 minute left?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I was seeing this. Like I said earlier, was only brought to my attention in the pre-market today, and is a pretty strong stock, relatively speaking. Kind of just a nice uptrend all the way up into 2022. Since then, we've been making a little bit of a sideways consolidation. Now we're finally kind of breaking some of these prior lows all the way from 2019, coming into prices we haven't seen since 2017, 15 to 17 as well. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching this one. I think maybe potentially a lot of players, or a lot of anybody who was long, I would say from 17 to now, definitely a little bit underwater. So let's see what happens off of the open. Selling off pretty aggressively. It's going to be SSR off of the open, and I'm definitely going to have a pretty close eye on what the tape is doing coming in off of the open as well on CRC. So sorry, CNC. Let me pull the book up here so you guys can see as well. So yeah, we'll be watching. So 37.50 is currently trading. Let's see what these things do off of the open. I'm gonna try to be a little bit patient and yeah, just wait for things to fall into our love. I think
I feel like
we
the
did well
futures
doing that yesterday. Right?
Yeah, I feel like I'm about to get short here on the futures, which I'm not sure we want to do it, but 10 seconds right now. The countdown is now on. It's actually under now. So we've got to thank Orogenics for the opening bell sponsorship. So there we go. We are now open. I'm into an initial position right now. AMD ripped up. We're short AMD right now, 135.90. Again, we wrote down 136. Let's see if we can have a similar trade that we did to yesterday as we start to rip upside right now. We are short the futures as well, but these are two very, very early positions. These are like half units type size as we watch to see what's going on right now with a nice little bump up there in the futures and in Tesla. Okay, not in Tesla, sorry, and in AMD. As we go over to Tesla, there comes Tesla right back in. Looks like the short idea that we had was right, but unfortunately, you had to catch it all the way up there. So now we wait to see what exactly the idea is behind these numbers. All right, I'm going to get a little shorter now on AMD because I still like the trade. I like the idea. So there we go. Our average price now is 136. It's not like we have a great short here, but that's what we're going to do right now on AMD. And again, just trying to play some of the momentum that we had seen in the space, right? We were down on this area as far as semis are concerned. So we're going to go short AMD, and here we go. It's starting to print now. Let's take something out, Obi. There it is. Oh, we just missed those 80s, but that's okay. There we go. Comes back in. There it is. Your first winner right there for me on AMD, but we're only out of a piece, 15 cents. Let's not ring any registers yet. Looking to see where we're going to be in trouble on AMD. Watching out for 137.50 or so on that name. Short the futures, short AMD right now, and it looks like it's trying to get upside against us. 137 was my stop for Advanced Micro Devices.
Yeah, I'm watching some of the chips here as well. Just again,
yeah, 130.
I'm watching Tesla tape as well as CNC. CNC holding that 37 as of right now, so doing pretty well. I'm not really seeing anybody aggressively hit the bids just yet. Is the tap changing? No, never mind. It is open. CNC.
Okay.
I thought it wasn't open yet, but it's definitely open. I was like, it's 2 minutes off of out the open. Sometimes the NICE stocks take a little bit of a time. But I'm also watching Tesla chop around pretty aggressively. We got down to 308s and then ripped back up to 313, 314s, and then just chopping in that range as of right now. So being a little bit patient for those. And I think like I mentioned just right before the open, something I realized as well, kind of going over some of my trades, is like I'm spending a lot of effort and risk and maybe mental capital on a lot of things that, yeah, sure, maybe in a slower market, maybe you want to dabble in some things. But in a market like this, where I'm finding a lot of things kind of falling into my lap, if I am really patient and seeing things that are distinctly different after it's chopped everyone else up, I think if I'm more patient for those opportunities, it's becoming a little bit more clear and a little bit better here. So I think I'm going to wait for some of those to show up. What's going on?
No, I just missed Apple. Apple went down. I was at 208.05. It went to 208.12s right there on that. Okay, here we go. Now we're starting to print a little bit. It's print city time right now. Let's see if we can have some diamond hands and see if we can try to hold on to a little bit of this trade here for AMD, as it came right into the levels that we were talking about right here on the note, right? We talked about there for AMD between 136 and 137. So when I look over and I'm short 136.15, that's all right, but it does go up into 136.50s, which is exactly the price that we wrote down. So now let's go down to the downside. The only thing that's fading out for us right now are the TQQs. The NASDAQ is starting to head to the upside a little bit, so we got to have to look at Apple, see what that's doing. 81.20 or so. I was going to look at that as maybe our out here. Let me zoom back out just a little bit. I don't want to be too wrong on this though, like you could get really burned. Let's just use 81 as our stop and go spot there for the TQQs, okay? So for the futures, if it does go back a little bit higher, we're gonna get out of that one. All right, what's going on with Apple now, as we just said? Apple, boom goes the dynamite up to 210. We like that trade for you if you're long on Apple. Quickly checking on Big Bear AI, the name from yesterday. Remember, we had sold some of this at, I can't remember the price anymore that we sold this. Was it around that $7 mark? It was $6.98 or something like that. I'll double check for you guys tomorrow, or after this. But there goes Big Bear AI, a nice move back there to the upside as that's starting to go. And oh boy, here we go, man. We're almost at our one daily goal already here with AMD as it's coming back in. There it is. There's a bang right there. Yes, sir, Sharif. We're getting lit up a little bit right now as we go to the downside. Let's go AMD, man. This is a big time trade for me again. As I said, with more confidence breeds more shares and hopefully breeds more success. But also too much confidence and you're over trading and you're using too much leverage and so on and so forth. So we're in a great spot here for us on AMD. You're not going to wipe the smile off this guy's face. No, you are not. Not today, man. We had a great night with the family last night. It's fireworks, and now it's fireworks in the market, man. We talked about getting enough sleep. I didn't get enough, but it don't matter, man. The charts don't lie. Here we go. We are coming back in. Let's get a little bit more out here at 58. So far, so good on this one, man. That's a couple days in a row. If you've joined me like the last 3 or 4 months, man, we're doing this every day, Obi. And there it goes again. It's a huge move right now. Hey, Sharif, what's going on, my guy? Hope you're doing good in the background right now. Let's keep this party to the moon right now with the futures, but it's downside for AMD. Tesla, Obi, what are you in? You're in CNC? Okay, so I'm going to give that back to you. 309 right now for Tesla.
Yeah, I'll cover CNC right after we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, HUT 8 HUT, nice push to the upside. This one announcing that their natural gas-fired power plants in Ontario have received 5-year capacity contract here with the Ontario Independent Electricity System Operator. So keep an eye here on HUT. Short float in this one, 15.7%. So almost 16% short float for HUT. Moving in tandem with these crypto names, I want to just remind you guys as well, no economic data to worry about today other than that lower than expected ADP print we got at 8:15 a.m. Back to you.
Go ahead.
So I was talking to Sean about this CNC. I did like the short above that 37, and then I kind of tried to chase down into it. It was trading like 37, what was it, 37.40s, 37.30s, and then it slams down to 36.60s, and I'm like, oh boy, that was that's kind of what I was looking for. I was looking for people slamming into the bid here to really give me a little bit of confirmation, but I missed that push, and I'm gonna get out of this one right here. So nothing too crazy. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, I definitely want to test the waters out. Let's get into a little bit of a long and see what that gives us here. But people are definitely hitting the bid on this SSR name. The futures are ripping.
Yes, that's
ripping to the upside.
That's the problem.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, temporary problem here. 81.06 or so out on the futures. Okay, we already talked about that. So here goes AMD, a nice move up to the upside right now. 136.40. Remember, man, we are responsible traders. I'm going to stop out if this breaks back above this 137 and change area right now. We do have another another position on for the futures right now, of course, as we've talked about that, as that's trying to come back in. And same kind of a thing for that stop up here in and around $81. So here we go, man. I want to make sure that everybody hits the like, hit the subscribe. Look at our chat, man. Our chat is popping off. I want to say thank you to everybody in there. Yeah, Luck and Coffee's flying. We can look at this, man. We talked about Oscar. Thank you to Dallas as well there. So get into it. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's the only way to be part of our chat, is to get in. The likes, to get in the chat is to subscribe right there. I found this nice little kind of linen shirt. I was trying to do Miami Joe over there today. So we've got this, plus we've got the gray pants. So we've got like, you know, a little bit of little bit of a flow here today. You know what I'm saying? Obi, as you know, you got to do that kind of stuff. And if you notice in the back, man, it's Studio 8 time.
Yes.
Being renovated right now. So we want to thank Russell and everybody else in the background for working hard on that as we look to improve and give you the best experience you can as a viewer, visually, different looks coming ASAP, man. It is Studio 8. The renovation is live and it is real. So, all right, we just had another move up there and I got distracted, honestly, just talking about that right there. We should have been shorter up there at 137, near 137. So we're gonna put on a little bit more shares here on AMD as that's floating around. It looks like we can slap a big fail right now on this trade. And look, man, part of the show is the honesty and the integrity that we have around here. And this is gonna be a loss. If the TQs goes up any more, then we will stop out in and around 81. I told you 81.06 is the stop there on the TQQs, man. What's up to Adam? What's up to everybody in the chat? Thank you so much for continuously coming back every single day, man. We love our fans and not fans, viewers and fellow traders. So again, guys, thank you for all that support. Here comes the TQs a little bit back down to the downside. So I have 2 positions on right now. You've got your 1 position. Is there anything else you guys want us to look at, man? Put it in the chat. Thank you so much for all the nice comments, man. We're just here, man. Couple, honest traders, trying to make a living, showing you what we're doing every single day. So, thanks to Sharif and Adair and everybody for all their hard work, right? So let's just keep this going.
Thank you all. There is one that I'm looking at, Sean, and that's Apple. Apple's actually pushing. So I was like, market's ripping, what's ripping? I was looking for that Apple continuation, and guess what? Apple's the one. Tesla's kind of chopping around in its range, so I'm gonna let that one kind of charge up a little bit and see where that takes us. But Apple definitely taking a little bit of a push to the upside, breaking past that prior day high. Some prior levels here I'm seeing on the weekly. Let's go a little bit more specific. Zoom, 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 zoom. Call it Mazda. 214.56 is that prior high on the weekly. So we're about.
Are we getting that high?
No, we're not there just yet, but I'm saying about 3 points away from there. So if we're breaking out prior day's high and we start to pull back and hold higher highs, higher lows, I'm thinking that is maybe potentially in the next bus stop there on Apple there. But yeah, what an aggressive bid. 209s all the way up to 211s there. Is it, does she use that concept?
Yeah, that's so it must be something that you guys have talked about in your like journeys as as whatever, not student, as when you guys had those talks there,
right?
With Brankles and those guys, Trader Talks, yeah. Shout out to Satya. I hope she's doing well. She was liking Ethereum a lot. So Ethereum had a great run. So hopefully, Satya, hopefully you're doing well, and hopefully Ethereum has treated you well, and you're able to get out. When we ripped over $3,000 there or so for that one. But let's go, man. Again, this is what we do, man. Like I trade for you. I trade for the family. I trade to have a good time. And there it goes. There goes AMD. We talked about this play. So nice move downside for AMD. I love being in here every single day, and I want to thank all of you guys for being here with us as well. NVIDIA, what a move for NVDA. This is what got me pretty nervous, to be honest with you, about what we're doing here. And that was why is NVIDIA Rip City? But oh boy, there it is. It is our one-day goal met right there again. It was like I meet it, it goes against me, it comes back. So what's up? Nice to meet you, Daily Goal. We're here right now on that trade because there goes AMD, and we just cashed out right there at the 200 period moving average, man. Like I'm not here for my looks, I'm here hopefully for my trading. And right now you can see it's a nice downside play right now for AMD. And again, all over the sticky note, right? I mean, these are the things that I'm trying to trade. I'm trying to look at names that are moving around as well, and anything for you guys. I'm here for you in the chat. Let me know what you guys have. Right there, Palantir. I recently bought the dip buy in this name as well. I do think Palantir goes to 200 or 150 first, but I like Palantir here. I think it's just taking a little bit of a holiday, man. I think it's relaxing. We talked about some of the movement. This is your #1 name of 2025 so far, not P&L-wise, percentage-wise year to date, right? Now it's given back some over the last couple of days, but Palantir now getting that boost today. Look, the market's flat, Palantir up 0.75. I like the stock. JP Morgan, if we're gonna go back into the banks, JP Morgan, let's go on this one. Woo-hoo. This is another name that we've had in our account for a minute, man. JP Morgan downside today, but the banks, we didn't talk about this, Sharif, actually off the jump, but most banks there, they get the clearance. JP Morgan goes up 8% on the dividend. I think Citigroup goes up 8% on their dividend, and Wells Fargo goes 12% on their divvy. So nice movement there for banks. It's coming back to the downside, but we like JP Morgan. Oh boy, Obi, that's a nice play right there. All right, so I'm on Apple Watch as well. I don't have my Apple Watch on. Oh, and by the way, Ramin, absolutely hot fire yesterday. I don't know if anybody saw this thing, but she spent a lot of time on this. This is freaking hilarious right now. This is me, like as if she finds my South Carolina hat right there. This is Neil. It's cockroaches. Oh boy, we can play this, right? Can we get the audio? Yeah, Ramin's gonna set up the audio right here on this one because this is hilarious. I want to thank 50 likes. You guys aren't doing enough, man. There's Sharif liking this. He called us fashionistas. I mean, this was a hilarious moment.
Those are cool.
And she babied us all up. Like, this is exactly my sweater. I don't know. Well, that's not me. I have this sweater. Like, exactly that. And that's probably exactly what Neil was wearing. Like, this is amazing. Go over to Instagram. Thank you, Ramin, for all of that, man. We really love that. That was hilarious.
Oh,
Fabian
God.
and Ramin.
That? What just happened?
I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry, Apple slammed down?
60, 70 pennies almost?
Oh, that's a buying opportunity, my guy. That's not really.
Oh boy.
Are you long that name?
I was short, and I slammed down that aggressively. Sorry, but yeah, no. Going back to that. That's absolutely crazy. What AI can do now. That's.
Well, that's actually
so
me as a baby. Actually,
that's actually you as a baby.
Come on, Obi, man.
Oh,
You're
boy.
that gullible, my guy.
All right, let's see what's going. We'll figure out what's happening here with Apple right after we get back from Madeira.
I don't have anything on Apple for you guys. I want to talk about a small cap. Enovix Corporation announcing a $60 million share repurchase program that is a 28% short float and notably $2 billion market cap for ENVX Enovix. This one has rallied in the past as well as you send it back to the guys.
All right. So you're on Apple over there. Go ahead, man. There it is. Are we ready to play this?
Yeah. Let's play. I want to see this.
I want to hear it too. But why is this? Don't take this off our screen until we're ready to go. Can they hear it?
Okay. They can hear.
I have no idea if you guys can hear this. Can they hear this? Can you guys hear this? I don't know. No one's talking here. So, okay, Fabian, you got to tell me before that happens, guys. Right there. Okay, so sorry that was up. I don't know if it was working or not. Okay, so we got stopped out right there of our TQQ position, which is fine, man. The futures are. You might win. But now I hear it.
You like the cockroaches you are. That's all
you
I
might
want
win.
to do with you guys is crush you like the cockroaches you are. That's
What?
Oh, come on now. Whoa, hold on a second. Nice to this
Cockroaches.
and not wear an Apple Watch on your wrist when you're being a fashionista. That's forbidden. If do you really want to go to hell because you happen to have your Apple Watch,
hell?
do not do that. Only when you're working out it's permitted.
The going to hell might be a little harsh on that one.
You lose your soul and you go to hell.
I'd like to say thank you to Kevin O'Leary, but
This is epic.
you might win. I can't, guys, drop some comments, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'm like having some kind of ways. I cannot believe I said that. Going to hell is a little bit harsh. Like that was hilarious, man. I'm glad that we have that good relationship with Kevin and everything like that because that was awesome, man. I love that. I absolutely love that. Thank you, Ramin, for that. So, yeah, anyways, that was fantastic. All right, so back over to trading a little bit. So we did get stopped out. We're going to go to Adair in a second. We did get stopped out of our TQQ position. I'm just wondering right now, is enough enough? Has the market now given us the idea that we're just going upside right now? So there it goes, man. I actually want to watch. I want to play that again in about a half hour because I am like, I'm over the moon with that. That is the best thing I've ever seen in my life, sans my kids being born. And my wife actually saying yes. So that was a great opportunity for me as well. But that was great. Thank you, Ramin, for all of that. Create more, like as if it has all of that in there. And if you notice, O'Leary's wearing 2 watches there. Yep. My Apple Watch is like the exact band and everything that I'm wearing. That was amazing, man. Get going, chat, man. I'm glad you guys are all over this. Thank you for supporting us again. All right, let's go to Adara, and then we're going to talk some more. But wow, I love that.
Yeah, I just want to mention Microsoft here. As mentioned earlier, company has a new round of Xbox layoffs. This was reported this morning. Now, a spokesperson for Microsoft basically saying that these layoffs are going to be impacting less than 4% of their total workforce. Either way, MSFT pushing nicely to the upside here. Really no red candles in sight for the last, 10 or so minutes. Back to you.
Yeah, no, this volatility here or this chop in Apple is coming in pretty aggressive. We saw that with that first kind of a swipe down into the bid, and then we tested, was it 112s so far? 212. Yeah. 01 is the current day high on Apple. But yeah, that aggressive bid kind of slowing down here. We're getting a little bit of a pullback on the market as well. So let's see. Again, let's see if we can crack back below that 22,700. That's been some aggressive 15-minute candles all the way from, when is this? About 9 o'clock right there. So yeah, let's see when and if this bid will come back at all. Oh boy, 212s now trading. So yeah, maybe we are poised for some fresh highs there, Sean.
Yes, and we want to make sure that everybody scans that QR code right here because we do have a new promo for you. This is savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro, 3 times daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. That's key. You and I talked about that yesterday. It'll be built-in FX hedging for Canadian investors. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Very important. We showed the dollar swing. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure, however, in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan that QR code to get all your information. You guys know that I invest in Canadian hedged, opportunities and tools, whatnot, assets. Okay, so first of all, thank you for Beta Pro. I'm going to definitely check that out. But 3 times daily, great tool for day trading, great tool for swing trading, right? So definitely watch out for that. What I was looking for, 3 times daily levered issues, right? So go check that out. Thank you for all of that. But okay, so again, what are at some key levels right now? Amazon, and I know I think we're talking about a bunch of different names here, to be honest with you, but Amazon right now, not really at a level, just at VWAP. It's hitting the scanners. I just want to make sure that you guys understand, like Texas Instruments, SMCI now popping around. So I'm not just pulling these names completely out of my you-know-what. Like, we are looking for names that are hitting certain levels. So there's the VWAP scanner, right? You just saw SMCI going off right there. There it is back to VWAP. So these are the kind of things that we're looking at. We don't just pick these trades out of thin air. I'm looking for obvious levels, things that I like. And there it is, man. Wow. Despite getting hit on, what a relay right there, by the way, on AMD. We talked about if it... Yes, OB. Let's go, man. We are really happy with what's going on right now. It's a face slapper extraordinary. I had more hair there. The more slapping, the more these follicles are coming out. But there we go. AMD right back to VWAP. We're taking more out right now on advanced micro devices. Man, the party's on. The party's on, man. Party on Wayne, party on Garth. You ever watch Wayne's World?
No, I don't think.
Hold on a second. I gotta find something.
Oh boy.
You got to watch Wayne's World, man.
Yeah.
Are you not Canadian, my guy? I mean, come on, man. Wayne's World. My wife did a thing where I was like, are you Canadian? It's like, have you had a beaver tail? Have you visited a national park?
Yes.
Have you curled before? Probably. No, that's the one that most people haven't been doing. But okay, so anyway, so far so good. Obi, I'm going to pass it back over to you. I don't know what happened to that CNC position? Was it a winner, loser?
No, I think I got stopped out of it a
Okay.
couple times, and I'm like, okay, well, there's continuation to the downside happening there on CNC. So a little bit of a miss on in terms of what do you call it, getting with the trend there. Yeah, aggressive selling, kind of looking at those SSR names and being like, all right, understanding the mechanic, being like only people with inventory can actually hit the bid here, and the bid's definitely getting hit on that name, trading at 36s now. So oh boy, some aggressive selling coming in again. Like we said, we haven't seen some of these levels on CNC since about what is it, 2015 to 2019, I think it was. So absolutely crazy. Some prices we haven't seen in a long time, and a lot of players definitely a little bit offside. Anybody who was long over those past, I guess, 10, 15 years or so, definitely a little bit under the water. So again, you see someone hitting the bid, they probably are holding inventory on an SSR name, whether they got long in the pre-market or whether they've been long, I have no idea, but that's something, a bit of a confluence, definitely that you can potentially look for. Oh boy, 213s here on Apple now.
Yeah, what?
Yep.
Obi, we should be, well, you already are long. Great trade. Wow.
I'm short, but yeah.
Oh, you're short. Oh my God, sorry about that, my bad. Yeah, good trade there, Joe. Joe's long Apple. Just day trading or your yesterday swing account? Yeah, this guy's liking Apple. We love Apple. Even yesterday we were all over this one. This is the only long that I had written down on the note today. But again, right, it's I don't have the trade on board right now on this, but and I know you're short, so we'll have to wait to see what happens with Apple. Love this trade. We've been long Apple for the last 2 days now. We hit it at 200. We hit it yesterday. It was my #1 P&L name yesterday was Apple. So there it goes, man. Nice upside play. And sir, I hope it comes back down for you there, Obi. But I know you have a plan, so we're not worried about it. Whenever you have a plan, you know, it either works or it doesn't. So, you know, Obi's going to be carefully looking at that. JP Morgan right now, we did talk about some bank stocks. You know what? Anyways, I just want to bring this up. I'm going to talk about something else. It's downside trajectory right now, breaking through 290. Definitely an area to look at here if you are trading JP Morgan. Looks like it wants to take and break that movement right there. Let's look at something that's maybe flying around a little bit more. What about quantum names, right? I mean, a lot of money being made on these names. So here it comes back in. I had said that QBTS probably a downside push at some point. Come on, AMD, get down. We're having a good day. We're having a pretty decent day right now, P&L wise, despite losing on the futures. The futures are kind of hovering. We'll wait to see if we can make a play there. But quantum, looking like this could be a dip buy opportunity right here at 1480, right? You come right into the pre-market low, trying to hold this level. My only worry is the markets had this move up and quantum came back in. So watch out for QBTS. Rigetti, another name that I know is there. Look, for me, shout out to my good friends in Italy. You guys know who you are. Hopefully you're watching right now. The best place for pasta in Italy. You have a favorite pasta?
I don't know. No, really.
Just for a generic one, I like penne. You know, you can get penne pretty much everywhere. Definitely loving penne. What was that called over there? What was that, Ramin? Fail. I never heard of that pasta. What about do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite? You like some rigatoni? Spaghetti over there. I like that. A little thin, little linguine action you can grab as well. Capellini. Okay, so now we're getting a little bit to the next level right now as far as all that is concerned. There's Adara chiming in as well. We'll leave Obi to, so Apple, I guess, stopped out. There it goes right now. AMD, man, nice move, right back into VWAP. And we say an Obi line right now, and we go, oh boy, right now, because this is a big time win right now for us as we've reloaded once, twice, Obi thrice, a whole bunch of times, reloading this name as here we go. Man, we are coming in right now on AMD. So I hope this keeps on going back to the upside. Yeah, tortellini is really nice, but there's more to tortellini. You know, I'm just talking about you get a nice little sauce, what kind of pasta you liking. Where's Chef Joe at right now in the chat? But yeah, so far so good here today.
Yeah, I think again got stopped out of that Apple there. Definitely gave it a little bit wider than I needed to, but I was like, oh boy, there's definitely a little bit of a buyer here, holding that trend pretty well. 213s. We were talking about that prior level being 214 halves. So I did want to get involved with that, but missed along a little bit there. But let's see if we can kind of catch a little bit of a sell. Like I said, futures very, very strong. Apple very strong, kind of breaking out of some prior levels. We talked about that consolidation break. That was, oh boy, all the way down in 203s. That was. So let's see if we can get a break in this trend a little bit here. But again, every time this thing pulls back, let's say about 20, 30 pennies, we keep on getting this aggressive grinding bid back to the upside. So I definitely want to be a little bit respectful when that does come in. But this market is very, very strong. You can see the distinct difference, though, between the ES and the NASDAQ here, as the ES taking a little bit of a breather, but the NASDAQ still holding pretty strong. And again, some of these tech names as well potentially coming in. And oh boy, see, this is what I mean. This aggressive selling. So we were just trading at 213s, slams down about 50 pennies right here, 212 halves now. So now we're moving, I guess we're slowing down in terms of that bid. But let's see when and if that bid can kind of catch back on. Or is this the high for the day and we kind of pull back and kind of consolidate as well? Kind of, different iterations. I'm just thinking about what those potential ones could be going forward today. But yeah, that 214's absolutely within range there as we go. So, but that CNC, oh boy, that short's coming in real nice as that continuation. Again, trading below 36s now. So, oh boy, had to stay involved with that one on the short side. I remember punching, like I said, I punched short a little bit, but being SSR, I can't be doing that. I have to sit on the offer. I have to provide the liquidity in order for me to get filled, and can't be punching, haphazardly into the market on an SSR name, hoping to get the fill.
On one of the best days of my life, we had orecchiette. So this is a great pasta. It's like a little shell type of thing. We had this dish on my wedding day. So orecchiette there, a nice pasta that is now one of my favorites. So that was a little bit of a little bit of an extension there to that talk. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy good food wherever you are, and hopefully we all don't eat for function like my guy Sharif over there, because then he won't be able to enjoy part of the best parts. Okay, right here, we do got some super chats right here. Game on, there it is. Yeah, party on, Wayne, party on, Garth. There it is. Thank you, David, for that quote. The studio needs some more spackle. Yes, it does, and that's what's happening right now. We are getting ready to rock and roll with this. I mean, we're huge on this project, man. We really, really appreciate all of you guys and your patience for as we build out Studio 8, man. It's going to be absolutely great. It's going to be, change the way the whole show is done. More interactions, cool, I don't want to say cooler looks, but different looks, which are going to be cooler. All right, what's your advice on holding winners longer? Go ahead. Okay, yeah, okay. I had puts on Intel 22 strike expiring August 15th. I bought yesterday around 23.05. I sold it open, seeing it chips running, and it made another $4 profit. I mean, yeah, I should have held longer, right? I mean, I don't know if you should have or not. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to have your plan of action. Who was this? Market tendies. You got to have some tendies and enjoy chicken tendies. And that's the thing. When you make profit on, by the way, bye-bye AMD, I would say you could always look at the sticky note too. Not that I'm always right, but if we're thinking about shorting some of the chip names, you may have something there. I mean, if you and I are thinking alike, there goes Intel. Intel should have made the list. I mean, I'm happy AMD did. I mean, we're up huge on AMD, man, already today. But yeah, I had thought about Intel on there. And yeah, just with that negative catalyst there, down 5%. Look, it's a great call. You always want to put some profit into your pocket. My only advice on all of that, again, would be something similar to what we always say. Take out half, take out 2/3, take out something to buy yourself a nice sweater or some pasta or something like that, and then maybe hold the rest if you do think that you have a potential runner on. I mean, just for right now, I'm still in 75% right now of this trade here with AMD. So I'm definitely holding on for a little bit lower. But options game is, and I don't need to tell you guys this because you're obviously in options. Options game is a much different game than sitting around because you have expiration. If I can be short, we have to be short and cover our positions every day at 4 o'clock. So when Obi and I are covering some of our trades here, it's not necessarily because we think it's wrong. It's we're running out of time. And that's what happens. But here we go, man. We are at the lows of this move here for AMD. Look what the futures are doing. Oh boy, it's 2 times daily goal. I know that that doesn't mean anything when people don't know what the goal is, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to show you guys that if you can stick with your positions, stick with what you believe in, and trade strong, we can all do this together. So there it is, man. It's AMD, and the futures trade is still doing nothing. I'm actually debating a short right now, but you know, we'll wait to see that trade come through. Obi, let's go.
Yes, sir. So top one, looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin. Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path, instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to toponefutures.com and start trading towards your next payout. We'll be right back after Adara.
Take a look here at this market. The NASDAQ is doing a bit of a triple bottom here at this 544 level, but slightly lower highs. Unclear what's going to happen here, but really nice push off of that previous support around 544. Only economic number we had today was the ADP non-farm employment change. Again, much lower print than expected. We were expecting about 99,000, coming in at negative 33K. TSLA was one of the biggest names on watch this morning, initially gapping up and then giving back almost all of that move at this point, with weaker than expected Q2 deliveries. Again, their production higher than expected, but deliveries were a bit disappointing. Another Mag 7 on watch here is going to be Microsoft, MSFT. Bloomberg reporting that the company is doing even more layoffs in their Xbox unit, though Microsoft, a spokesperson for the company, said all these layoffs are going to impact less than 4% of their total workforce. Then we have NFLX, Netflix, and Spotify on watch after the Wall Street Journal reported that the companies are in talks for some potential collaborations. That is NFLX hanging out near yesterday's lows of day. Spotify not doing much either. Back to you.
Markets continuing to push a little bit higher, and CNC continuing to push a little bit lower here. So, oh boy, what a continuation on this one. So, yeah, the short was definitely the play here. Oh boy, this is not Apple tape. Let me pull that up here. Apple tape. That's Apple tape right there. 212 halves currently trading at on Apple, and yeah, 35 halves here on CNC. Oh boy. What?
Starting to get going.
Crazy. Yeah, I mean, this is really starting to look at the futures. The Nasdaq now taking a little bit of a rip back up here. So the question becomes, what is strong? Wow, Tesla came all the way back down to 304s. Oh boy, what a reversion that was. A little bit of a miss on my part. But guess what? Involved with a little bit of Apple here. Definitely held that initial push a little bit too aggressively. 2 points is a little much to give on Apple. But again, getting just as aggressive, maybe a little bit more on that 213 was what I did a little bit better there. With the market pushing back up, I'm looking at the constituents, and it seems like Google and NVIDIA and Apple are kind of the ones that are leading the pack here. So let me take a quick look. I usually don't really look at Meta, but I know it's Meta's up there for sure. And let's see what Meta is up to as well. Is that playing any sort of a part in this? No idea, but once I fix this chart, okay, so a little bit of a sideways chop there on Meta. But you can see here, NVIDIA. Boom, to the upside, about to push its high a day right there. Yeah. And then Apple as well, we're looking at that one. That one's taking a little bit of a breather, back down to 212s from a high of 213.34s. And then Google is kind of the last one that is showing us some strength here. 176.70s now trading, so straight to the upside, looking very in line with these here futures. So where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking. So leave it up in the chat. What are you guys looking at? What have you guys traded? It's only been about 35 minutes since the open. Wow. And a lot of opportunity. Tesla reversion, Apple continuation, CNC continuation. Some of these trades we talked about in the pre-market.
Amazon, maybe.
And yeah, definitely some good ideas over there.
I'm going to jump into one right now. So I just want to tell you guys I've changed up something. I'm going to stop out of AMD right now. We've just been crushing getting it out of it here at 134, 135 change. Came into the 200 period moving average, but as you had mentioned, the futures are not giving up. They're trying to go a little bit higher right now. I'll try it again at 40, but I'm going to stop out at 60. If we break above there, the high of the day right now, that's 62s. Did I put in 61s? I did. So let me go 66s. 136, 66, stop out. You know, and this is what you have to do as a trader, right? I feel confident about this, is once things change, like in the open, we are going to give it to 137. I'm just noticing that this is too strong. Its best friend NVIDIA is also very strong, back up there to the upside right now as well, looking to take out all-time highs again is NVIDIA. I mean, we have to get up to 158 or so for that, but right now NVIDIA is strong, AMD strong as well. So we're going to back away. What's the thesis here for Amazon? Okay, so I just want to say, if the market's going to go for a jog today, which it looks like it wants to, Amazon's been beat up. We know that Bezos was selling. Shout out to Venice there. This guy put on a crazy wedding, apparently. Oh, I saw Oprah Winfrey was there. Who wasn't there right now? Maybe that's where Neil is. But nice move there to the upside for Amazon today off of Bezos selling nearly $750 million worth, $737 million worth of shares, Amazon gone right there, sold back into the market, right? So anyways, there's the long right now, breaking back above 220. I'm using 220 as my out, so let's see how far we can go right now. It's only 15 cents in the money, but again, it's a new position, so right there, a new idea that we had. I hope I articulated it okay, and that's a new one for me right now. Amazon, let's see how high we can fly as it's pushing back down. Remember, if these futures lose, we can get out at 220. If we break back down below 220, I mean, VWAP right here is 2. Let's use VWAP then, because it's been a good day and we're fine right now. 290, and the day doesn't matter, it's just the confidence, right? If you're having a bad day, you're going to start to question, obviously, some of the plays that you're putting on. I'm not questioning anything right now. So 219.75 is where we'll get out. That's where VWAP is. And loading back up, 220, if we can get a bid in and around 220, we'll take some more there on Amazon. I guess my Apple 208 is not going to fill, so I can cancel that one. Let's check out Big Bear AI, another big moving name here. Wow, up to $7. Here goes Big Bear AI. Let's get on that bear right now, as that's trying to get a little bit higher. Good reload spot for Amazon. We're going to try a little bit there. Sorry, for AMD. We'll try a little bit up here at 29. I'm at 29 and I'm at 40. And then if 40 breaks, we're going to be getting out at the high of the day if that's in trouble at all. But here comes Amazon pushing right back into our level. Here we go, man. If anybody else in the chat has anything to talk about, Marvell's been good today. Robinhood, people talking about Robinhood now as well. And I'm going to run that scan again. So Fabian, I do have it up right now. Let's do this right now. I'm going to refresh this, as Fabian always tells me to do. I'm going to start this poll. Get your tickers into the chat stat, okay? When I hit this poll, I'm going to review this at 10:20, okay? After Adara comes back from her update, I'm going to review this. There we go, man. A nice move up there for Amazon finally. Start poll. Get these two tickers mentioned, correct. So there we go. We're going to start the poll. I don't know why it's saying that. Maybe I have to refresh it again right now, but start putting some, you got to put hashtag into the chat. We'll figure out what's going on. Fabian's here, and we'll figure that all out. So right now, voting game on. Put your stuff into the chat ASAP. Uh-oh. The Renault. Check out this Renault. There it is, man. Studio 8. As we go, it's coming. I don't know exactly the date of expectation, but we're blowing up the whole studio right there. Hopefully there's no one hurt during that. But where Adara is sitting, where we're sitting, Obi, everything behind us right now. Yeah, that's a nice promo. There's in the back, Russell taking everything down as well. Bigger screens, more areas to talk. Just a big time studio renovation happening. We're calling it Studio 8 because it's kind of like the 8th iteration of all this. Neil and I started with green screens behind us, and right now we are upping that game. I think
we've shown some of those older videos on screen, right? So it's amazing how far the show's come. And I was talking about this yesterday as well. I remember sitting at home and a few years ago and kind of watching the show, and it's absolutely amazing to see the development and the growth and everything that's happened, and you're getting this full-on renovation of the studio now. So a lot of exciting stuff in store. So that was my corner for a couple of weeks there, and then I had to move to the back office for now until we get some of the stuff locked in. And the flooring as well, right? The flooring gotta have some floors as well. So gonna wait for that. Do you have any idea what kind of flooring is coming in? I'm curious because We just did some renos at my house, and we were going through some of the flooring options, and I was
for me, I don't know. We do have, but anyways, thanks for all the patience of everybody as we get really super excited for some renos happening. I'm looking for the reloaded right here. So we reloaded AMD. I mean, whether or not this works or not, I mean, the futures are starting to go upside. We do have a little bit of a hedge on with our play on Amazon, but there we go. So we'll see. If this pushes the high of the day, 136.60, we're out. Obviously, I do know that I'm fighting this trend right now. We talked about AMD being a little stronger than we thought. We didn't think the market would sort of inch up like this, but it is doing that. So watch out now. Amazon's starting to go high side as well. Good trade for me there on AMZN. Tesla right now, nice bounce off that 303. Look at that, right into the pre-market low highs, I guess. Nice move right there. We saw 303 hold yesterday on the upside. Now we see it hold on the downside right there as resistance turning into support. 304, 303 there for Tesla. Huge move off of that number right there. So good move back into the 200 period moving average. We had written down this 322 short, but we already saw that when it happened. So we need to get back up there before I really get too excited about it. Here we go, man. It's Amazon, guys. I think we did a good job. So we're going to sort of props up to that one. I hope some of you believed in me and took this trade. And there it is, man. It's 20 cents. We're going to take some out there at 65. And now we'll wait to see if we get that 69, which is where I'm offering as well. Here it comes. Give me that 69. And then we'll get back up to the upside. I don't necessarily want to take this out, especially if the futures keep on ripping. I see you're back into Apple long. We've got short AMD. I just took a little piece out there as we fell into the 20s again. So that turned out to be a decent trade, but so far so good. Uber, we're hearing, is also breaking out, but we're having a grand old time right now, man. A couple more outs there as we take 30 more cents here on Amazon.
Yeah, no, this market is ripping up to the upside here. So yeah, I kind of again took that short on Apple. We came into 211 halves, and we kind of started catching a little bit of a bid. So I'm like, all right, I'm willing to dabble into a little bit of a long for that potential continuation push back in. Again, that 212, sorry, was it 214 halves? Is that weekly kind of consolidation area here. And we already broke out of the 202s, 203, that little consolidation from the past couple of weeks. And that's what I'm asking, like, where's the next stop? Bigger picture, again, we're only $2 away from that here on Apple on the day today. So being a little bit patient, let's see if we can get back above day highs. No idea as of right now. I was looking for that reversion to VWAP, got it. I'm going to be a little bit patient as it kind of consolidates here. 212 halves, just taking those scalps off until I get a little bit more conviction for that push. But that VWAP hold was quite nice, and look at that, a little bit of a chop here. Don't necessarily want to get involved. Look at that, coming back into 212s from those halves. So moving averages, yeah, I'm using those sometimes, but at the end of the day, the tape is definitely a little bit cleaner than some of those lagging indicators there as well. But yeah, let's see what happens. This market is absolutely ridiculous, ripping back up to the upside. So 22,600 was that area where we kind of bounced off of there. Oh boy, CNC still going, man. People are still hitting the bid aggressively on this one there. And again, free to borrow. Didn't have to take any sort of borrows there. I'm waiting for that SSR bid to potentially step back into this. No idea if or when it will, but oh boy, that short continuation was absolutely solid. Again, when it's breaking through multi-year lows, there's probably going to be people who are selling their bags there, and yeah, that's definitely something. A prime example of that, textbook example of that on and see a bit of a fumble on my part, not getting involved in any sort of effective way. But the question is, guys, where is the next trade? Go Bill saying PLTR, no likely VWAP. Let's take a quick look at PLTR here and see what that one is up to. So where is that? All right. That's one of them. Tesla, oh boy. So we were talking about that anchored VWAP off of that event in the morning session right there. So this is just a 1 minute chart. We kind of faded off of that pretty aggressively. What a beautiful reversion. Oh boy. I was salivating over this one a little bit as it kind of started to pull back in. 303s kind of coming into, I guess not exactly prior day high, but in these levels where we saw some, maybe some resistance yesterday, but holding that prior day's range, giving us that reversion of the reversion back into that anchored VWAP here on Tesla. And there were a few other names as well that I was watching. I want to take a quick look at those as well. Oh boy, Apple's actually going now. That's okay. As Starbucks, so SBUX. Let's take a quick look at that one. What is that one up
Robinhood
to?
might break 100.
Yesterday we had a little bit of a push.
yeah.
Wow, Robinhood. Yes. No, Sean, you want to talk about that one? That one's looking great.
No, I just want to say, so we did get stopped out of, and we'll have to slap a fail. I mean, we can't just keep talking about all of the positive stocks, and we actually tweeted that out as well. We tweeted out our mistake on TQQs, and again, we're up. You know, we're up on AMD more than we're down on TQQs, obviously. Amazon right there, reloaded that. As you can hear in the background, we are going through the renovation Studio 8 big time right now. But there's AMD, we did get stopped out. It does go into that area that we were thinking about, 137 as a top spot there. Looks like now we fade back out, so we may have just taken ourselves out there at the high of the day, and then it does go about another 20 cents there upside, but there's the fade now finally for AMD. Boo on that one, as that's coming back in just a little bit. So I don't think we want to go short this name because it hasn't been right, but again, kind of like the trade, but we'll stay away from that just for now. Yeah, Robinhood, we can check out SoFi is another name that we really haven't looked at yet today either. Back to $18. This is roughly where we trimmed last time here. So yeah, trimming again might be a decent opportunity here for us on SoFi, but again, I kind of like the stock. Now that we've taken some out, you're back up to some of these highs. SoFi up nicely as well here today, so congratulations to anybody that was holding that or bought some of that dip in there yesterday. SoFi doing real great right now, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on with SoFi. Breaking through $18 could definitely be one of those trades again here as well. SMR, people want to look at DAIC. Why haven't we heard about that yet today? A little bit of a liquidity squeeze. I have the news is going in my ear. I'm just not really hearing anything, and I know Adair is over there. Obviously, when she here's something, she'll come to us with any of these stories as well. But there goes DAIC. Good little look there, as this is a relatively new IPO, I guess, right? Came out there, or I don't know, symbol change, I'm not sure, but $26 up to $42, up to $75. Now right back down into $4 yesterday. $33 today. Like, this name is absolutely, sorry, $13 today. Absolutely insane right now, DAIC. So whatever's up with that, man, it's going right now. We have crude inventories coming up at 10:30, so we can look at what's going on with oil right now as well. I mean, the market's not just stocks. I mean, we got to look at other places. We see Bitcoin doing nothing. I mean, I'm trying to watch out for that right now. We talked about it earlier, 107.5. Oil, yeah, nice downside push. We had looked at this off of the Iran-Israel conflict, and we had said that, this move down, it looks like we may find a base here around $64, $65, and so far so good. That's been printing out, so that's been a good trade there for oil if you've been trying to go long on that one. We do have crude oil inventories coming as well. Big Bear AI, again, like, the smiles aren't going to come off my face today really for any reason, but definitely not for Big Bear AI. You guys know this is in my account. We really like this name. We're long at 420 on Big Bear AI. So as this one just continues to move higher right now, we like this. A nice break of $7, getting up to those high side. Now remember, for everybody else that's in Big Bear AI, there's the level. We just faded off of that again. So just be careful with whatever you're looking at here. Big Bear came up here before. We've been up to 720. It's now ripping faces off today, but will it stop? If it does, it's going to be right here at 725. I'm going long if it breaks 725. So let's put that order in right now for BBAI, a break of $7.25. Your boy's going long. So let's go Big Bear AI. Let's see the damage in this name if we can put some on a break of $7.25, that recent high. Reload in Amazon. Let's see if that one wants to work. AMD, we got stopped out at the high of the day. Adara, what's going on?
What's going on? This is the IWM pulling back slightly from yesterday's fantastic rally. We were really strong for much of the day, though. I guess the last 4 hours or so, we gave up some of that mood. Now, not only did we make a lower high pre-market, right now we're trying to continue to push a little bit lower, bit of a bounce here off the open, but petering out around 219s, it looks like. ENVX, the small cap I mentioned earlier, that's certainly still in play. This is Novix Corporation, near day's highs, well above its pre-market highs, announcing a $60 million share repurchase program. They do have a short float of about 28%, market cap around $2 billion for former, frequent runner here, ENVX. Then we have METC. Ramaco, This company announcing yesterday morning that they're going to be opening their first new U.S. rare earth mine in 70 years. And then also apparently their Brook Mine project showing billion-dollar potential for U.S. rare earths, according to a statement made by the company, I believe, yesterday evening. Then I want to talk about this DAIC. Sean, like you, I was a little bit confused and trying to figure out what the history here is. According to Benzinga, they made their debut via IPO on June 23rd, but if you actually look at it, it seems like the stock has been a little bit older than that. Fortunately, I don't have any details, but so what's weird is the company is technically listed as CID Holdco, but they do business as .ai. It's one of those ones that I really am not able to find tons of info on, but if that changes, you guys know I will let you know right away. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. This Apple coming back in, so I feel like I'm playing seesaw here. Just taking. There you go. Got out of it again. Just taking longs, taking shorts, just scalping out the price action. Kind of working a little bit back. This again, that $2 hold was not the best. Don't do that. Yeah, now I'm just like, all right, I'll take a $0.50 here. I'll take 25 pennies here. I'll take any sort of bites out of this apple that I can, and hopefully, we get a little bit full on that there. But coming back into VWAP right here, we made a lower high at that 213. I had the long off the VWAP push. The 213 held as a little bit of a lower high. I did get in a little aggressive, not necessarily aggressive, but a little later than I wanted to. I think I can be definitely a little bit closer to that 213 when I do see that stall at the whole dollar level. I don't necessarily need to be waiting for the half to start for it to start trading below the half. But again, if you're just going to chop like this, not really going to, it's a lot of mental effort. It's a lot of work, I think, to keep on scalping out, just the short-term price action there. But again, it's definitely doable. I don't know if I want to be spending that kind of mental effort right now, though. But yeah, where is the next trade? Let's take a quick look at that one. Wow, man, CNC still going, trading below. Oh boy, there's the crack back to VWAP on Apple. So CNC still getting below that 35 now. So oh boy, and that Apple short looking like it's finally coming in a little bit better. But you know what? Where's the next scalp? I guess is what I'm asking right now. So Apple finally catching a little bit of a breather from that aggressive bid that we had in the session here. But guess what? The market's not really catching that breather, man. 15-minute back-to-back jacks here all the way from 8:45. We've been holding trend on the futures, on the NASDAQ specifically, much more cleaner than the ES. You can see we got that aggressive red candle that came in, kind of breaking back down and then pulling right back up. So yeah, it wasn't necessarily aggressive selling, but that little bit of a shake and bake into the open was a little interesting to see, pushing back up towards highs. Here's the thing: sometimes we're seeing this happen with the ES, then the NASDAQ. Sometimes we're seeing it from the NASDAQ, then the ES, where one of the futures will start approaching their high a day or their extreme on the day and finally push, and the other one's lagging behind a little bit. We saw that with the ES and NASDAQ yesterday, and we're seeing some more of that today. But the question becomes: are we going to get more of the same, where the NASDAQ kind of breaks out of its morning session high right here, and then the ES has a much longer way to go. And now again, I don't know. I don't really have the stats on that. I don't really have the data on that. But if I see what I'm looking for, I do want to get a little bit involved here. VWAP.
Well, I didn't get BBAI.
Apple now. Yeah, VWAP coming back here on Apple. What's going on? Is everything?
No, I don't know. No, everything's not kosher. No, because I must have got distracted because I should have been long. Big Bear, first of all, right here, we're gonna run this poll. You guys got to get in here. It is now live, the stock voting game. It's been live for a minute. Don't ignore that. There's many more submissions than 7, which is what screwed me up. Put your order in here at 10:30. We'll go over the top names. But yeah, no, something got screwed up for me because we should have punched long Big Bear AI once we broke through 725. It doesn't, I mean, the order, I guess, did not go out, or I did not set it properly or something, but epic fail by me right now on Big Bear AI because there it goes. So I just punched into, oops, we don't need this TQQ trade up. There it goes. There's Big Bear AI right there, now breaking through. We did punch in at 734. It's my bad. We should have been long on this name at 7. I'm actually not that impressed because I don't know what I did there, but anyways, keystroke error or something. I think I was talking to Fabian about this whole thing here, and I might have missed putting it out. So Okay, it was going to be a few thousand shares anyways, so it doesn't matter. But anyways, 10 cents, we would have taken that, obviously, depending on what share size you have. But there it goes, upside right now on Big Bear AI. Okay, man, we're reloaded again. Let's go. It is Amazon, and submission looks great now, Fabian. Thanks for that. All right, so we are starting to run the gambit right here as let's go Amazon. Trump saying right now he's ready to announce on True Social he just made a trade deal with Vietnam. So you know who that's good for? Lululemon right now. Lululemon should get going there. Bang! Sometimes I'm smarter than I think.
Let's go.
Sometimes. Right there, but there it goes, man. Lululemon. I've been looking at them. Most of their products, again, Vietnam. So we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at Nike as well there for that. So there it goes, gapping up right there. So President Trump announcing right now that he has made a deal with Vietnam. So there goes some of these related stocks, right? There goes Lulu, the Vietnam ETF. I have no idea what that is, but here we go, man. We're ready to get juiced up right now, guys. It's Big Bear AI, it's Amazon. Amazon in Vietnam. Look, man, the more deals that we can come through with here, the better it's going to be for this conglomerate. Let's go retail. This is what we're talking about right now. Retail, be strong now. Come on, Amazon. We hit it with AMD today. We're hitting it with Amazon. Big Bear AI, my bad on that one right there, but there goes a nice play up for Amazon. We're pretty happy for that one. Deal potentially with Vietnam. Here we go, man. Amazon, let's go. NVIDIA could be playing off this as well. Everything's starting to rip right now. Good thing we're out of AMD because that name keeps on ripping. If you don't have outs, man, look, we can be woe is me when it comes all the way back down, but glad we're still not stuck in that. And not only that, man, but now we move over to Amazon, and now we've made more on Amazon than we lost on that TQ trade. So today, again, as Ice Cube would say, is another good day. Adara over at the desk. Oh,
Yep.
Sorry, we're going over to Obi.
Yep. So Trade the Pool. We got another behind the scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As
Robin
you know,
is at 100.
each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you got to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth. Technically, mentally, and financially, head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. What a bounce on Apple as the NASDAQ rips through day highs. Thank you, Jedi, for the super chat here. Deckers also, we'll check them out, I guess, as well. I don't know. I don't remember what the... Outdoors? Yeah. Deckers Outdoors. Okay, so yeah. I was like, I thought you meant like the clothing brand, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that thing is ripping up as well. 107.38. So let's pull that up on a chart so we can all take a look at it together. EECK. Wow, look at this. That's an aggressive push right there. 104s to 107s on that, and you're saying Lulu's also moving.
Yes,
on
sir.
That, on that tweet there. So yeah, ones to watch out for. We'll be right back from Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk a little bit more about this Vietnam post from Trump. Then I guess we'll just move into the crypto segment because it's basically 10:30. So Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, and I quote, "I just made a trade deal with Vietnam, details to follow." So we have no context on this. I want to make that very clear. We're going to have to wait and see, I guess, if other people from his team come out and say this, because he said himself and not his team. So yeah, certainly I think lots of questions. We just got EIA gasoline inventories, 4.188 million versus 0.9 million expected. We have Lululemon here moving. We have Nike on watch as well. Deckers, Nike definitely staying really strong here. Could potentially look at Apple in this type of catalyst as well as a bit of a manufacturer supply play, but Vietnam clearly not impacting this stock too much. Let's take a look here at BTC because it is that crypto time of day. Now, as I mentioned earlier when I was on the big desk here with Sharif, that 105,000 level serving as a little bit of support, maybe a higher low, because this does look a little bit like we're waffling around in the daily chart. But as I mentioned on the weekly, not a bad look here. Let's see if BTC can push above, hold this 105 support push above 108 and push into new all-time highs above 112. Let's take a look as well here at what's happening in the other crypto names. Ethereum basically flat on the day, trying to hold on to this 2,450 level. BNB and Solana both up about 1.5%. Dogecoin and Cardano up even better, 2.4% and 3% respectively. So some of these alt plays actually outperforming Bitcoin and Ethereum this morning. Back to you.
Okay, we reloaded on Big Bear AI, so let's go, man. This name's starting to get going one more time. So we reloaded that down there. We got the price. I mean, we didn't get exactly the price we wanted. We got 27s. We were waiting for 26s, but it's okay. I punched a little bit higher there, got the 27s, and now here we go, man. It's Big Bear AI. And again, we're going to go AMD. We're going to go Amazon. We're going to go Big Bear AI. We're going to go 3-1 right now with a loss on the futures. But for me, the futures loss is just kind of like what it is. We got out of that. I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, as you can see, man, we definitely misread what the market wanted to do today. I mean, we are, I guess, in that full-blown bull market, man. I mean, we talk about that over and over again here on the show, and what a run we've had since those tariff lows. And right now, with more deals being announced, I mean, let's just take Trump at his word, right? I mean, maybe these deals are what they are, and he is going to announce a bunch of them. I'm going to go long Robinhood breaking through 100, but I'm only going to go long like half a unit to 1 unit or so. Look at Big Bear AI, Obi. I mean, this right now is making a difference in the account. That is for sure. Big Bear AI now making a move up into the 40s. Let's go, man. What about 50 level here for Big Bear? We'll get some more out up there at 46, 47. There it goes, man. Again, you know, we're trading small caps, large caps, medium caps, ice caps right now as this just continues to make the move. Let's go, man. We're on one, Obi. We've been on one for a minute now, and there it goes right now. Let's go. We're putting up numbers here trading, and I'm glad to be here with everybody. The studio is being renovated. We're proud of that. There it is. Look at the size right here on Big Bear AI. Go, just bust through, man. A little bit of size there at $7.50. So a little nervous about that, but there it goes. We ain't nervous. Let's go, Obi. Nice move right here on this one as we take out 750 right now. Nice upside play. We just bounced off 750. Let's take out something if we can get 750 even. We're not getting, I'm going to offer. Right there. Okay, 748. Let's see. We're offering 49s now. And there we go. Okay, there it is, man. We take that out as well. So far, so good on that one. Yeah, man, pretty happy with the way the performance has been going today. So let's just keep on those good vibes and keep seeing, what's been going on here. Oh, I'm frozen. I just lost.
Yeah, I froze as well.
Okay, well, as soon as you have a good moment, this is what winds up happening. So we're back, baby. You don't keep these quotes down for too long. Right there it comes right back up there. Now the quotes are back. So we're back, Jack. That's what my late grandfather, unfortunately, used to always say. We're back, Jack. And right there, now we're back. So here we go, man. Another upside play for Amazon as well. But oh boy, man, we're getting excited for Big Bear AI. You guys know we got this in our account. So again, about this smile, sorry, but it's not going to leave the face right there, as it's a nice play there for Big Bear AI. So far, so good. Yeah, we're just, look, man, there's not much. We don't have positions there. I'm just getting excited for everybody on the show. I mean, it's just, we're not getting too crazy here, I hope. And I do apologize if we're getting a little worked up, but I'm just trying to add something to the show, right? So, okay, so that's what we're doing right now. So far, so good on everything, man. It's Amazon long, it's Big Bear AI long.
Yeah, and there's one thing that's only been a short, and that's CNC. And
Music Factory.
Still bleeding to the downside here, slow and steady. I was watching reserves show up on the bid. So again, a lot of beautiful tape action happening here. Reserves showed up at, 34 halves, but he was getting hit. And just refreshing. I'm like, oh damn, that's a lot of ice. As soon as that iceberg breaks, we crack down. Now trading on top of 34s now. A little bit of size on top of 34s as well. You can see it here. Let's see. Let's throw on that bit of a filter. So we can filter out anything that's greater than 99 lots. And you can see that 34. Once we get, boom, right through. Oh no, never mind. That's we're bouncing. Not right through. Still holding that 600 lots on top of that 34 as of right now. So bouncing a little bit off of that. And guess what? Missed that VWAP bounce on Apple there as we slammed into 211 halves and then ripped back up to 212 halves. And this is what I was talking about, a little bit of a chop fest
there goes
happening
Robinhood.
Here on the top of the I guess daily range or whatever, intraday range.
Come on, Robin.
Happening right now on Apple, 213s to 211.5s. A little bit of consolidation on the upper quartile. So I'm watching that one. Tesla did reclaim its anchored off of its deliveries, but nothing too crazy just now. I'm going to let Apple consolidate a little bit more. SPY's about to break its pre-market highs right there. ES potentially coming in. This is what I'm talking about here. But yeah, overnight session highs potentially coming in here at 62.70. What do you got going on?
No, like Robinhood is absolutely looking like it's having like a seizure or something. Robinhood right now breaks through 100, comes back in, goes back to, like, look at this. It's breaking 30, 40, 50 cents per time right there. So again, we only took half a unit on this because of this kind of action. I've never seen Robinhood move like this. I mean, I've seen it move like this, but not the quotes, the way they're moving right now. So here we go, man. It's Robinhood trying to go up higher and higher and higher right now. Let's go, man. We got a couple outs. Our only outs are at 20 cents. A 20-cent mark. So actually we have one at 15 cents, one at 20 cents. I have another small piece there at 20, and then we're gonna let it go, man. We just wanna make sure that we make a little bit of profit on this as we start to go back there to the upside on Robinhood. My stop is a break of 98, 99. You know, we've come back in, tested those levels a little bit. We've held it now for a little bit. Let's go. Here we go, man. We're on one again right now. I told you we were, but there it goes. Nice move to the upside. And by the way, guys, Big Bear AI, Sharif, $7.60. I learned all my small cap trading from Sharif. So right there goes Sharif. There goes Sharif. Come on, Sharif. There it goes, man. But there it is. Nice move on big. No, I'm sure, Sharif. I watch you holding some of those trades. Good trade on that one. So we got to give credit where credit's due. There it goes, man. It's Big Bear AI. Let's go, man. The bear is in the building. For those of you that, maybe I'm giving out too much excitement, I apologize. But your boy is excited today. And you know why else, Obi? Look what Amazon's doing. Amazon is at the high of the day right now as well. So let me flip over to Amazon and see. Maybe not the high. Yes, it is at the high of the day. So there goes Amazon. And again, we talked about why we liked Amazon long. We talked about why we like Big Bear AI long. We talked about why we like Robinhood long. Everything's in the building right now. There goes Robinhood. And the funny thing is, man, this coffee is still half full. Oh boy. So like this is just all pure excitement, adrenaline, energy. It's our first day live. So no, just we're now live again. I think we've been I don't know how many shows. That would actually be kind of cool to find that out. How many streamed hours do we have? I'm sure that's easy to find out. But I wonder if, thank you to everybody. Let me know. Okay, here. Put in the chats if you're having a good time. How about that? Put some ones in here. I love the Katina man. I mean, some people there. What's up, Shadow Rap? Take a chill pill. Yeah, I mean, I'm just getting excited for everybody on here. I mean, Obi's going to be the chill one for sure. But it looks like the chat is going off right now, man. People are liking the excitement. Remember, look at all these ones, man. I mean, thank you so much, man. Bless up to everybody that's watching. This is what it is. I get excited because you know why? Like, I'm trading bigger size. I'm trading for the family. I'm doing everything here. I'm making these calls. They're working out, getting emotional, and this is just what I do. And we're really excited to have everybody here. And the thing is like some people talk about trading and some people trade. Like, I'm here to put my hand up. I'm here to trade. We're here to put some money down, and this is what's happening right now. So I appreciate all the love in the chat, man. And for me, it's just not gonna stop. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara right now. Robinhood 50 cents, BBAI 50 cents, Amazon 50 cents. This is what we're doing, and we're doing it live every single day. What's up, Adara?
The NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are both green on the day, but one of them a little bit stronger than the other. That would be the NASDAQ. And I'm going to talk both about why I think the NASDAQ is stronger today and what's dragging down the S&P 500, because there is one really notable sector. But let's start here with this NASDAQ strength. 4 of the Mag 7 here really strong on the day. NVIDIA, Apple, Google, and of course TSLA pushing higher here, even after a bit of a pullback on those delivery and production numbers. Now, in case you missed it, delivery numbers actually weaker than expected, but production beating estimates. A lot of these other sectors, guys, are going to be really mixed. Even the tech sectors, Adobe down about 4%. They were downgraded this morning. Intel down about 5%. We have news that new CEO Lip-Bu Tan might be changing some of its strategy with regards to its 18A. Then we've got finance, incredibly mixed. Consumer services, pretty red. For the most part, health technology mixed, consumer non-durables mixed. The names that are strong on this sector are likely strong because we had Donald Trump announcing that he made a trade deal with Vietnam. More details to follow. Utilities red, communications red, industrial services red. But now I want to get to the sector that I think is dragging down the S&P 500, and it is undoubtedly health services. Every name in the sector pretty much is bright red, and it's all led by a massive move to the downside. We are talking almost 40%. For CNC, Centene with its worst performance on the day since 2006, basically here cutting their guidance or getting rid of their guidance for fiscal 2025. Back to you.
Thank you very much there. So yeah, I just pulled up GPT, and that question that you were asking. I mean, it's still thinking about it. It's like it's taking the first streaming dates. It's doing some calculations. All right, there we go. It thought for 2 minutes and 23 seconds, which is a pretty decent amount of time there, I'd say, when it comes to GPT. And let's see, well, the number derived, the total number. Let's just get the total number, dude. The answer, roughly between 1,310 to 1,315 market days that Trader TV Live has been streaming for, apparently. So I don't know how accurate that is, but it sounds about right.
1,000 days?
1,310 to 1,315, so plus minus 5 days.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
Because you think there's 250 trading days in a year, so I put us at 4 or 5 years. Yeah, that's probably right. I'm not sure, Fabian, does it show on YouTube like what our very first stream day was? Don't dig too deep. Don't dig too deep. I just wasn't sure how granular whatever YouTube gets in all of that. Okay, so
April 15th, 2020. If that's what it's reading it as.
April
15th, 2020.
That's probably right.
We have to confirm if that's the right date. But
April.
Yeah, I trust my GPT.
Right, April. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Fabian said we used to internally stream and stuff like that as well.
That was before.
So, but that might be right, man. 2020, April 15th or so. So thanks, Obi. That's a great thing to talk about. So. Yeah, right at the beginning of COVID, basically. Yeah, that's right. All right, so it's 10:42 right now. Let's do a review. So we have something really cool that we do here on the show. I want to thank Fabian for building this. I mean, we have honestly our team. Like, sure, I'm trading. You know, yeah. Obi's trading. We're trading, but it's everybody that's behind the scenes that makes this thing happen. I just sitting here. This is what I'm basically love to do. So I'm sitting here doing what I love to do. But we have a great team. So this is what's won today. Look what trades I'm in. Big Bear AI and Robinhood. Those are two trades that I'm in right now. Those are the top trades there as well so far today. Tesla. I'm just trying to see if there's anything on here that maybe we haven't really run through. We haven't really talked too much about Palantir, CYN, or Reddit. Maybe Circle. A few mentions there as well. So also with the chat. So we just want to thank everybody. And this is the voting game that has been running. This submission number is off because I was screwing it up earlier. Oh, it might be good now. Okay, so it's good now. But it was, Fabian told me something, and if I hit a certain button, it just lights the screen up. So I was getting a little carried away with that. What else is new? But thank you to everybody for all of this, man. And this is what the midday show, it sort of stemmed from them. I mean, they were running all of that. I was like, hey, man, that's pretty cool. Give it to me. Then I screwed it up, but now we know how to do it. So it's ready to go, man. That's really cool. And on the midday, it's not that it's slower. Sharif reads the news and stuff like that. There's different segments. So I feel like for me, it's a little easier to run through that scanner instead of always looking at the chat. So I really like that. And I do see right here that this is, who's your toddler trading partner? So I'm going to go with baby. I'm going to go with, I mean, I can't go with myself. I'm going to go, yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with Obi because he's right. I mean, I should have gone with Neil. Oh, look at that, man. Thank you so much to everybody. 56%, man. I really like that. If we can get it set up again, can we watch that again? There is an amazing short that's out right now. I want to thank Ramin to all that. You can go, oh, this is, I don't know where, here, it's right here. It's up on my, oh, by the way, shout out to High Park Baseball. This is me right here. These are all the girls. This is, me sort of coaching up. We had a great day on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We took time off to be here. And here's all the girls listening to me talking about Big Bear AI. And they're just like, they're kind of like, dude, you know.
They were like, we should have invested 2 years ago.
Yeah, they're like, man, we know about Palantir, but what do you got for us on Big Bear? No. But anyways, there it is. So here it is. It's on here right now. Squabble up, 15 responses, 67 likes, man. I'm not going to play it because it's not going to work. But okay, here we go. Is that the beginning? I don't know. I think you might have to rewind it to. Maybe it's the beginning, maybe it's not.
Nice to the cockroaches.
And not wear an Apple Watch on your wrist when you're.
Look at this guy's
fashionista.
watches.
That's forbidden. Do you really want to go to hell because you happen to have your Apple Watch?
hell?
Do
There's
not
my
do
Apple
that. Only when you're working out it's permitted.
The going to hell might be a little harsh on that one.
You lose your soul and you go to hell.
I'd like to say thank you to Kevin O'Leary, but
No.
All
you
I
might
want
win.
to do with you guys is crush you like the cockroaches you are. That's
What?
Oh.
I like Neil's part in that. The only, and I said this to all of our friends in our high school chat. Like we still have a high school. I mean, I'm only 5 years out of high school, but we still have a high school chat.
I still got one of those. So, you know.
Yeah, so we have that high school chat going, and they're like, all that Neil was saying was whoa, 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 whoa. But yeah, that was pretty funny. And there we had a great time with that one. Thank you, Ramin, for posting that up. Meanwhile, we just got hit. So let's hit a fail on that one. As we're having a lot of good times here and good friends, good times, good everything, BBAI is still ripping, and Amazon is tanking. By tanking, I mean made that move down and breaks it. So there is apparently some news. I don't know if I don't hear anybody calling for it, but I just heard Adara say that. So let's go over to Adara for some news.
Yeah, Lululemon, as you could see here, went from very strong to actually breaking a new low of day. Let's talk about it. There's a Truth Social post, as you can tell, pretty long from Donald Trump. He teased his Vietnam trade deal earlier. Now he actually announces the terms, saying that I guess he spoke to Vietnam Secretary of the Communist Party, and there's going to be a deal of cooperation between the countries. Vietnam is going to pay the U.S. a 20% tariff on any and all goods sent into the territory and a 40% tariff on any transshipping. And then Vietnam will be giving the U.S. total access to their markets in exchange. So Vietnam paying a 20% tariff and a 40% tariff, depending, and then Vietnam giving the U.S. total access to their markets. So basically, that means that the U.S. will be able to sell their products into Vietnam at with a zero tariff. And I guess here, according to Trump, it's his opinion that the SUV, or the large engine vehicle, will be an excellent addition to Vietnam. So I guess he's excited about the car opportunities here. Maybe keep an eye on some vehicle stocks. But either way, the market does not seem to really enjoy this tariff deal struck between the U.S. and Vietnam. Back to you.
I'm going to try to go long again on Amazon. Okay, look at Big Bear AI right now. I'm not even, like, we are over the moon right now in what's going on. Like, I think I'm going to get out of another 10% right here at $8. This is a double up. This is a 100% winner right now on Big Bear AI. So, I mean, and this is only in a week. We've made 100% on this trade in about a week and a half. We've been in it for longer, man. I told you, we bought right here at 5. And I don't know, part of being honest is me showing you all the trades here and talking about what I'm honestly doing in my portfolio as well. So it's not financial advice. There's $5, we bought 5, we bought 4, we bought 3, giving me an average price of right here. There it goes. We talked about our first exit at 6, so we did that around 6.85. And now we're trying to get some out, well, we will when the show is over, around 8. And then we'll watch out for the biggest of the bears in the AI space. It's Big Bear AI. All right, just a quick little talk about Amazon, then I'm gonna throw it back to my guy over here. 219.50 just held, so I'm going to use that. I'm not going to average back into this until we get to 219.75. So if you want to come back down, fine. I'm not going to play that game though. Homie, don't play that. We're not going to play that right now with Amazon. If you want to go up, fine. We're in the name. We'll take it back up to the upside. But you did stop us out on that, so yeah, not really a friend of mine today, Amazon. But so far so good there. Yeah, I do have some Nikes on right now, so I don't know what's going on with Nike, but she just brought out.
Slammed back down.
Yeah, so I think it's just a lot of hype there on that Vietnam deal. Then I wonder what that deal is, right? And so as we learn more about it, yeah, so he's talking about it right now. So Adara's going to have that for us. Remember, we only have, well, right now, why don't we wait? It's Money Talks. Are you ready for Money Talks? Okay, so let's do that. So let's go over to Adara. It's Money Talks and probably more news on everything.
Yeah, in case you missed it, I actually talked about the Vietnam terms in my last throw a couple minutes ago, but I'll go over them again. So basically, I think what people do not seem to like about this deal is that Vietnam is going to be paying the U.S. a 20% tariff on all goods, but then a 40% tariff on any transshipping. That seems to be the aspect of the deal that people have issues with based on what I'm seeing on X. However, in exchange, the Vietnam will be giving U.S. total access to its markets. Trump seems to be very excited mostly about that portion of the deal. But yeah, just to recap, I did mention that earlier, but 40% tariff on any transshipping for Vietnam into the U.S. Let's talk about the DXY, which looks a bit flat top breakish on this 3-minute chart. The reason I'm going to the 3-minute is to explain this drop that we had here at 8:15 a.m. That's when we got ADP employment change. And as I mentioned earlier a couple times now, it was well weaker than we were expecting. We were expecting it to print about 30,000 or 33,000. So we got negative. We were expecting positive 99,000. We got negative 33,000. So much weaker than expected here for ADP employment change. The U.S. dollar, though, at least on a short term, looking pretty bullish. And on the daily chart, this could be a bit of a reversal as well. We still have lower highs, lower lows, but we get a pseudo bottoming tail candle yesterday. Now today, trying to engulf a lot of the action from yesterday and maybe even from Monday. So could this be the time the dollar bounces? Let's see how it interacts with that previous, support here at 97.50. Will it turn to resistance? Time will tell. Back to you.
Right. Time will tell.
Boy, this market is ripping to the upside, man. It just look at that, fresh highs on Nasdaq, and we kind of talked about this. The ES was a little bit lagging behind with respect to some of its overnight session highs there, and then kind of climbing right back in. Oh boy, I'm seeing wipes of green into the ask there on Apple. And it looks like it's poised for a little bit of a high a day test. That's coming in here. 213.5 was it? Let's see what that specific high on the day was. 213.34. So a nice little consolidation still happening in and around Apple as the markets start to rage to the upside here. But yeah, some of these stocks are not as strong. Sure, Tesla's making its way back up. Google, we talked about Google, Apple, and NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is the one that is pretty aggressive to the upside as well, and Apple's starting to take in step of that as well. So let's take a quick look at both of those. Oh boy, that was Lulu. Damn, what a reversion on that one there. I was thinking about this. I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to really revert this. It's an intraday news because it started. I was watching it in and around here, and I was watching Deck as well, and I was like, oh wow, that's pretty wild as well on something that doesn't normally get this kind of action. Here all the way 109.06 is full-on reversion, 100% reversion back down. So spoofy news? I don't know, but definitely giving it a little bit back here on the day. So NVIDIA was the one that I was talking about, pretty strong. Look at this.
Oh boy, Webull.
Really extended off of that VWAP here, 157 halves. Look at this, nice little pullback. Doesn't even quite get to VWAP here, 154. Oh boy. What's going on? Someone's got a new position on, or?
No, man. We have Webull. Webull's a name that we again in our own PA there took this name, and we took this name long at $11. Webull working out nicely right now, up another 4% as we. Oh, our Robinhood came out. I don't know what's Robinhood at right now. So that breaks through 99. This is actually going to be a flat trade now on Robinhood. We're able to take some out there at 60s and 70s, and then dropped back through 99. So actually a little down on the stock today, Robinhood, but flat as far as a P&L, but red as a P&L, but flat as far as any damage really done on this. And that's because we were able to get out. It looks like we get out once again at the very bottom right there for that one. But you know what? Like, this is the thing. This is, to me, what trading's all about. You're going to be right. You're going to be wrong. That's fine. You know, as long as you can justify the trades that you're in. And, you know, it's like what I tell the kids, like, you know, they're going to make bad decisions, but like, why did you make them? You know, how can we improve and so on and so forth, right? I ain't improving anything. This is a great move downside there for AMD. What we could have noticed was that it was consistently holding this 200 period moving average, but we did notice that. I mean, this is why we're getting out like crazy. And as it's going back up, we're getting out. We're actually getting more out right here as it's dumping back down in. So, you know, the fact that it blows through that top and we get stopped out there, fine. Like that's fine for me, because look what happens afterwards. So again, we could have a whole bunch of talking heads on the show telling you how to trade, what's going on, but this is live, actual trading, right? I'm not putting out videos after the fact of what's going on. This is what we're doing live. We're doing it live, Obi. We talk about that all day. You know, this is not saying, well, you know, this is a coil up thing that's about to break, like pay for this indicator and you'll be rich. That's not what trading is about, man. Those are the scams that are out there. This is real trading, man, hence the name. I'm trading at a firm called Real Trading. These are real trades that are happening for you. This is strategies that we're talking about every single day. And honestly, when AMD breaks like this, we got to get out of there, right? This is no competition that we're running. This is called life. You can take it off me, man. Put it back on the charts. I don't need my face on this screen. This is just like, what we're talking about is this is Big Bear AI. This is not like, oh, on a retracement, do this. Like, there's going to be traders that are going to say, wow, there was a dip buy on VWAP. There's a dip. You know, we took this break on a level that we had given right there. You know, so when that break happens, we're in it. And when it works, this is what happens. And like right now, I'm only in, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, we got out 20% left of Big Bear AI. We're out of 80%. And look, we noticed it stopping up here, 780. So there's the move up. Here's the sort of top. And we got out 10% more twice, 20% more out right there because, you know, and I just think that that's like, I don't know, I'm, you know, trying to be as, you know, humble and everything as we are here. And I'll tell you when we're red, we'll tell you when we're green. And it's just like, I just want us to all, you know, continue to watch the stream, get better, you know, continue with the great questions there in the chat. And on that note, Obi, what the hell's for lunch?
Oh boy. I was gonna hit the bang because you just dropped some wisdom there. So, you know.
Appreciate that, Obi.
Preach.
Thank you, Obi. I really like having Obi by my side. We do have Neil coming back, of course, who, I mean, the guy's been, you just said 1,000 shows or whatever it was.
It was like, so if
I'm comfortable.
it was in 2020, that date, it would have been 1,300 shows.
All right, here we go. Right now, Thursday, July the 3rd is tomorrow. Today is Wednesday, July the 2nd. So you want to know what's for lunch today? Okay, not too bad. We had some Chipotle, maple Chipotle sausage from Farm Boy.
Okay.
No, that's what I had the other night. Joseph's like,
He's like,
no way.
From Farm Boy?
Joseph's like, from Farm Boy? I love Farm Boy. Farm Boy is like a Canadian version of like a Whole Foods, basically. I love going there. Their meat section is great. And it's actually really reasonably priced, man. It's not like, you know, like we have places like No Frills and all those kind of discount places, which are fine too. But I prefer Farm Boy, but it doesn't matter anyways. Let's move on that. Today's What's for Lunch? And we just talked about chicken. It's Chipotle glazed chicken.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, so it kind of matches with some of the chicken dinner winners today. But yeah, it's okay. So Chipotle glazed chicken with crispy potato wedges, charred Brussels sprouts. We've been having that a lot lately, and red peppers, and of course a chef's choice salad. Ladies and gentlemen, would it be barbecued or not? I actually have today, that's what's for lunch. Oh boy. We were patient with Amazon, and oh boy, this Amazon trade is turning out to be a good one. As we just bought that dip, we said we were going to buy the dip. Our out was $219.50. We got luckily not out of that one. For the first time in a few years, I used to clean the barbecue myself.
Okay. Not anymore?
That's a nightmare. It's fun to do, but cleaning a barbecue with just everything involved there, it's messy.
It's pretty tough, yeah.
It's messy. So yesterday, my daughter, and I should have tweeted out a picture. She was there. She was making the burgers by hand yesterday. Really super awesome and everything. And then, of course, we went out there for the barbecue. We had a great time. Just too many flare-ups for my liking right there. So I went in. We got a guy coming today, opened up the Jiffy app, which should be a sponsor of the show, and went into there. Got a guy coming right now to clean the barbecue. It's this weekend. We're up north and everything, and I just wanted to get that over with. You know, a couple $100, get that done professionally. Honestly, I think it's going to make a huge difference in the quality of the cook. I normally clean it myself, and it says I like.
You know what I found? I clean mine as well quite often, and I was like, so growing up, my dad would always ask me like, go clean the barbecue for dinner or whatever, and I would not like that task. And me being the lazy person that I am, I'm just like, how can I make this as easy as possible? Because I do.
So you used AI or?
No, I didn't use AI, but I was like, I looked into. So what I found is like the cleaning products make the biggest difference. Right?
Yes.
So I was like,
Okay.
so eventually, what I settled on was not industrial grade, but commercial grade, like restaurant cleaner,
like
which is which absolutely melts everything off, and you just need a quick 1-2 spray. Sure, a little bit of elbow grease, but you know, but yeah, no, the products make the biggest difference when it comes to cleaning and detailing anything. But yeah, no.
So we're long Amazon. We're almost out of BBAI. Want to run over anything before we go over? We've already switched.
I got this CNC, which finally seems like these sellers might be done for now. Again, aggressive selling all the way down. How much is this down on the day now? Let's pull this number in. 39% currently to the downside on CNC. So let's see if we can kind of, you know, CNC a move back to the upside.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you know CNC Music Factory?
No, I'm talking about like the CNC, like custom manufacturing machines.
I'm talking about CNC Music Factory because it's gonna make you move.
Hey, okay, all right. I see.
All right, Obi.
Oh boy.
Let's go. Big show time. All right, thank you so much, Obi. We had a banger of a show right there. We are now positive on Amazon as that starts to rip up. Big Bear Eye has been good. We've got a lot of energy coming to the guys from my left right now, so let's go over there right now. It's a midday show. It's Sharif and Joe. Me and this guy back at 2 p.m. Peace.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. And I'm already degenning into SONN. So let's get right down to it. Right at the $0.25, a little bit less. This one is on the warpath to the high side. It's up over 90%. I'm going to get to the roll call in 1 second, guys. But we're just got to manage this position. I've got several dollar cost averages here at technical levels that I like. The first one, 205, and then a one below that $2 area into the volume weighted average price. So I'm looking for the breakout right now on SONN. We're just a little bit below that 100% mark. This one was a very wide range per candle one to start. You can see it retraces as quickly as it makes its way up, hence why I've put those dollar cost average levels at technical levels. So let's see what we can get here, if we can get some more shareage to the high side here on the dips. So that's what I'm going to be looking at right now, guys. We're in SONN. There's small cap gappers are moving today. It's not the best day for them, but we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Joseph, sorry.
Yes,
Good morning.
What's up, brother?
How are you, man?
I'm all right, man. I'm doing okay. Yeah, honestly, not too much going on for me. I just got into my first position here on the day. I had a lot going on this morning, as I was telling Sharif. So when I rolled into the office, I'm like, I'm not prepared. We're going to be patient and wait until we get into that trading mindset. And now I believe we're starting to settle into that realm that you need to get in. Katina Man, I come into the office, Katina Man's like, yeah, dude, boom, boom, boom. He's on one today. He's having a good time. It's summertime. It's a beautiful day in the city of Toronto. What do we got going on? We are short this market. But if it continues to squeeze, and I'm talking about some names being slightly laggard right now. We got Microsoft looking like it wants to climb towards the high of the day. Amazon might break out, and I'm short the market. I tell you guys time and time again, you don't want to be fighting against the big boys. But with the likes of NVDA possibly overextended from the volume weighted average price, and we know we have a massive call wall right at that 160 strike price, I'm going to be looking for that rejection of that key level. And I think if it decides to sell, that we're going to get that move here in the TQQs. But that's all I got going on right now. I'll tell you guys what happened to me this morning, because I think it's kind of comical. But Sharif, what do you got going on?
Sir, all right, we're still in SONN here, guys. So I'm keeping my eye, as you know, I'm employing a new tactic, which is looking at the micro pullbacks on the 5-second chart on my top screen. I wish I could share it with you guys down here, but there's just not enough real estate on the screen. Maybe we'll play around with that. So right now, what I'm looking for is the holding of higher highs and higher lows. We have a local area low at 23 pennies. I'm not going to add there. I've already, committed to the areas that I want to add at. It's at 205 and then a little bit below 195. That 195 one might have to move because that one was shadowing the volume weighted average price. Now, what I'm cognizant on here on SONN is the wide range per candle. What do I mean by that? That means that each candle relative to the price has very wide range, very high range and a very low range. So what does that mean for me? Well, that means that it retraces after it makes bigger moves. So how can I use that to my advantage if I'm bullish on the name? If I think even though it has wide ranges per candle, how do I use that information to my advantage? Well, it's by having these dip traits set up at key technical levels. So the area, the first one I have is at 205. Now that I observe it a bit more, there is support at around 207, 210. So I might have to move that beak wetter up. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait there at around, let's just split the difference and say 209. I may cancel that 205 order. So let's see what this one does. It's putting in a bottoming tail candle that's turning into a hammer candle at the moment, back into that $0.25. I've taken out a little bit more than half the position. So we're still holding a little bit over here at the $0.25, and we just found support at a previous area at around 213. So I'm going to show you what I'm looking at there. So this is the 5-second chart right now on SONN, and you can see we found support at right at the same area we found support before. However, we have a lower high. So if we get that nice pop into that $0.25 and then we make a lower low, I need to be on the lookout. Now, that doesn't end the matter. This is not like a 5-minute chart or a 50-minute chart. This is a 5-second chart. So you can't chart it in the same way you would a 50 or a 5 or a 10 or a 15. But the whole point of it is to be able to identify where the buyers and where the sellers are on the level 2 locally. Like, again, all this information is available on the level 2, but it's transient, right? It shows up 1 second, then it's gone the next. Whereas when you have it on the 5-second chart or the 10 or whatever smaller time frame off which you want to chart, it stays there so you can refer back to it later. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now, Joseph. We're involved in SONN. This is up 80%. I really want to be able to focus on this one. There are others that I want to get to in a second. PRME, METC, BKKT, there, and obviously Big Bear AI. Shout out to the Katina man. So that's what we're going to be talking about. But as soon as we've concluded this trade, hopefully successfully, Joseph, we'll go over the side chart and what it's included there on the day, my man.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. So let's see what we got going on. And this is what I'm talking about. We got the likes of, congratulations to Katina man, putting on another banger. Amazon cracking through those highs. NVIDIA continuing to climb. I'm in, from swing standpoint, I bought some Google last night at 208. Bang, that's working out for us. We sold some Google the other day, not too long ago. We're in that one nicely. So yeah, a lot going on for us. Intraday, we're out of this short here on the overall market. I talked to you guys about not wanting to get squeezed out. That's why you just abide by your stops and get out when you're supposed to. Now, guess what? If I see any form of indecision around these neck of the woods, I get back in, and then sure enough, my risk to reward is drastically better. And I'm starting to see some of those prints that I like to see displayed and printed on the market here. So I'm going to be patient. Tesla's starting to climb higher, and some of the big names are breaking through resistance zones, so you want to keep an eye out on it and then not necessarily go against what these big boys are doing. Oh, Jesus. All right.
You want me to take over?
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
I got it. Sorry, I got something
absolutely.
important. I
No
got
problem.
right
No problem.
here. Yeah,
of course. All right, guys, let's have a look here. Here we go. Back into 35. There's the bang. We get the print there. Now let's see if we can get one at 39. We're still having a lot of trouble with that high 30s area. It seems like 35 and 36 are where the selling is coming, excuse me, I can speak English.
Hello?
I swear 37s, that's what I'm seeing now. We're still putting in higher highs and higher lows. Here we go, 38, there's 38, there's 39, boom! We take out the levels. Now we're still waiting at 45. We still got shares on here. Let's go ahead and set up in the high 40s. There it is, baby, boom, into that level. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, clear that level. Seller at 44, big boy seller at 44. Can we shake them? We can't shake them. 45s, 46s, there's the print. Now we're waiting at 49. Can we clear 49? So now we're over 100%. We're 102%. Having trouble though with that $0.50. Disappointed I didn't get my ad. but that's the way it goes. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Here comes to the high side again. I'm looking for a decisive clearing of that $0.50. If we can get a decisive clearing, then we'll add into the position at the highs. I don't mind because we don't have that many shares left, and every single out has been profitable here. So we don't mind adding into strength if it is warranted. But what I'm seeing is a very thickly traded stock here in the mid-40s in the same way that it was in the mid-30s. So this has me wondering, you know, who's trying to short this one? And there it is again. We take it out at the $0.50, baby. Now we've only got one out left, so let's let this one run. We're going to wait in the mid-60s here for a pop, and then we can possibly add. Let's keep an eye out on this one. SONN is on the warpath to the high side. Nary a red candle here, so let's keep an eye out on this one. Again, I can't really focus on any of the other ones because we need to keep an eye on this one, but I promise you guys there are other small cap gappers at good technical levels that we'll get to momentarily. Here we go. What's the high of the day? It's 59. It is now 60. We're waiting a little bit higher. Can we get the fill? 63. Here we go. 64 is coming up, Katina man. Can we? Boo. All right, we don't get the fill, so we'll have to pack our patience there. Maybe we'll get it on the next attempt. Back into 61 or so we go. So I don't mind this. Let's see where we could add. So again, you know, really getting extended away from the 10 exponential on the 5. And that is currently now showing me 211s. And I do have an order to go long there, but it will have to be a substantial sell-off for me to get printed. And there is the topping tail candle that we were waiting for. This one has wide range, so let it come down now. That's all right with me. I don't mind it coming down. We only have one more out. This is the area that I want to see so that we can add into the position since we're almost exhausting our shares here. So we got to wait for a good technical area. What I really want to see, though, on this 5-minute candle is the holding of higher lows. So we're getting an inverse hammer candle now, a topping tail to be expected. Did this actually go? It did cross. Yeah, it crossed into 65. I was waiting at 64, so it looks like there was an area of illiquidity there because I should have been filled. So the high of the day is 65. I was waiting at 64s, but that's all right. We won't get too upset about that. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now, guys. We're going to give Joseph some time to weasel his way back on to the show. He's taking an important call. We also have Joseph's friend coming on today from Austin, Texas, to give us a real good insight as to how the EV rollout, the AV, autonomous vehicle rollout is going in Austin there. So coming back down into the 30s, here we go, looking for that good add spot. Now, again, whether or not it comes back into technical resistance at 205, 206 is anybody's guess right now. But if it does hold this current candle low, then we're going to add into the position, which I don't mind doing. Let's see if we can get something here. Let's keep an eye out on the 5-second chart. So are we making any higher lows here? Above 245 would be a higher high, but we're still in the mid-30s. That means we have been putting in 3 lower highs. This is what I'm looking at the 5, guys. There's a topping tail into 65. We have trouble with 45, and now we're putting another lower high at 35. So that's kind of what I'm observing there on the 5-second chart. This gives me basically the same information. I hate to be a broken record, but it gives me basically the same information that we get on the level 2. So we'll try to add into that position there. It's not giving us the add, it's just getting away. Let it dip a little bit. I can chase it, but I don't really want to. Back into the mid-40s it goes. This one may get away from me here unless it dips down for a quick add. Buyer here at 43s. There we go. We should be getting the fill now. There we go. So we did get the fill with a cost basis now of 37. That's fine. So let's go ahead and set up at 45, and then we'll set up just below that 50 penny area and then above the 50 penny area. There it is again. We get the print to the high side. Let's see now if we can get that 49 print. Adding to a winning position is something that I have not been good at in the past, full disclosure, so we're looking to improve. And usually with that means that we're going to make mistakes along the way. So I do apologize if you were following the trade and I've added at a bad area. We're going to have to find out soon here whether that was bad or not. Seller at 45, can't shake them, coming right back down. My orders stay the same in the same area at around 210. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Coming a little bit back down now. Let's let this one cook. I don't want to take my eyes off it, obviously, because, well, it's tough to manage these fast ones here. So let's keep an eye out on this one. Back into the 40s we go. What are we doing here? So we seem to have some support in the low 30s, and that's kind of made clear to me on the 5, so I just want to show you what we're looking at here, the 5-second chart with that 230 support area, and then essentially the high 40s is where we're meeting resistance on the 5, and that was to be expected because we did have problems with that 47, 46 area again, and here we go right back into 46, 47. Let's see if we can cross that $0.50. We're certainly having a lot of trouble, Joseph, with that $0.50 on SONN.
All right, sorry about that, man. I'm back here. Just had to take an important phone call. Am I even locked into everything I need to be? We'll figure it out momentarily. But one thing that really matters is that the market is starting to come back in. So yeah, let's look. I would have liked to get in up here, but of course we had to take an important phone call, which I guess is very much needed. But yeah, so we're going to be patient. We're going to wait for specific levels. And I mentioned that some of the big names are starting to break out. So I think the short in the market, you need to wait until you get that precise entry that you are looking for. This is exactly, thank you to that camera. Now I can have this in my ear and start to settle in a little bit here, Sharif. All right, Tesla continuing to climb. Google continuing to climb. Microsoft hanging out right now, but we are holding those resistance zones on the Amazon. So there you go. Katina Man has been long this from these lows. What was prior resistance is now currently acting as support. That Vietnam news may be good for Amazon here, so you can get a sympathy play. I know they were looking at Lululemon as well, so that's going to be a big one, and I'm curious to see if we're still rocking to the upside here, Sharif, in Lululemon. Oh, no, we gave a lot of that move back here, unfortunately, but a nice indecision print. Not the volume not necessarily following it, but man, wow, Lululemon taking a big-time nosedive off of these. Yeah, from 423 all the way down to 245. That's a 42% haircut, Sharif. And I'm talking about the athleisure wear, man. It comes and goes. One day you're hot, the next day you're not. But exactly, that's how it is. That's how it is sometimes, guys. Hood short at 99. Shop all right, brother. I mean, to each
I'm
their
seeing
own.
a lot of new brands at the gym too that I don't even know.
Which ones?
I don't even know what they're called. I just see random names, mostly on women.
I think a lot of people are just they're just like, so their friend will make a brand, they'll wear it, and they're just having
that's
quality.
a good point.
And I'm pretty sure Lululemon is suing Costco as well too.
What?
Yeah, Lululemon is suing Costco for selling identical clothing. So there you go.
Let me guess, they went to their supplier in Vietnam.
And just probably changed the name.
There you go.
And that's it. That's what Costco does, just front running. So a good look there from Costco. And I mean, Lululemon isn't the cheapest stuff, but some good quality stuff coming out of Lulu. So if there's anything specific you guys want to look at, then we'll do so. Still just gathering all my thoughts and everything that we got going on. I just got that in my ear, Sharif. I don't know if you did.
I didn't get anything.
Okay, so 141. This size at 160 is growing. We're now at 141,000 current open contracts. I can't take that phone call. So I'm going to be patient. Let's see if we reject this specific level. And if we do so, then I think there will be a good short back into VWAP. But right now, I'm being patient. I won't be shorting this market, especially with Google on the up move, Sharif. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a big-time game of patience today, considering the moves that we've seen earlier. The Tesla deliveries, it gave back the majority of that move, but now slowly starting to recover, putting an indecision print right at the volume-weighted average price. That would have been a really, really nice trade. So would you be able to look at INTC? Yes, I can. Give me 1 second here. We didn't want to do that. We'll pull up INTC for you momentarily. Are we continuing to climb in this name? We don't know. But let's figure it out. Oh, a big-time dive. And that's what I'm talking about. I know Katina Man and Neil would probably agree with me on this one. This thing has been dead money for an extended period of time. I think you need some solid earnings reports to come out, and then you can start to see this name recover if those reports are good. But until then, I would just completely be avoiding this stock, especially if you're looking for it to appreciate. That's not the case on what it's doing right now. You can see from all the way back of August of last year, we've just traded within this couple of dollar range on INTC. So we have to keep an eye out on this one. Wait for those earnings reports. Hopefully you get some positive news. But right now, INTC is not a name I would not be looking to own. So that's what we got going on.
Yeah, we're going to get to that on the news, Joseph, because it's a really interesting story what's happening there and the tactical decisions the new CEO is taking, Lip Bhutan. that things that he's kind of throwing out that Patty G was doing and the new projects that he kind of wants to bring to the fore. And I don't mind it too much. He seems to really want to, or his ambitions, you can feel from his decision making, is to really catch up to TSMC. And so we'll just talk a little bit about it right now. So they've been pursuing, Joey, this thing called the 18A technology. And essentially it's very equivalent to what we would call in TSMC's 3 nanometer. But what's the point of having 3 nanometer technology when that's 2022 technology and has been mass produced by TSMC since 2022? And so what he wants to do is he wants to do this 14A business, and that's akin to the 2 nanometer technology. That's the highest of the top technology right now being mass produced. So I do like his ambition, whether or not he's going to be able to he's successful and he's able to kind of see that turnaround strategy. Obviously, time will tell, as Adair always says, but yeah, I do like what I'm seeing from him and crew so far, you know. And the Katina man has been quite honest about it. It's been dead money for a hot minute.
Absolutely, but and things aren't going to turn around on a dime either, right? You're not going to get that V-shaped reversal.
No, sir.
It's going to take some time, right? Especially because brand damage as well too. We've been talking a lot about that. But
someone else had brand damage today.
Well, yeah, it wasn't. I don't know about that.
We'll get to that one in a minute. They're already talking about it in the chat. They're already talking about Diddy.
Yeah, all the way out of there. So
unreal.
Yeah, unreal. It is what it is.
Catches a whooping on camera,
and then she
catches a whooping on camera, and he walks.
How much cash? She got like 14 million.
Joseph, it doesn't matter. That's a civil suit, bro. I mean, she can't catch a whooping like that. Like,
and then
you know what I mean? Like, I don't get that. I don't get that whole thing. All right, guys, we're doing it freaking live, man. Punched in back at the $quarter here, scalping all the way up into 40s. This one is having trouble though with that 40 penny area. The 5-second chart looks super convoluted. And let me show you guys, no discernible trend. In fact, it kind of feels like maybe this one is losing a little bit of the bid because we've been putting in lower highs for a while. But again, this is the 5-second chart, so let's not get too crazy over here. So what I'm keeping my eye on is a decisive break of that $0.50. That's been you know, taking a long time to manifest. So whether or not we get that, we'll continue to watch. We got shares on again, as I did add again into that $0.25 with another planned dollar cost average into 210. That 210 area is not random. It is because that's where the volume weighted average price is working there. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. The great show. Hey, brother, former lawyer over here, criminal lawyer for almost 10 years. So I know exactly how criminal law works. Thank you for your little amateur comment in the chat there. Make sure to hit the like button on the way out. So we'll keep an eye out on that. So let's make sure we're looking at that $0.25 there to hold, because that's where I'm involved in, guys. I don't know where Joseph went again, but he's gone. So I guess we're just going to have to pack our patience. No, you good, Ope? Yeah, no, you're good, brother. You're good. You already did a few hours. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. So right now, still involved in SONN on the way up, but it's a 3-candle setup on the way down. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to flatten out right now, break even. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually set up at the volume weighted average price for a dip. And we're going to put a good amount of shares at 211 to front run that side, or the volume weighted average price that's currently on my chart at 209. So positive on this one, really happy with how it traded, but disappointed that we weren't able to get that decisive breakout through 250. And in fact, the high of the day is 265, but it spent all of 2 seconds there. So what I'm talking about right now is SONN, but there are other ones. PRME, looking at this one over here, taking out highs into 332. So keep your eye on that one. This one is breaking out as well. ALT is another one I'm keeping my eye out on. Beautiful dip into that 4 3/4, and right up it goes into about 490s. BKKT, another one we're looking at over here. This one is just yelling flat top break. BKKT at the day's high at 850. And then you also have BBAI. That one for me is a buy at the volume weighted average price. And the last but not least, METC into 1227, one that's been very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So those are the ones that I'm looking at right there. PRME taking out highs. There it goes into 333s. Fantastic look there. This is another one that's been insanely respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5. And, you know, to me, that just yells, hey, buy me off the 10 EMA. But we know that that's not going to be around forever. So keeping my eye on this one. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm short the market once again, guys. We have a little bit better of an entry price. As you can see, NVDA is starting to pull back. I think that has a lot to do with the open interest at that specific strike price. But one thing to note is that Google is continuously climbing here. So you're getting that push and pull effect in the overall market, guys. So yeah, we got to be patient on this one to see if it is going to work out. And I have no issues with getting out once again. If it does crack this, then that's only what it is. So before I gave it 50 cents, now we're only giving it around 30 cents. And if it starts to work out, we start to pick up momentum and steam, and you see the volume really start to increase, then we can add into this position and make it substantially larger as well too. But this entry is larger than what we had put on here, and then now we're looking for that move, that retracement all the way back to VWAP to see if that can come into play. Because in my opinion, I do believe that the market is slightly overextended, but what doesn't really matter what I think. Let's see if we can get this slow curl over. Okay, perfect. I got that email. So yeah, a lot going on this morning. A hectic morning, and even leading up to what we got coming here shortly as well too at 12:30, Sharif. So yeah, interesting stuff, and gonna be a good day, I think. Short day tomorrow. Only a couple hours we're gonna be on, but other than that, let's see what it is. So let's see what everyone else is looking at in the chat here, guys. EMA is key. NVDA mean reversion with tight stop in the money a little bit. Nice Gaurav. I'm sure you're off of this candle right here. I think that's a good play. Nice inverted at an extreme high. You can see that throughout the whole session we have a couple pullbacks, but they're not that deep, and we don't even test the volume weighted average price. So I mean, that could come into play, and I love that call wall at 160. I think that is going to be an important factor, and if this stock does decide to climb lower. But one thing that is not working out relatively well for me, but I'm long it in the swing account, so we'll take it. But as long as Google continues to climb intraday, it's going to continuously drag the market up with it. And then if you see NVDA start to get a pullback within this secondary trend that we're experiencing, then it's going to drag the market up even higher. So we're going to keep an eye out on these guys. And again, I'm curious in the chat if you guys started doing that. Like if you're trading the TQs or the SQs, whatever it may be, are you focusing on the Mag 7 or some of those top 10 market cap names? Because I think that's really important. If you're trying to short and all of them are climbing higher, good luck. If you're trying to go long and all of them are selling, once again, good luck, because they carry so much weight that they're not necessarily, they move the TQs as well too. So there's heavy correlation between both of them. So, and that's why I have no issues of getting out when I'm supposed to, especially if the other names are continuously climbing higher there.
All right, guys, back in here at the $0.25, a little bit higher than the $0.25, already scalping into the high 30s. But this has become a consolidation trade here on the 5, and that displeases me because we're not in here to trade a range. We're in here to trade for a possible breakout now. We are getting a bull flag on the 5-minute chart with kind of the breakout area, I want to say around 10:55. Starting there at about $1.80 with the high there, 265. And then I perceive us to be doing the consolidation part of the bull flag. We'll see if that's accurate or whether I'm just seeing what I want to see over here. So we're back in way smaller size at this level over here because it's not the level that I had earmarked at 210. So I didn't want to give back too much. So we were initially larger position, larger position, larger position. This one's much smaller, the one that we're currently involved in. But I really want to try to get in to some other names, ALT, MTEC. They're all looking awfully good at this level, but I just haven't been able to kind of have enough time away from SONN in order to set that up because this one's been kind of on the rampage to the high side. Let's load up. I've got Big Bear AI here that just put in an ugly topping tail candle that is not really an invitation to enter at the moment. Let's look at PRME. What is this on the NQ? There it is. Yeah, so we're into that $0.25 after making a new area high. I'm going to enter here at the $0.25, and I'm going to add. I don't mind adding into this position all the way basically into the volume weighted average price at around 315. So we're in at the $0.25. That gives me a lot of room off which to work. So let's go ahead and throw another order there at 315. So that's exactly what I'm going to do there. It's already pulling back in a little bit, which is fine. Let's go ahead and set up at 31s for a 30 break. Back to SONN, finally coming in a little bit. There you go. That's my man that's so one of the, I forget this guy's name. He gave me his name this morning. Bro, I'm really bad with names now. But anyway, our friend Russell's got a couple of assistants today, so he's not doing it all on his own. And that wall is coming down, guys. That's where the conference room was, behind that wall right there. Yeah, he's coming down right now, Ram. Yeah, well, you know, it's okay. So now I'm going to explain to you guys a bit of an issue that we had here on the floor. See those copper pipes on the left side of the screen? Those are actually the building's water pipes that we had to like go through the board, and it was a whole issue in order to actually get the board to relocate those pipes, because they got to come down, right? Because that whole wall is coming down. So that was a whole thing that your friend Randy had to take care of. Shout out to Randy, who did quite well on that. So very excited that this is all going down there, Joseph.
Yeah. What a hectic morning, man, for me.
You good?
Yeah. I'm okay. Yeah. Just absolutely just chaotic. Sorry, I don't like taking those phone calls. I had to take them.
Obviously, brother.
So, anyways, I'll tell the story here. Oh, sorry, we're going to Adair. We're going to go to Adair. We'll get back and we'll talk about Joe's morning.
Good job, Ram.
Here's TSLA. So I'm just seeing this circulate on X now. Tesla suspending production of its humanoid robots and modifies their design. I was seeing this actually reported. I looked this up as early as 4 hours ago. This was reported, so this isn't really new. But TSLA dropping as this report circulates, suggesting that Tesla is suspending the production of its humanoid robots Optimus and modifying their design. Back to you.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, so this short is really starting to work out. Let's see if this pullback is going to be deep and not too deep, sorry. If we hold this specific level and slowly start to curl around, I think that's going to be a good ad opportunity. All right, no, it's not that deep. There's just so much going on. And so anyways, I go and drop my vehicle off for inspection this morning.
Joe.
Drop it. So there's a Superior Auto. There's two of them literally a block away. I go to one. I'm like, this one doesn't look open. Let me go to the other one, drop it there. The lady's like, yeah, Joe, you're at the wrong one. I'm like, well, I'm already on the train into the office. Just look at the car for me. And then now she sent me a quote for $1,500. So I'm like, okay,
what?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Exactly.
Why is it always $1,000 or $1,500?
It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter.
Just round up to the next 1,000, baby.
Exactly. So now she's been calling me saying, Joe, it's not the right email. I'm like, it is the right email. Try it again. And then sure enough, okay, we got that sorted out. But add salt to the wound there, Sharif. I've been calling my coverage guy.
For the warranty?
And he's not answering the phone.
Fantastic.
Now that we got a $1,500 bill, guess who doesn't want to fork it up? So we got to deal with that guy, or I might be knocking on somebody's door. But anyways.
I wouldn't want this guy knocking on my door, bro.
So anyways, that's been my morning. And we also got a hot interview coming up at 12:30 with my good friend Bobby Godsey of Austin Energy. And we're going to be talking about Tesla and what they got going on with the EV space in Austin, because we do know that it is the front lines of what's going on with autonomy and some EVs. So we have a poll in the chat. Okay. So how's the poll going? We got 1,100 votes right now. How are you playing the rest of the day? Sticking with the morning winners, cashing out, put that poll up there and see how everybody is doing on the day. But that's what we got going on. We're short the queues. NVDA continue to sell. Way to go, Gorev. Google, I want you to appreciate, but from an intraday standpoint, start to pull back for me. And you can see right here, guys, we are rejecting this specific level. So I think this is going to be a good ad opportunity.
All right, guys, I'm into Big Bear AI. Where's my Big Bear AI chart? Here we go. This one did topping tail. Right at, look at that candle, 1125. It opened, it literally has a high there of 741, 761 high, 741 low, topping tails, drops all the way down, literally has no body. But look at the subsequent candle. Higher low, not necessarily a higher high yet, so we haven't cleared that 761 level, but I like what I see here, so I'm punching into Big Bear AI. Let's see how this one does. The Baird one did have support here at 40 pennies, give or take, okay? It did find some support there on a 2-candle basis, and the current candle, as I mentioned, has a higher low. Get it, Katina, man. The Baird one. I don't know, Katia, but sometimes it just come out randomly like that. You know how it is. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Big Bear AI. We're long Big Bear AI, so let's keep an eye out on that. Also, PRME. Now, here's the deal. We're in on PMRE at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. But as you can see here on the screen, we've got that dollar cost average for the volume weighted average price retracement. So we're going to keep an eye on that. There goes Big Bear into 59 pennies, having trouble with that 59 penny area. Big boy seller there, not posting on any of the gateways. And now we're showing 60s. So we got 60s. There it is. 60 got cleared. Now we're at 61. 62, that is, excuse me. So Big Bear AI putting a higher low on the current candle, now a higher high. Can we get that curling effect possibly into that high of the day? You know what I'm talking about, that 785. Showing 63s. Good strength right now on Big Bear AI. Back now to SONN. Keeping my eye on this one. So 235 again. Having a lot of issues with that 235 level. Super bizarre. I'm looking at the 5-second chart on the top screen, and you can see multiple rejections off 235, and there it is again. So here we go. Boom, we take it out. Let's see if we can cross that 40 area. Now we're putting in higher highs and higher lows, Joseph. Keeping my eye on all three of these trades. What do you got?
Ooh, let's go. Yeah, we're still cooking up here. I think this is going to be an add opportunity. Why not, right? Just because we'll do it there. So we'll add a little bit into this position as we're holding through some of these key levels. But I'm keeping my eye on Microsoft and some of the big names. Meta still chopping around here. Tesla putting in this nice indecision print right at VWAP, but starting to come in a little bit as well here too. So there we go. Some of the big names continuing to climb. I think at some point, if we do crack this, so guys, now we're talking risk management. I've added to this position. I don't have the privilege of having that 30-cent stop. My stop is now tightened. As soon as we breach the top end of this range, I have to hop out of this trade. And I will wait for another opportunity to get back in, but I don't want to take too many stabs at shorting this market, but considering how strong it is. You don't want to continuously try to milk a stone, especially if the opportunity isn't presenting itself and the market is telling you otherwise. And right now, the market is telling us that we are going to continue this slow grind and climb higher. And if breadth is starting to widen, then watch out. The Qs will most definitely continue to climb. I want to take a look at the market from a daily perspective here and see what we got going on. And at what point are we going to get that kind of that 2.5 to 5% pullback? I have no idea. But now we're around like 40% off of those Liberation Day lows, 36 1/3 to be exact there, guys, all right? So that's a big time move without seeing any form of significant pullback. So we were in that bear trend. So we went from the previous all-time high right around this neck of the woods. All the way to these lows, 25%. 25%, and then now, Sharif, we're up 36% off of those lows.
That's crazy.
Some big-time stuff happening in this market. A lot of cash on the sidelines as well, too. As my guy Tom Lee was referencing it, the most hated V reversal of all time.
Oh, yeah. Those are fighting words.
Those are tough words.
So as you can see, this is me over here, guys. You'll see that. There I am. Cecino, can we zoom out a little bit just to give them the lay of the land? There we go. There's Ram doing hard work as she always is. There behind her is, oh, that's, I don't know his name, Russell's assistant. All right. And so you can kind of get a lay of the land there on Studio A. Check out the latest stories on Trader TV live account. Ram reposted my story. I gave a little behind the scenes tour there of the studio. Guys, we're really pumped about this. I can't tell you how pumped we are. Obviously, all of us show up to work every day, busting our ass for the show, and it feels really nice to have that validation when, you know, the owner throws back the money into the business, really, to expand it. And I don't know how you feel about this, but I'm super pumped about this whole thing.
I mean, I'm pretty pumped. Yeah. You've been here significantly longer than I have, Sharif, so I can see why it's, I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything to me, but I think it's going to be absolutely wicked that the group of us get to work together.
Absolutely,
and that's what I think is really exciting for me. Joseph. And everything that's going on here is just an absolute privilege to be a part of all of this. And I'm more than thankful to be a part of this team. And I just try to contribute as much as I possibly can here with certain things. But yeah, it's an honor and it's a privilege. I mentioned to Sharif the other day, imagine we got to do this all day, every day. And the chances are we do. So fantastic stuff, big time things going going on. And I'm really curious to see what the future brings, especially with all four of us together. I'm sure at times it's going to get chaotic, but chaos is what the people love and the people want. You got people putting trades on. You got Sharif trading these small caps. You got Katina Man trading the large caps, and every other thing. You got me short the market that's starting to work out right now, and then we get too hyped. Someone needs to calm us down, and then we're like, no, it's summertime. We don't care what you guys think. We're here to have fun, and we're here to have fun with you guys. And there's Katina Man putting that smile on. Let's go TQs.
Fabian, you have anything to say? Oh, okay.
This is the quad screen. So I'm curious. So if we're going quad screen and I'm like, bam, I got a face slapper on. Katina's got a face slapper on. Sharif's got a face slapper on. Oh.
We're halted to the high side, my man, on SONN, Joseph. This one is the gift that keeps on giving. It is now up 135%. Keep your eye out on SONN. This is what the 5-second chart looks like, guys. How many times did we see support at this level right here? So it's a beautiful way. I hate to keep saying it again, but if you're trading these small cap gappers, especially when they're on the breakout, when like this one is doing right now, it really does help to be able to see where the resistance is, where the support is. At least for me, it makes me feel a lot more comfortable punching in at these levels if I can visually see it. So SONN to the high side, going crazy. We're also taking prints on my friend Big Bear AI. We got a few prints here. Here we go, Joseph. We're waiting at 69s. There's a seller at 67. It's a large amount of shares there that's not really being taken off the level 2. There we go. 68s now showing. Okay, back down to 67s. So we'll keep tabs on that. And then PRME. We're doing that live as well. Cover it, Joey.
No, I'm just saying, for you. I'm trying to hype you up there, brother. But we're still working out. This is what I'm talking about, guys. We have now those lower highs. It's exactly what I told you guys. We're doing it live. As things were happening, I'm like, this is the game plan. I mentioned this yesterday. Plan the trade, trade the plan. It's that simple. It's truly not that simple. Easier said than done, but you'll be much better off if you're like, hey, I have this idea. You write it down, you plan it out, and then you put those orders out to execute. I'll say it one more time. Plan the trade, trade the plan. It's almost that simple. We did that in the likes of Google with our swing trade, NVDA with their swing trade. We didn't get exactly what we wanted with Apple, but I'm like, let me get my my feet dirty here at least and get in some shares, and that's exactly what we did last night at 208. We climb up to 213, and I mentioned that 220 may be in the works, but there is some open interest. With that being said, we're going to pull up the options changes we usually do on AAPL, and this is what I'm keeping my eye on. I said this multiple days ago as well. It's not going to take much for this thing to really get humming. And sure enough, we get that Anthropic. We get that Scale AI. If things go south. But the way I'm looking at it there, Sharif, is that a plan B? And sometimes you don't necessarily want a plan B when you're all in on something. But unfortunately, Siri's hot garbage, and they need to get that sorted out. But there it is, 210.
Yes, I love it.
40,
get amped up, Joey.
40,000 current open contracts. I'm telling you right now, if that is lifted by next Monday to 215 or 220, watch out for those specific price targets. And you best be taking advantage of that. I'm going to say it one more time before I send it off to you.
You best be taken.
No. Plan the trade, trade the plan. And that's it. Done.
Bang, I love it. The energy's live today, guys. We're absolutely loving it over here. Obviously, it is a holiday shortened week. Don't forget, tomorrow is a half day. And we're going to be on for an hour and a half tomorrow, Joseph, myself. So we'll do the midday show a little bit longer than we typically do. But we're going to be trading these small cap gappers.
No, 10 to 10. We're on 2 hours.
2 hours. Excuse me. My mistake.
10 to lunchtime.
10 to lunchtime. My mistake there, Joey.
Yeah.
I apologize about that. So we're going to be on tomorrow. We're doing it live. Let's talk about SONN, though. We got to talk about this one. So great question by somebody in the chat. I forget who it is, but thank you for your question. Won't it lose momentum now that it's halted? Asked the individual in the chat. Well, that's a great question. And the answer is yes and no. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. How can we tell what's happening during the halt? Well, over here on stocks that trade on the NASDAQ, you will be able to see the theoretical auction price during the halt. And you're going to see that over here, TAP, T-A-P, theoretical auction price, showing me $3. Well, where did we halt? We halted at 285. So what's happening during the halt is the exchange is pairing buy and sell orders that are coming in during the halt. And if there's an imbalance one way or the other, more buy orders and sell orders, you'll have a higher theoretical auction price than the halt price. If you have more sell orders than buy orders after the pairing and there's an excess of sell orders, you'll have a theoretical auction price lower than the halt price. Right now we're showing 302s, 301 now down to 3. So we still have a 15 penny imbalance. That means if all is according to plan, so to speak, we will open up at $3. That doesn't mean there won't be volatility at the open. Oftentimes, what you'll see this one do is zig and zag up, down, and then, choose a direction off which it wants to go. So right now, we halted at 11:38.45. So this will likely be a 10-minute halt. Let me open up my atomic clock here. So it is 11:44.22. This one will be a 10-minute halt. We have passed the 5-minute mark on this one. So let's keep an eye on SONN. Likely will open up the earliest currently it can open up is 11:48.45. So you add 10 minutes onto that last entry there on the time and sales. So let's keep an eye on that. Big Bear AI, we're still keeping an eye on that one. I've only got one beak wetter left. Now, look, this one is putting in a lower high. So the high of the day, 785. That other area couldn't clear 770. So that's a bit of a problem. So we'll keep an eye here on Big Bear AI. Now, if this one comes into VWAP, I'd be a lot more interested in picking this up on VWAP. 732, 733, give or take, something like that. Now, if it holds a 10 exponential moving average, which it's currently doing, we're gonna get in more on this one. In fact, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get in more here, and then we're gonna basically move up the stop to prior bar low, which takes me to about 751. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna wait at 7. Yeah, we'll go like that, and then we'll go just like this. So that's what we're doing here on the Baird one. Oh wow, right up we go again. Let's set up more orders into the 60s. So that's what we're doing now. Keep an eye out on that one. Last but not least here, Joey, before we send it back to you, PRME. Issues with this one. The volume is drying up. That doesn't bode well for a long. Okay, we need volume to keep the higher highs and the higher lows going. So PRME, although it is above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, the volume is significantly dropping off here. That is a warning sign. Be on the lookout now. I'm going to be on the lookout. I'm going to move up my stop to break even, Joseph.
Good look there, guys. All right, Microsoft starting to come back in. That's Lululemon. What do I have that? Garbage up there. Hey, we're gonna pull
get
up
it, Lulu.
I heard that one. Get it, Lulu. Okay, so some of the big names are starting to crawl back in here, guys. So come back in. NVDA is bouncing off of some levels, but the price action seems relatively weak. So we got a big time battle between the Bears and the Bulls right now, I think. So you can see that Microsoft and Apple look like they kind of want to break down, but then we have the likes of Google and Nvidia who are starting to climb back. So yeah, it's really tough when you're shorting this market because you have to keep your eye on so many things, opposed to just one specific underlying asset. All right, Webull, Thomas, I will talk about this for you because this thing is still going higher and higher. Wow, what a low of $12. Wow, I did not, this thing was like 60, 70 bucks at the high, 80 bucks to be exact, roughly. Jeez. And then sure enough, we're trading at like 12, 13. So that is not a good look, but yeah, Webull putting in a big time day. I can pull this up on my chart for you guys, BULL. Are you long that thing, Katina Man, or what?
He's long at 11 bucks.
Oh, okay. Intraday?
Jeez.
Intraday here today? Oh, PA? Okay. So there you go. He's got a nice swing alert.
Mitch.
Swing alert on that one there. So yeah, Webull 8% on the day and continuing to climb higher. Way to call that one out, Thomas. I like that trade. Excuse me. It's a big time move.
The Katina Man is $2 in the money on Amazon, guys. Keep your eye on Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon's looking really good. That's one that we're going to have to pull up as well, too. CCL is what I want to touch on here momentarily before I send it back to you, Sharif, because this thing has been climbing higher as well. And I'm like, wow, CCL, who would have thought this at this point? CCL continuously putting in some monster sessions and up almost 3% on the day. 2 and a third there, 2/3 to be exact, or 3/4 we'll call it. closer to that. So that's exactly what I was looking for. Sometimes the brain's just moving too fast and you can't think of the next word that you want to say, but it happens. So 2.8% on CCL, another monstrous day coming out of some of these cruise lines. We've seen RCL doing relatively, putting in all-time highs as well. And there you go, you got CCL continuing the climb.
Why are they doing it live, though?
It's debatable. It's debatable. Well, I had to think about it, right? I want to say, they're doing it live, but then we're also not trading it live. But,
Fair.
But we totally can trade it live.
Guys, we're 10 seconds away, give or take 5 seconds now from the open. Let's go back here, possible open. If this is going to be a 10-minute halt, there it is. We are now open on SONN. It's above $3, 311 high. Keep your eye out on that 3 level. That could be a good support level here. The halt level, by the way, is 286. So keep your eye on that 286. It already tested 286. It already tested it. So here we go. SONN dipping below 3. Here we go. Right back down into 286. Keeping my eye out on that. I'm trying to think of whether I should be punching in here or not. I can get in here and then give it to basically 286. Right back down though. So I'm just trying to keep my eye on whether it's going to hold 3 and whether it's going to hold that 286 level as well. So 2 different levels that we're looking at here. It's basically straddling 3 with no very clear direction as to where it's going to go. The reason I say that 286, 285 level is because that's the halt level. So I've mentioned this before. These are intraday areas of support and resistance on these small cap gappers. Here we go, punching back into the highs. Do we get that move? What do we do? What do we do? All right, back into 3 here again. Joseph, below 3. Let's punch. So we're going to go ahead here. Take it over for a sec.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I got to pull up another chart here. Come on, let's go market. We could squeeze here on the day, though, guys. I think at some point we will come back into the volume-weighted average price. You just have to be patient enough in order to do so. Considering it's taking so long for us to have this climb down, I would not be surprised if you see some form of liquidity grab. It establishes a new high, and then it curls over after that. So that's why it's key to just stick to your stops, get out when you're supposed to, and leave enough ammunition in the magazine so you can continuously take those trades. Did you just hit that?
The Katina man hit it.
Katina hit it. I thought you were hitting it over there on what you got going on. So you're in 3 names, Sharif. I'm short the overall market, but it looks like that this is a bullish day as my guy Katina man has been absolutely killing it. Adara, what do you got for us?
I have an interesting little story here. On, I guess, the ongoing animosity that is being experienced towards Fed Chair Powell. And as I often like to do, there's a little visual. This man right here, his name is William Pulte, or Bill Pulte. I think he tends to go by Bill. But he just announced that, and in case you guys don't know who he is, he's actually the leader of the Federal Housing and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac group. So he's the chairman of that group, and he just announced that they're looking, or he's asking Congress to investigate Fed Chair Jerome Powell for, quote, his political bias and his deceptive Senate testimony, which is enough to be removed for cause. Jerome Powell's $2.5 billion building renovation scandal stinks to high heaven, and he lied when asked about the specifics before Congress. This is nothing short of malfeasance and is worthy of for cause. So now it looks like they're trying to foul fire Jerome Powell with only about 10 months left in his term. Pretty wild here. Let's see what happens. But it is worth noting William Pulte has previously spoken. He's been very outspoken about not being a fan of Jerome Powell and saying that he should leave or resign. So interesting look here for Fed Chair Jerome Powell. More hits being taken for this man. Back to you.
Good work there, Shaggy. I'm glad that you did that. But yeah, for Bull, I have other things, right? Bull is just not on. Not on my watch list. But I'm glad that you did that. So we'll just say what he's done. Shaggy 937. Joe, I tried to advise you selling $10 puts on Bull. I appreciate that one. $10 because that's where it would like to have bought it. Sold at 50 cents. Bought those back at $1. So congratulations. Hopefully you bought multiple contracts and locked in some of that premium. But by all means, you don't even want to own the stock, so you just buy back those contracts. Nice work there, and I'm glad that that's working out for you, because it's always nice when you can just collect a little premium, some passive income, have that in the account, and just continuously do so. So yeah, really good look. We're starting to climb higher. Google, pull back in. Let's go. Amazon, have you topped? I don't know, but a nice indecision print on the 5-minute. But when it broke out, I know Katina Man was short around here, so we got a couple dollars off of this, but now we're starting to print an inverted. So let's see if we get that move back towards VWAP. If Amazon, Google, and Microsoft continue this selling, I think that we have a good chance of getting into VWAP on the TQs. At what point are we overextended in this overall market being up 36.5% off of Liberation Days? I don't know. As Obi would like to say, just listen to what the price is telling you. And is it telling me to short right now? Not necessarily. Am I front running? Yes, to the individual who had asked me, how could you short this market? It's easy as punching a couple keys. If you want to get smart, then we'll get smart. You hit a couple buttons, and then sure enough, you're short. And if you do the inverse, you're long. So there it is. I'm short the market. Yeah. Yeah, last time I checked, no?
Usually I'm the one getting fired up.
Yeah.
I love it when you're getting fired up. It doesn't make me look like I'm the one always.
Dude, I got so much going on right now. It's actually chaotic. My brain is just spinning, and it's just a zero tolerance day from your joke. I got a rotten headache. This is going on behind me. We're having a good time. I'm going for a run after this, best believe. And who knows, I'm I'm trying.
I love it, bro.
You not hear me essentially yelling right now?
Assassino's trolling you, bro. He knows exactly what's going on.
You know what I mean?
Assassino,
well,
man,
I'm over here yelling. Assassino's in my ear to pour more salt in when he said, we got to speak up, Joe. I don't know how much louder your boy can get. Otherwise, I'm going to get in that angry voice, and you don't necessarily want to see that. But we got some things going on. Let's go, Amazon. The chat's loving it. And that's all I got to say right now. We're short. Let's get that breakdown. We crack 82 on the TQs, then that's going to be a key support level that's now broken. And I think we get an additional leg lower to the short side. As you see right now, we are forming those lower highs. So that's something positive that we can mark down in our books. And if it decides to crack it, then we might have to get out of this trade because you might get that additional leg higher.
All right, guys, taking prints here on SONN, but it's coming back down. So I've kind of bought the 10 exponential pullback. Let's see if it wants to pop off that 10 EMA or whether it breaks back down. It's been an interesting one, this one. So keeping my eye on this one. It does seem to have a little bit of support here at around 65. Where are we long now? We're 79, excuse me, long. So we're out of the money currently, but it's still above the 10 EMA. I do like this area also for this hold around this price action previous area of resistance. So SONN, I can't believe how many fills we've had on this one. This has been crazy here on SONN, but it is having trouble now with that $0.75 level. Let's see if it can pop back up and take out some level in the 80s. Big Bear still, where are we? Break even on that one, not really doing a whole lot there. As well as PRME, that's likely going to stop out in a very, very short time as that's lost the 10 EMA on the 5. So what I'm trying to focus on right now is SONN. We got shares on this one, so let's keep an eye out there. It's having a lot of trouble taking out 80s now. That is not good because 80s was a previous area of resistance, and this is what I want to show you on the 5. Look at that, 80, rejection, or bounce, bounce. 3 times it bounced there, and then it moves up, and it can't clear 80. That is probably an invitation for me to get the hell out of there, and that's why I just got stopped out of SONN. So keep your eye out on that one. I'm going to be looking for that 2.25 now, where there is the volume weighted average price. So I'm not going to get into this one until and if it comes back into that 2.25 SONN on the rampage right now. We just went negatory on it, but that's okay. We'll look to get back break even on this one. I can't believe how many outs we have for profit, and now we're negative on it. That's because you take big share size, and when it goes against you, you get hit. So I'm going to keep the attitude up, and we'll keep focusing on this one at the right levels. Now, that $2.50 area on SONN is important as well because we've seen how this one had multiple resistance areas, and that's why we were taking prints there. So if it does hold up at 2.5, that could be an interesting area as well. Here we are at that 2.5. We don't have to wait too long to find out whether or not this is going to be a good area of support. Now, I'm looking here to see where the exact area of buying is, and it's a little bit below 2.5, actually. It's like high 40s, give or take. So, you know, let's see what we get there on this one. Quickly, I want to go to PRME because I want to stop out of this one. because this one is losing the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Full disclosure, we don't really have a whole lot of size on PRME, so I don't mind giving this a little bit more room. In fact, that's kind of what I planned for with that dollar cost average there. So we'll keep tabs, excuse me, on that one, Joseph.
Perfect stuff. Yeah, thanks everyone in the chat. I know you guys are loving this. I know a lot of people are saying Bitcoin 170. I don't know where you guys are seeing that. That's not the case. I think we're roughly around 108 now. So that's going to be key. Let's pull up the Bitcoin itself from a different chart here so we can see, have we cracked that trend line? If so, then I think there's going to be a good opportunity for a trade. And one thing when you're swing trading, and I'm finding out myself, is like you don't want to spread yourself too thin because you want to have the ability to punch heavy on high quality and high momentum setups, so high conviction setups, I should say, sorry. So there it is. We're now knocking on 109 once again. If we open up above this, I think that's going to be a fantastic opportunity to grab some, and then you can take that additional leg higher. And like I've talked about this multiple times here, guys, is that I'm surprised that even though we are from, I guess that's Liberation Day lows as well too, we're up 45% in Bitcoin. But the one thing that's been frustrating for me about this underlying is that, look, we go here, this is shortly after, I think IBIT IPO'd somewhere around these neck of the woods, February or whatever. But then you go in this 8-month consolidation, you get this nice little move. You go into another multi-month consolidation, you pull back about half of that move there, and then you get 45% move, and then now you're in another multi-month consolidation. So it's like, okay, what's going on here? Like, let's break up. Everybody's buying this stuff hand over fist. And someone in the chat mentioned this to me the other day as well, which I think is a valid point, is that the market makers are just trying to liquidate all the over-leveraged individuals, chopping them around, people that don't have those diamond Deontay Wilder hands. They just get shook out. So with that being said, we sit on top of 109, 110, then I think that's the move that we get to 1.25 there, Sharif. So yeah, let's go Bitcoin, another 45% move. I would love to see like a $250,000. Like, at what point are all the naysayers going to be like, all right, we were wrong at this thing? Does it have to be $500,000, $1 million? I don't really know. Whatever you're going to be happy with, I guess. But at some point, I think we do see a $250,000. Tom Lee, my guy, says a quarter, 2.5, so 250,000 by the end of 2026, which is very, very interesting. So at least, I think that's his base case, bullish case. You can see 350 something or anything along those lines. So yeah, it's been 107 for a while. You sit on top of this range. You can see these lower highs. But once you crack that trend line, sit on top and watch for that move higher, guys.
All right, guys. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going right there.
All right. Oh, it's happening now.
Yeah, we'll start here by thanking our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Because Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, Sharif. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and even start trading your way to real payouts and maybe a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million, and they've earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account and scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com. That's top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. So this is the S&P 500. Nice little, I guess, glide towards the upside here for the SPY, though we're already pretty close to taking out the low of this most recent 15-minute candle, up about 0.25% of the day. NASDAQ, bit of a smoother path, but we're much more removed from our day's highs on the NASDAQ than we are on the S&P 500. So a little bit of distinct differences coming through for some of these indices. Here's Lululemon. This one is breaking just a little bit below VWAP. Lots of volatility in these retailers, including Lululemon, Deckers, and Nike. Basically, we did have Donald Trump announce a trade agreement with Vietnam. This initial tweet posted, or sorry, Truth Social post, sent the market to the upside. Then we got some clarification about a 40% tariff on transshipped goods, and that led to a little bit of a drop back to the downside. Speaking of drops to the downside, CNC is still near days lows. Centene sending a lot of weakness as well in other health insurance names like UNH after rescinding its 2025 guidance. So lots to look at today, that is for sure. No Neil, no lesson of the day, but we'll send you back to those Bash Brothers.
Thank you for that, Adara. Ram.
Where are you? I sent you something.
There's beef. Your title there.
Yeah.
Displeasing Joe.
Well, it's not. Everybody in the chat's kind of mentioned it.
Right. No, the 170,000
Yeah,
thing. He wants
170.
$250,000, Ram.
No.
Oh,
what
my
it
bad.
is, it hits 107K. We're at 107, not 170,000.
You see what he's saying?
Yeah. So
She's giving you a look, isn't she? Because I'm
well,
looking at the
I'm just
screen
letting,
over here. I don't know
I'm
what's
just
going
letting
on.
you know whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not. You're not in. Obviously, you're not getting in any trouble. But I mean, 170K, we'll take it. I will most definitely take it. Yeah, 107. And I said 107. You literally asked me, you're like, what's crypto at? I'm like 107,000. And then sure enough, we got 170,000. Save it now. We're gonna save that image because when it does hit 170,000, we're gonna have a watch party there, Sharif. All right.
All right, man.
Go ahead. Sorry, one thing before you send it back. All right. So now you can see we're continuously rejecting this level. That's a positive sign. At what point is Google going to be overextended as it's starting to come back in here as well, too, guys? Keep an eye out on this stuff. We cracked through that 82, as I mentioned earlier before, then I think we have the ability to get to VWAP there, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're back in SONN here, looking for that $0.50 hold back up to 62 as we go. All right, we take a quick print there. Let's see if we can continue moving up here. Nice breakout on the 5-second chart, but, you know, obviously it is the 5-second chart, so let's not put too much stock into that. 62 seller here, and can't shake them. There was a seller at 55 we couldn't shake. Now there's a seller at 62 we can't shake. It rejects. We are unable to clear that level. In fact, I was waiting at 63. Kind of funny there. It's back up to 62 we go, and we reject again. So I'm keeping my eye on the 5-second chart. We've taken out some key levels there, but we don't have any parabolic kind of price movement to the high side like we did earlier on. Now there's that 62 seller again. We can't shake them. We show 63 momentarily, but we're not getting the print at 63. There we go, right back up into 63 again. Can't pass that level. Interesting. So I think the trend may be possibly on my side here. Kind of hard to tell. We are putting in higher highs and higher lows, but there it goes right back down again into the mid-50s. So SONN feels like the best trade is a little bit behind this one. So we'll extract some profits to the high side, but coming right back down into my entry again. I'm keeping an eye on Big Bear AI as well as PRME. Both those ones we're involved in with much smaller size. Therefore, I can kind of just pack my patience on this one. Keeping my eye on SONN. Still holding at $0.50. Hasn't made a new candle to make a new low. Now the current volume weighted average price, 228. So this candle closed with a lower high, but with a higher low technically. I'm talking about the 5-minute candle. Back to the volume weighted average price, it'll have to dip down into about that $0.25 area. So zigging and zagging at that 50-penny area. I don't want to DCA into the volume weighted average price. I'd rather just get stopped out and then add into the volume weighted average price if it holds. I don't like this look at the current candle, so I'm looking to possibly get out here, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. All right, yeah, Bitcoin 109,000. We started to trade into 62, so that's big here. I think the all-time high in IBIT is only around 64. The market is really squeezing, and this thing is climbing with velocity. So yeah, let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint here, guys. So what is that all-time high there on IBIT? Around $64. So this is some big-time moves that we're experiencing. That's going to put us around 112 and 113 on spot itself. So keep that in mind. A big-time move. This is exactly what we want to see. And then come tomorrow, we sit on top of that trend line. Look to take advantage of that potential breakout as you are pushing through that top end of that range as well here right now, guys. So keep that in mind. Be patient. If you want to front run, just understand that it could be possibly be a fake break. I'm not saying that it is. Don't take it for that's exactly what I'm saying, but just be cautious on what's happened. We've seen it multiple times, but you can see that we have a nice hammer candle below some key support levels, and then now we're getting that bounce. You hold that downtrend, then you're going to be looking for a good bounce play in IBIT. And then, yeah, again, I think the next move is 130, 125. I think that's the kind of steam that it has. And again, that would be about roughly a 20 to 30% move from where we're currently trading at. And also with my TQ short, you can see that we're currently struggling to break through these certain levels. Apple does seem like it wants to break some support. But then when you have the likes of Microsoft starting to climb higher, and then Meta doesn't know what it wants to do, it wants to go left, right, up, or down, it has no idea. So it's kind of just stuck in limbo there, guys. And Google still hovering around those highs. So keep that in mind. Until Google starts to sell, and I think the market is really following what Google's up to today, unless you get that VWAP retracement back to Google, you might get a squeeze, and I might get squeezed out of this trade. So I'm going to be cautious on what's going on here. And especially if NVDA decides that it wants to head towards that high of the day. Sorry for just continuously talking about the MAG, but this is what we want to cover, some of the largest floats out there, and I'm short the overall market. So if this goes to the high of the day, I will be out of my TQs trade far before then, because that means that the overall market will have put in a new high of the day as well too there, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're still defending here the volume weighted average price on SONN, but this is make or break time. If it loses VWAP, that's going to have to be the end of the trade. There won't be any more DCAs below that. So I moved my stop down to give it a little bit below VWAP so that I don't get stop hunted. So we'll see if that ends up being the case or not. We're going to throw in now all our orders and come what may. So let's layer the possible pops on this one. So if it does catch a bid, we do get some prints. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out. And I feel like this trade will not go my way here, even though VWAP has been support, at least initially on the way up over here. You can see exactly what it did throughout the day. The last time or the first time you clearly saw VWAP support was at 10.55. Then you saw it again at 11.30, and here we are back into the volume weighted average price, but not really moving up with any aggression. I did add into this BBAI long over here, so we're long 55s, and we got shares on this one, so let's take out some more here. On BBAI, seeing a lot of bottoming tail candles into 7.5, which makes me feel that, you know, that there is a buyer of note at that $0.50. So I did punch in a larger position into this one. So let's go ahead and wait over here as well. So we'll layer some orders on the big bared one and see if we can get a nice spike up. Wow. Where are we long here? I'm 54s showing me 57s. Not bad, but not great either. And then last but not least, PRME, neither really out of the money nor in the money that much. We're showing 25s. I'm long 27s. I didn't add anything around here because it didn't really come into the volume weighted average price. It seems to have found support, ironically enough, at the 20 exponential. Now, what I'm going to be waiting for to see if it can clear the 10 EMA on a closing basis, which would be, you know, above 27 or 28s, something like that. And if it does do that, then I'm going to punch in back onto this one. Now, this one's not really a fast mover, PRME, so you can take more time to make the decisions on this one, or so my observation has been. PRME up 19, almost 0.5%, not quite there yet. Big Bear AI still showing me bottoming tail candles, so there is a buyer at 7.5, but there's also an equally strong seller, it seems like, here in the high 50s, maybe low 60s, so we can't really shake that seller, or can't, at least for the moment. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Big Bear AI, PRME. I don't mind adding, again, like I said, to PRME at this level. In fact, we don't even have that much size, so we're going to go ahead and add here, Joseph. Oh, that's not what we want to do. We don't want to do that. Right, there we go. So we will add into this position over here on the way up, which doesn't give me the best price, but I'm okay with that. And then we'll set up. No, that's not what we want to do, Joseph. All right, there we go. I'll keep hitting that move up. There we go. So we'll layer the orders there and see if we can catch anything nicely to the high side here on PRME. Oh my goodness. Keep screwing that up, brother. All right, I'm gonna let that one run. If it pops up, then I can deal with it at the time. Vaughn Clark, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Can we take a look at Ford? Absolutely. Do you want to look at that for him?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at Ford here, guys. A lot of things running. I'm all out of the TQs trade as well, too. So we'll just avoid that for now, even if it decides that it wants to come back in. Pure liquidity grab earlier. But Ford has been on a couple of sessions where it's just been on some big-time moves. You see that we could trade from all the way up from 1079 up to 1138, and then now that trend continuation has most definitely come into play. But let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint here, guys. All right, so that's the thing, right? So you're now through, and that's really important to note. So you had this massive resistance zone, now acting as support. You open up above that, and now we're getting the continuation in the break. What is that next move? Enter the gap. That could be another key level of resistance because sellers could be selling it. Sellers can step in and start pushing price action back down. But there it is. The Ford Nice volume supporting this move. You cracked through multiple key levels here at that 1050, and then now you're sitting on this prior resistance zone, acting as support. And I think that next step is to enter that gap. And once you enter that gap, I would look for about a 40 to 50% fill of it, and then you would get a pullback. So Ford, some really good looks as you're experiencing right here. And Vaughn Clark, thank you very much for that $5 super chat. But things are looking good here and optimistic from a technical standpoint in Ford there, guys. All right, let's break down this TQs trade. So there it is. Once you've seen this engulfing candle and the volume step in, we're right above this range, right? I told you guys if we break this and we open up above that range, then I'll just hop out of that trade. We can take one more stab at it, 3 strikes, you're out. I suggest a lot of traders use that methodology. If you start hammering things, I mean, in your earlier days, you can take multiple stabs, but I think as you get more experience, and the traders in the chat can probably confirm, is that, okay, after a certain amount of attempts, I'm not really thinking straight. I'm not accepting that the fact that my thesis is not necessarily working. But just understand that your timing may be off, and that's where you have to become more precise and more patient to wait for that specific entry. 3 strikes, you're out. You give it that 4th one and you take a massive loss, the only person to blame is yourself, all right? So we do have one more attempt. These are the only 2 trades I've taken here on the day. I do believe that the market is slightly extended, but if Microsoft wants to break out, then we're going to be in big time trouble, and you don't want to be shorting that market. So sometimes it's just best to completely void certain setups and certain strategies that you would use on certain days, all right? So it's like, okay, you're looking for that reversion day, market's trending, just eliminate that from your pullback, from your playbook, and then just look for the strength and continuation within strength, right? It makes it that much easier instead of you here scratching your head, wasting and expending mental capital, because that's not what you want to do. You want to go with the flow, and you don't necessarily want to fight these trends. And with that being said, I'm talking myself into not taking another TQs trade, regardless of what is happening. All right, so there you go. I had to raise my voice as walls are coming down here, guys. Walls are coming down. It's the walls of Jericho. It's a battle zone. There's no questioning that. There's the plumbing. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm pointing at. But there's the copper pipe that we're running. They got that issue resolved, you're saying?
They did. It hasn't been moved because we still see them right there, but we got to get authorization.
The planning is done. Yes, okay, that's something positive. I mean, is there an opportunity to get back into the TQs? Yes, it's very enticing. It's very lucrative, but I don't want to get sucked into that. I'd rather find something else, Sharif.
All right, guys, in the Big Bear added on that dip here, but we'll see if this one ends up jiving. Big Bear is okay. We're 1 penny out of the money right now on Big Bear. It's really SONN that I'm worried about. But PRME, we're taking Prince to the high side on this one. So this one does look like it is finding support now. SONN hasn't given up VWAP, but it's having a lot of trouble here at 44s, it looks like. So it's been putting in lower highs. Full disclosure. So this is what I'm looking at right here on SONN. Initially, there was a seller at 45. Then you can kind of see they worked their way down to 44. And now they're working their way down to 43. So this is what Adara calls the bid creep or the ask creep. Adara, is it an ask creep if it's negative or bid creep if it's negative?
So bid creep is like if I'm seeing the bid slowly increase. So like, for example, you're going from like, I don't know, $5.25, $5.26,
yeah.
$5. And I feel like you notice them more acutely on these slow-moving spready stocks because it's like it's very intentional, and a lot of times spread can just be whoop, whoop. And then ask creep is the exact ask creep.
So it's the ask creep.
It's the exact
then,
opposite,
yeah.
right? Is it's just like you're gonna see a slight. It's really, if I'm trying to go short, I'm gonna look for potentially an ask creep. If I'm trying to go long, I'm gonna see if there's a bid creep. These just kind of confirm entries, and it's not really gonna matter as much if it's at a random price point, but if it's at a key level and you're seeing this, that's when it becomes significant.
Makes sense. Thank you, Adara. So essentially, that's kind of what I'm seeing. So now that we've ironed that out, it feels like the ask creep is in effect right now with the lower high on every single area crest. So that's what I'm concerned about. We're still above the volume weighted average price. There does seem to be buyers in and around that area. But this one, we've got a big position on this one right now. So if it ends up dropping, we are going to go negatory on it. So that's full disclosure. Keeping an eye on Big Bear AI and keeping an eye on PRME. Those are the ones that I'm looking at. I realize that it sounds a lot like ass. I get it, but it's ASK is what we mean there. Shout out to the chat. They never let anything go by. But Jake Roberts says that that's his. Yeah. That's a funny one. You know, I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'd find it funny. William Larson, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Can you guys give a quick analysis of energy stocks like CEG or OKLO? They've been out of the news, but I'm wondering what you think. Absolutely, my man. Let me just have a look here quickly at Big Bear. So we're moving up nicely here on Big Bear, at least for my entry. We're not really breaking out, but we took a couple of prints. Let's look at OKLO, and then I'll let Joey Options look at Constellation Energy, CEG. I'll look at OKLO. This is the name that we all know Altman has been involved in. This is the weekly chart on OKLO. Higher lows, higher highs. That's what I see immediately. Area trough, area crest, okay? So we're on an uptrend. Now let's go down to the daily, see a little bit more nuanced of a look over here. So where do we have support? You gotta love that it's finding support even on the big retracements. Look at that, holding support at the 200. So the blue line is the 200 exponential, the orange is the 200 simple. And I keep both of them on there for obvious reasons. They both come in to play. So I do like how it's respecting that trend, and I do like how buyers are picking it up off there. So that's the daily. Let's go now to the hour, 4 hour here, just get a better look about what the trend has been as of late. Do we have support anywhere over here? So didn't really respect that area crest at 55. It's broken down below it. We have support at 45. So there could be some support at 45. That owes to back in June, I believe. So that's a look there. Otherwise, I'd be waiting for the simple moving average or the exponential on the daily. That would be my look, brother. I hope you absolutely kill it on that. I do like the nuclear names, full disclosure. I think that that's going to be a big story with AI. We know how power-hungry AI is, Joseph, and that obviously requires more power. We know also that China's adding terawatts. And we're not even adding gigawatts. We're adding megawatts. So clearly, to keep up in the AI race with China, we're going to have to, pick it up a little bit over here. All right, back to SONN. Looks like it may want to possibly clear that $0.50. Not quite yet. It took out that 45 level, but not able to clear the $0.50, Joseph. So we got 47s on. That means bupkis to me right now.
Bupkis. All right, guys, let's check this out. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETF featuring the built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market.
Yes.
Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing.
Do it before investing.
There you go.
So that you don't get upset, if things don't go your way, right?
There you go. Oh, yeah, we're going to Adair here, guys.
Go ahead, Adair.
Here is AAPL a couple minutes ago, around when we got this little push here. We got a post from Ming-Chi Kuo. This is noted supply chain analyst, frequently opining here about Apple. And he basically posted on this report suggesting, this came out earlier today, suggesting that Foxconn is asking Chinese employees to return home from its India phone plant. He actually dismissed this report, not saying that it's not happening, but he said that the impacts are quote unquote negligible because there were already not that many Chinese employees at the India iPhone facility to begin with, and the production capabilities at the India facility were already established by the company's Taiwanese employees, not the Chinese employees. So the return of these employees apparently also planned for some time. Basically, Ming-Chi Kuo providing a little reality check for a story reported earlier today about Foxconn employees moving from India back to China. Back to you.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting story, Adair. I'll weasel in for a second because we've heard, I'm sure I don't need to tell you, Adair, because I know you read this stuff all the time, but Taiwan Semi, they are having trouble finding people with the right technical skills to actually employ in the new U.S. foundries, which kind of builds on the point that this is such a technical job. It's not just about opening a factory in India, Dara. It's not just opening a factory in Arizona. You got to have the personnel in order to be able to kind of staff it, and that staff needs to be highly technical. And we all know how Taiwan Semi lives over there in Taiwan.
Oh, yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
What are your thoughts about that?
I mean, I think it's interesting. I think it is worth noting, like Taiwan Semi, I think everyone to some extent probably try to compete with them in terms of their scale as well, right? Like, you know, we know Intel try to compete with Taiwan Semi. I think in terms of the level of skill, it'll be interesting to see how they siphon off all their employees amongst their different plants, especially with this new U.S. plant coming. And we know Donald Trump has been very, very excited about C.C. Wei, that's the CEO of Taiwan Semi, coming over and announcing this. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. I think the degree to which they're expanding could, you're right, could lead to, I guess, an exposure of how limited and specific the talents are. It's my
Thank you, Dara.
Yeah, fair enough. Talent pool issues. Yes, yeah. So, yeah. All right, guys. I don't know if we're gonna take another stab at this short here. Google's starting to come back in. Microsoft didn't break up and head towards those highs of the days. Now heading back towards VWAP. But the one thing that is kind of making me slightly hesitant is NVDA. I do believe at some point that we are going to reject 160. It's just a matter of fact doesn't want to climb to around the 159s and even maybe slightly breach 160 before it decides to turn over. And the reason why I'm saying this is just because we have so much data backing the fact that, hey, yeah, right around that 160 strike, with that 134,000 open contracts, that we will eventually probably reject that unless we get a big momentum or volatility spike that says, hey, we have enough participants to absorb the supply zone, and then we have demand north of that. But I don't see that necessarily being the case, considering how much we've just been grinding throughout the session, and the volume profile is starting to cool off a little bit as well there too, Sharif. So.
All right, guys, let me know when Assassino. I know it was like not in close time. All right. By the way, guys, stopped out. We're going to take an L here on SONN. So we did get the breakout above that 50 penny area. We got well above it. But then what I saw subsequent to that is why I got out. And I'm very pleased with the fact that I got out, because look what it is doing. So when you have a breach of a technical area like that, and then you have aggressive selling, and I'm going to show it to you on the 5-second, because I think it makes the case a lot clearer here. So just allow me a minute to load this up. I know we got to do this Assassino, but I want to show them this is very important. This is the 5-second chart on SONN. If it'll load here anytime, please, and thank you. Oh God, yeah, always embarrassing me like that. There we go. So we get that breakout of 50 pennies, and then look what happened. An aggressive drop. Now, I felt bad initially getting out, because I'm like, oh, it's going to hold up at VWAP. Look at it pop up. I'm such a schmuck. No. That break of the technical level at 50 pennies followed by that kind of selling tells me that somebody was setting us up. Right? That wait until they break through that 50 penny area to kind of feel like we're going to round it bottom off the volume weighted average price. And then you get in that big sell, that big short order to tank this one down. So I'm happy where I got out. I'm not pleased that I lost money on it, especially having been positive on it, but that's the way trading is. All right, guys, what do we got? Trade the pool. All right. Trade the pool, guys. We got another behind the scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or own hub, and inside one you'll find Trade Talk. It's a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. You gotta love that, bro. Especially if you're trading at home, you know you need a community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive software, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you've got to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips on how to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, guys, technically, mentally, and financially. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, and you should be, head on over to tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen. Shout out to Mitch and everybody at Trade the Pool. Thank you guys for that. All right, let's see what we got over here. Just looks like my chat just a little messed up. Jacques wants me to look at MLGO. You and my very good friend Bovin have been telling me to do that. Sorry, Bovin, I wasn't able to respond to you today because I really had to kind of keep focus on SONN. Looks like I should have been listening to you because I ended up losing money on SONN, but that's the way she goes. So we're going to put MLGO here, micro algo on the side chart. Who are we taking off, though? We're going to have to take off somebody here. Who is going to lose their spot? VOR is going to lose their spot. So MLGO goes on for VOR. Just allow me a minute to load that up. Oh boy, this platform has been goofy lately. There we go. Micro algo breaking up to 75 pennies. This looks good, Bovin. It's been a higher low, higher high fest here, and there hasn't even been a pullback into the 10 EMA on the 5 or anything even close to that. So this is going to be quite interesting to see whether this one continues to run into that whole dollar. Now, mind you, doesn't have a catalyst today. I'm looking at my blotter, and I don't see anything for micro algo on the day. So yeah, that's the situation there. Let's load up MLGO on the trading screen, and then we'll have a look at what the time and sales look like. Dorothy says micro algo is a reverse split. Let me have a look quickly over here to see whether or not it's showing up on my chart. Daily, I don't actually see the reverse split, Dorothy. Adara, anything on micro algo from your end? She's going to look at it, guys. We'll let you guys know. I don't see a reverse split, Dorothy, but thanks for pointing that out. I'm not sure why I don't see it here. I don't see it on the chart. Okay, Adara's got context. We're going to throw it to her when we're ready. You can weasel in, Adara. Yeah.
Hi, Sharif. Here I am weaseling in. MLGO, this thing is reverse split quite a lot. It has a 58.4% short float. I think you might have mentioned here, as far as I can tell, on Trade Ideas. Float of about just over 6 million shares. Now, from what I'm seeing, the stock split, I'm not sure if that's actually come into place yet, but they are holding and I cannot make this up, extraordinary meeting today, July 2nd, 2025, and it sounds like they're potentially going to be discussing the split at this meeting. This is a very long, very tightly spaced out, I guess, press release I'm seeing here, this press release back from Monday, June 16th. I'm seeing mentions of the Cayman Islands. I have to read through this a lot more, but it sounds like this extraordinary meeting taking place today could be about this potential 30-for-1 reverse split. But again, I'm not sure if it went into place or if they're just having the meeting today. I need to look more into this. I'll give you guys more details as I have more. And
thank you for that, Adara. I appreciate it. Your boy Joey Options is now at the big desk looking to set up for that meeting. In case you're wondering what we're talking about, Joseph's friend from Austin, who's been kind of really following along as well as participating in the autonomous vehicle rollout, will come on today to speak a little bit about that, about how things are going on down there. And I thought that Joseph actually thought that this would be a great opportunity for us to actually get information from on the ground individuals who are, part of this whole rollout here, with obviously Elon Musk and Tesla, Waymo, and the others all really focusing on autonomous vehicles, and that obviously being spoken about by Jensen Huang as the intersection, the first intersection between that big robotics push that we've been talking about, as well as AI, the intersection between the two type of technologies. So we will keep you guys apprised of that, and as soon as he is ready to go, we will let you know, and we'll bring you up there. Oh, they're ready. Fantastic. Assassino, take him over.
Today joining us is Bobby Godsey of Austin Energy, a good friend of mine. How are you today, Bobby?
I'm great. I'm excited about being on this show. There's so much energy on this show. I hope I can keep up.
No, I'm sure me knowing you, you'll do totally just fine. But we got a lot to talk about. Before we do, why don't you tell us a little bit about Austin Energy?
Well, let me tell you first about Austin, Texas, and what's unique about our city. So we're right in the middle of Texas, and Texas is a huge conservative state. Austin, on the other hand, is this liberal entity. And why is that? It's because we have this young culture. We have one of the biggest universities in the country here. And we're the state capital. So all our policymakers are here making policies for the state. So that creates this good vibe, young, cool, trendy, but also heavy on the tech side. So we have Google and Apple and Facebook and all those people here as well. So all those things make for a great these great pilot programs that we're seeing today with Waymo and Tesla. And Austin Energy, what we are is we're the energy company for Austin. But what's unique about us is we've been around for 130 years serving the Austin community. We're owned and operated by the city. So we're actually city employees that work for the city. So our governing body, our managers, our policymakers in the city council and the mayor. And what makes that unique is they're hired by the community. So essentially we do what the community wants us to do. And that allows us, and they're a very, very environmentally conscious community. So that allows us to go after these cool new things like the robo-taxi and the Waymos and other, West Texas wind and renewable stuff too as well. So I've been with them 10 years, and the program's been around for 15 years.
Right, yeah, fantastic stuff. And I think that's what a lot of us are anticipating and curious about. We know that Elon a couple weeks ago released the robo-taxi, and Austin being a big EV space, has this been a big event for the city, and how has it impacted the current EV infrastructure?
Yeah, it's been huge. It's been awesome. It's exciting. They did that last week, I believe. And you know what they did this week? They took a car as it was manufactured, because we have a big manufacturing plant here in Austin. As it was being manufactured, it got done being manufactured, and it drove itself to the buyer here in Austin, which that was the first of its kind too. But yeah, we were just excited about it being launched. But we got to tell you that, or I'll tell you that Waymo's been around for a few years now here in Austin, and their parent company is Alphabet and Google, obviously, essentially. And Waymo is driverless. They're all over the city. They do thousands of rides every day. And so the robo-taxi, the difference between the two that's interesting for us is the Waymo is on LiDAR. So they have a whole different setup of computer AI, is what your friend was talking about earlier. The robo-taxi is all camera-based. And so he's launched it here in Austin, and he's going to prove its concept here in Austin. So we're really excited about it.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Sharif, my good friend, he loves Elon and he loves the robo-taxis and everything along those lines. And fantastic as always. But as you just mentioned, you're seeing a lot of Waymo. And now that we have Tesla, or you guys have Tesla in Austin with the robo-taxi, Waymo being the more dominant one right now, do you think that there could be a potential power shift between Waymo and Elon Musk's robo-taxi?
I mean, 1,000%, right? Tesla has been a leader in the market for cars for a long time, for electric cars. Now they're moving into the transportation sector, autonomous electric vehicles. And so it's exciting, but it's also changing. They're a car maker, and they're the first car maker to do this. So they're no longer a car maker; they're a transportation company now that sells cars and also does this. So it definitely is going to shift. They just need to prove their safety concepts, and definitely it will shift the market. But Waymo's been strong; they're all over the city, and they're growing. But I think the robo-taxis have a space, and they're some of their technology, and y'all know Elon Musk does things uniquely. And so we anticipate the way he's going to set it up for the next several years will really advance the robo-taxi. I'll give you all a comparison, and some of you guys will appreciate this. Back in the day, there used to be a VCR and Betamax, and they were in competition with each other. And the Betamax was this big old cartridge, and the VCR was small. Well, VCR won out, and what happened? VCR became the choice, and the Betamax went to the side. That's that early technology for you. But similar to this, with the robo-taxis and the ability for him to take a car that I own and it drive off. I'll give you some information about transportation. Most of us who own our vehicles, single car drivers, we go to work and park the car. We come home and park the car. It's parked 90% of the time. So if you could have that car go and do work and pick up people and move them around the city, how amazing would that be?
Yeah, that'd be absolutely amazing. So one final thing here, and now we know that the autonomy space is growing, the electrical space is growing as well, the EVs, I should say. What plans do Austin have from an infrastructure standpoint, and is there enough charging stations to keep up with the demand and the growing demand?
Yeah, well, like I said, our program's 15 years old. So we have one of the top 5 infrastructures in the United States. So we have a level 2 charging all over the city, but that doesn't work for robo-taxis and Waymo. So they need fast charging. And so we have a lot of fast charging that's online already throughout the city, but Tesla's working really hard with us to add stations in the community for the robo-taxis. Waymo already has a big setup here in the city. We also have companies unique. This is interesting for y'all. We have companies like Shell, who are notoriously gas companies, BP, which is a notorious gas company, diving into electric vehicles, and now they're setting up electric fueling stations. And we have some that are about to launch in Austin in the next 6 months, and they look like an old gas station, only they're modernized. They're much more technologies there. They're cleaner. And so they're diving into the market too. So it's not just Tesla. Tesla has a great charging infrastructure throughout the country, but all these other companies are jumping in now. Shell, BP, these oil companies. So we're excited about that, and definitely the infrastructure is improving, but we're ready. We're ready for it, Joe.
All right, nice. Sounds good. And with that being said, I'm assuming I'm going to be seeing you in Tulum on New Year's Eve. Is that true or what?
Yeah.
We'll figure out those
for
logistics.
Sure. I can't wait.
Perfect. And all great stuff, Bobby. As always, we'll be in touch. Thank you guys very much, Bobby Godsey. There you go. Electric greater than gas. Great stuff, Bobby. Bobby Godsey, Austin Energy, guys.
See y'all.
Joseph, thank you, Bobby, for that very insightful stuff, and do appreciate you taking the time to come chat with us. Great look from somebody who's actually on the ground, and I love how he kind of prefaced the whole thing by kind of giving you the lay of the land of what Austin is like. So, and we know that there was a huge exodus from California to Austin during the pandemic, and fantastic look there. We're gonna go to Adara because there is big news right now between Marvell and Microsoft. Go ahead, Adara.
Actually, so much news on a lot of different stocks. I'll start with the Marvell Microsoft, but I have at least another story to talk about here. So the information reporting that Microsoft is scaling back its AI chip plans, facing delays and competitive pressure. They're apparently delaying their Maya 200 AI chips in 2026. They're going to be launching the Maya 280 in 2027 with that dual chiplet design. Again, they're pivoting to a less ambitious internal AI chip, design. Basically, they're still aiming to reduce their reliance on NVIDIA, but scaling back their chips right now. This is sending MRVL to the downside as far as we can tell here, though. It's actually bounced a little bit for MRVL, but certainly very removed from its high of day from whence it fell. I want to mention Boeing as well, because BA getting a nice little push here to the upside, or at least it was. Politico reporting that, as part of this Vietnam-U.S. trade deal, Vietnam will be buying 50 Boeing aircraft. So keep an eye on BA. Again, this is just a report from Politico, no confirmation as of yet. I want to talk about Uber, too. We just had that awesome talk there about electric vehicles, and we actually have a story related to that for UBER. Bloomberg reporting that Move, a company that is backed by Uber, is going to raise $1.2 billion in debt for a Waymo fleet. So interesting story here. Uber, Boeing, Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Marvell. Back to the guys.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. For some reason, my chart's frozen. Sorry, Sharif. I know you've been.
Yeah, I can.
Well, I could. No. I got you covered.
Yeah.
I know you give you a little breath there, because I know you've been rocking and rolling and putting on monster trades. But guys, everyone in the chat is continuously telling me that Bitcoin is rolling right now.
Really?
This is what we want to see. Continue to climb, baby. Climb, baby. Climb.
110, baby.
110, baby.
Oh, no.
Spin it. Do we renew the bet? I don't know. It's up to this man.
This guy's willing. He just wants to take more of my money.
No. Hey, it's all right.
You guys listening to this?
Hey,
are you hearing this?
It's okay.
He's just trying to take more of my money,
Yeah, but you never know.
All right, man. I got to set it up in a way that is going to be advantageous.
We'll make it 50-50. We'll make it fair, right? But if we agree on something, so we'll figure that one out. But I'm glad you guys, I hope everyone enjoyed that interview. Just give us an inside look on what's going down with Austin and in Austin with Tesla and some of these EVs. So I hope everyone enjoyed that one.
Oh, yeah.
NVDA starting to climb higher. And this is what I'm talking about. Are we going to head towards that are we going to have this slow grind where we head towards that 160 and then reject? You're starting to see that selling pressure kick in, and that's going to be really important. What was the high? Around 150, 750, and then now we're starting to sell. be patient, because I do believe that call wall is going to be continuous until it is lifted. So what we want to do is now, okay, yeah, Joe, what do? We have this call wall at 160. We have 134,000 open contracts. What am I waiting for? Well, wait for those contracts to roll over, and if they lift in increments and go to higher strike prices, this can give us a path of least resistance and head towards those specific areas and then reject them once again. And that's the exact same thesis that I've established with Apple. We have a 110 call wall, a 210 call wall, but we're now slightly north of that, hopefully if I don't stand corrected. Okay, so there it is. So I want to touch on this here momentarily. So 110, 210, we have this call wall. You've seen we breached it, but we're having trouble sustaining it and holding that specific level. What is that telling me? That now the hedges, as Neil would like to say, are starting to put that downward selling pressure in the underlying asset. Why? Because they want the underlying to close below 110 before the week's expiration cycle. Why? Because they don't want those short contracts, the market makers, to close in the money. Why? Because now you're essentially short. Those get assigned, and you're short Apple from $210, and I don't think that's the case. You don't want to be short Apple right now, and then that's why they have that unlimited inventory continuously pushing down the price. Well, now what happens, say, next week? Let's play a what-if scenario, Sharif. Those contracts, that concentration is now lifted from 210 to 220. Well, what that tells me is that now we have a path of least resistance to 220, and I'm sure you'll see the underlying start to appreciate to those specific levels.
Well said, Joseph. And again, I'm just going to keep calling you out for the options look there, because it just keeps repeating every time we talk about this. He shows you exactly what the options look is, where the size is, and where it's been rejecting on the chart. And that's something that definitely I've really personally enjoyed getting to learn by sitting next to this man. So shout out to Joey Options.
Appreciate that, man.
We're going to Adair.
More news. It's been a very news-heavy midday for whatever reason. This is the 3-minute chart in XRP, and we don't always have crypto news here today, guys, but I think this is certainly worth noting, especially given this beautiful reaction in XRP and the strength in Bitcoin today as well. Wall Street Journal reporting that Ripple is seeking a U.S. banking license, one of many crypto companies to do so as of late. Again, Ripple here seeking a U.S. banking license, according to the Wall Street Journal. XRP responding to the upside. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. All right, so look, it's been a tougher trading day today. I've tried to take a lot more size with SONN. Initially worked out, then it didn't, and so we got into some trouble. But one thing that I was actually kind of happy about was this Big Bear AI trade. We're doing well on this one. We've got some shares on this one as well. And I'm looking for another move possibly here into the high of the day at around 785. We're currently showing mid to low 60s with some topping tail candles into 70. That's bad news. What the good side about that is we're putting in higher lows. So look at that area at around 1115. This area here is a area trough, and then we have this area here at around 750. That's another area trough. That was a 20. That is the 20 exponential moving average, or that's why I bought it off there. So we've been taking nice prints to the high side over here. Negative on the day, but hopefully trying to get back out of that with a better trade here on Big Bear AI. I took a small loss on MLGO, super negligible, nothing like SONN. This one kind of rounded top. I don't know how you feel about this Bovin, but this one seems like it is encountering a lot of selling at around 75 pennies. The technicals here show me possible support at around 68, 69 pennies. That's where the 10 exponential and the 10 EMA are both hanging out. So if we get support off there, fantastic. If we don't, well, then this one probably is just going to continue to sell off and maybe go back down into around 57 or 60 pennies wherever it started on the day. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. I don't want punching back into MLGO, but it's going to have to set up in the right way. But currently it is not. MOGO as well. So MOGO, not MLGO, is also making moves and has been essentially since the morning. So we'll cover that one super quick. I've said almost nothing on this one because it had its best trade, sadly, in the pre-market. Double top there at $4 at around 9 a.m. before we rang the bell. The official high, 383, which is below the pre-market high. So this already breaches my rule by not trading currently above the pre-market high. It just recovered from below the volume weighted average price. That's rule number 2. For me, it's above that $3 area. VWAP here is in the 2 low 90s. So that's step number 1. Step number 2, it's got to get above $4. Otherwise, I can't trade it. So we're going to keep an eye on MOGO. If it wants to pop back up to the upside, absolutely. I'll absolutely have it. But we're gonna need proof, Joseph, that it's gonna hold up around there. I'm probably gonna punch back in to MLGO just because it's really close to the volume weighted average price. And then if I get in here, well, then I can basically get out if my trade is wrong below 69 pennies. So that's exactly what I just did there. We're gonna stop out at 68 and come what may. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, I'm looking to hop in short again on this market as we do seem slightly overextended. So there it is. If I were to hop in right now, I have to give this about 20 cents of risk. That's going to be just slightly above the high of the day. This is going to be my final swing on it there, guys. I mentioned 3 strikes at the plate. You miss out on all 3 of them, then that's it. You got to move on to that next trade and just accept the fact that your thesis might not come into play. It's so difficult trading this market, especially when the top names are that strong. But at some point, I do believe we're going to get that reversion back towards the volume weighted average price, and that's the game plan here. Yeah, we could have got in a little bit earlier, but we were waiting for that selling to come in. But now we have about 30 cents risk. We'll give it to 52s maybe. Yeah, exactly. So just a little bit above where the high of the day is. And then if it decides to make a new one, then that's it for that trade. That thesis is invalid, Joe. It's not going to work. You took your 3 swings. You stuck to the game plan. You had your stops in place. And then sure enough, it's either going to do one thing. You either get the move back to VWAP or you get stopped out. It's that simple. Don't complicate the system. And that is it there, guys. So this is what we got going on. Bitcoin looks like it wants to crack 62.40. The long term is loving this right now there, Sharif. I'm loving it. This thing, yeah, we're having a lot of fun with this Bitcoin stuff here. And then as soon as we open up there, but hey, listen.
What?
We know we have the likes of Hood. And I bought some Apple the other day, yesterday to be exact, at that 208. Okay. But I also closed some contracts, right? I had some shares and I had some IBIT contracts for a loss. Okay. Did I get out prematurely? No. Maybe, but I think I did, right? Because if I were to be still holding on to them, they were further dated expiration cycle. They were into January. But I'm like, no, if this thing wants to break down, I can get myself a better price. But there's also a definitive bull flag type price action where you can wait till that the underlying is actually breaking out, where it'll give you an opportunity to get back in. So I have no issues with getting out and then obviously getting back in because that's the name of trading.
Absolutely, bro. I'm not a psychic. If it breaks a technical level, I don't know if it's going to bounce up. We got to mitigate risk.
You gotta stick to the plan, and then that's when bag holding can get you into real amounts of trouble. It's like, oh, okay. 5 times out of 10, it's like, okay, it comes back to my price and it works out. But that one time where it doesn't and it continues to squeeze, there you go. There's where you lose a month. There's where you lose multiple months of profits. And you don't want to do that. That's why sticking to the plan is key. You can always look back and be like, oh, well, it did it after. Yeah, but except for that one time where it didn't do it and you had all your capital fixated and congested in one specific underlying asset, it squeezes, you're in big trouble. And next thing you know, you take a 20-30% hit in your actual account. And you don't want to do that. You want to keep those losses small. 1 to 2%, and even if you're pushing it, 3% of your total account is the max you would want to lose on any given single trade there, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph. Well said, man. All right, guys, still involved in BBAI, right back up to the upside. This is respecting trend. Okay, that's what I see here. We're back at 70 pennies. The next level I'm waiting 71. Then I'm waiting at 75 and 77. So let's see if we can shake 70. 70 is an area top. We rejected there initially at 11:30. We had another topping till candle at 12:35 that did reject 70. And look at the wattage that's posting here at that 70 penny level. That's thousands and thousands of lots there. Now, mind you, it is a $7 name, and it's done 225 million shares on the day. So we could clear it. There is a very good chance that we do clear it, but I want to point that out. Big size posted at 70 pennies. On BBAI. I'm getting out of MLGO again. I just don't like the way that this is trading. Here's what I'm seeing on the 5-minute chart that has me kind of pessimistic about the long opportunity. So this is the 5-second chart. I said 5-minute, I meant 5 Second, so you have an area top right there, another area top, area top, area top. Essentially, you have lower highs throughout, okay? So to me, when you have lower highs throughout, even though we're above the volume weighted average price, it does feel to me like sellers are in control. So I need to see that trend break decisively before getting back in. If that means missing out on a little bit of the trade, so be it. So I'm out of MLGO again. We're going to focus more on Big Bear AI now. I want to talk about ALT. ALT looks like another possibly good one over here that we could work into. It found support at the volume weighted average price. Yeah, right around 475. That's not VWAP, sorry. So that seems to be that $0.75. We had buying there on that price spike down at 1110. That was bought up aggressively, not as aggressive at 1235, but yeah, I like that, but you're also still putting in lower highs. Kind of hard to tell how this cookie crumbles here on ALT. Also, the other side of that coin is that it's lightly traded. So, yeah, I'll keep an eye on this one. ALT is another one that I'm monitoring. MTEC as well, very similar to PRME. This one has got couple candle green over here off that, what is that, 1205, now back up to 12.25 with the high of the day, just a skosh below that 12.5, 1246 or so. It does breach the 20, and it looks like it's trying to regain the 10 EMA on the 5. Quickly, how's Big Bear doing? Still rejecting 70 pennies. So it's that 70 seller here on Big Bear AI that we really need to shake. We'll see if we can shake them, because I think that if we can, we're putting in higher lows with that flat top at 70. That just, to me, means a good flat top breakout. Now, the idea here will be to make sure we have a lot of shares so we can profit on this one on that flat top breakout. So let's see what we got on right now. We don't have a ton of shares, okay? We got good shares, bigger than typically what I take, but I want to make sure that I'm ready to go. So here's the deal. 755 or so I'm going to put an order at. That's where the 20 exponential moving average on the 5 is, and it's found support there every single time. I'm going to wait there at 755, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to front run it by waiting at 56s. Assassino, is that for me? Oh, no problem. All right. Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Let me know when we're ready for your friend Joey. There.
1 second.
Everything, yeah, you're good, bro. I got more to talk about over here.
Okay, yeah, we're good to go.
Okay, all right.
We're rocking and rolling.
Go ahead.
Big news out of Vietnam. VinFast,
Okay.
NASDAQ VFS, has just opened its second EV factory in Hai Tinh. I have no idea how to say it. Built in under 7 months, the 360,000 square meter plant will produce up to 200,000 vehicles a year. It's a focus on compact EVs like the VF3 Mini SUV and the Minio Green, designed for transport services with automation and ABB. Simons and others, this marks a major step as VinFast pushes to double deliveries by 2025. Stay tuned. How do you pronounce that city name?
What is this city?
It's Hai Tinh, maybe.
Can you bring it over?
Yeah, I'll bring it over here.
Let's have a look. Where is it?
Yeah.
Ha Tinh. I don't know.
Yeah,
ask your friend Copilot.
Copilot, bro.
See what Copilot has to say.
It can't give me an audio though.
It'll sound it out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Thank you, Master E, for the $2 super chat. Look at Holo. Holo. It breaks B. I don't know what that B is, brother. Let me know what you mean by that. Well, I'll look at Holo though. Holo is obviously a former convict. I'm kidding, of course. It's a former runner that we know very, very well. Breaking out right now above $5. It's not up massively on the day or anything like that. Micro Cloud up 4.17%, trading at around $5. It's light on volume though, brother, about 645,000 shares, so still south of that milli. And so it definitely needs a little bit more shareage there so that we could have a good look at this one with more than just about 2/3 of a million shares. I want to focus though right now on MOGO. So this one is still below the pre-market high, but it's well above VWAP, and it's putting in a really good looking rounded bottom here. The problem with these ones is they lure you in and then they end up selling off. So I am concerned about this one with the bag holders having been trading this from 4 to basically right here at 330. So be on the lookout for MOGO. It's the #1 gapper, I think, on the day, up 165%. But it's better trade is behind it, sadly, in the pre-market there. MOGO above 3, on the way to 330. There does seem to be some resistance at that 3.25 to 330, given some of the areas that we did bounce off earlier on right there. MLGO is breaking down, so I'm quite happy with getting out of that. I mean, I'm not happy that I didn't make money on it, but you know, we mitigated some losses there. This one loses the volume weighted average price, and it looks like it is on the way down to the mid-60s for now. The one that I've got involved in, Big Bear AI, still like the look of this one's jib to take out that 70 penny level. Here we go again, making yet another attempt in the high 60s to breach 70 pennies. It hasn't happened since these two candles over here at 1045 and 1050. Full disclosure, I've put a dip trade now to add more shares on BBAI at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. Now, the problem with putting an order, a resting order that tries to shadow a moving average is the moving average is dynamic. It's constantly changing as the price action develops. So that means your order has to change as well. So that's exactly what I'm going to do now. We're going to throw it to Joey Options, and we're going to update our new order there, Joey.
Let's go, guys. With that being said, we're going to go over the top performing sectors on the day, and I can bet my bottom dollar I know who's at the top of the leaderboard today, Sharif.
Who's it?
It's going to be the tech sector. XLK it is. All right, guys, they're up about 0.9% on the day, guys. Material coming in second place. Yesterday it was first place or earlier in the week, so that put in a big-time move. XLB, if you're looking for that sector ETF, materials up at 0.8 on the session. And then we got the energy sector, a little bit over 0.75% here, guys. Energy looking pretty good, and I mean it was at the bottom of the list a couple of days ago when we know what was going on with Iran, et cetera, et cetera. Now the bottom three, real estate, were down about 1/3, utilities were down about 3/4, and healthcare were closer down to about 0.8. So there it is, XLV, XLU, and XLRE. If you're curious on what those sectors are looking like, if you want to go check them out. So that is your top performing sectors of the day. Now, let's see who's been the top performing major moving average here on the week, Sharif. Who do you think is leading the way without looking?
The moving average.
Yeah.
Or the major average?
Yeah. The major average. Did I say?
I'm gonna say the Dow.
You've seen it.
I swear to God, I would never lie about that.
Yeah, all right.
Because yesterday the Dow outperformed.
Yeah.
Right? Because you know I go through it every time over there, so I see what they're doing.
There you go, bang. The Dow is up 3.2% on the week. And then we have the IWM, grenades going off over here. IWM up 2.5%, all right? And then we have the SPY. So all of these major averages are trading higher and are positive there, guys. So, bang. Love to see this. This is bull market as some really, really strong stuff. Just be careful. We've gone through a lot as a collective unit, right? We've been through the liberation days. I wasn't here during COVID, but we got to go through the Black Monday with the yen carry trade, etc. We've seen some volatility step into this market. Now, with kind of the move that we've been on for the past couple of months since the Liberation Day lows around April, early April. Now, if we have any form of sentiment shift, we know what to do, all right? We know that we can take action. We have a plan of action, is that we've been extended for a long period of time, a decent duration, without having any certain 2.5 to 5% pullback. So what are we going to do? Well, as soon as that shifts, we get some deals that Donald was talking about don't come into play or into fruition. The market is already baking in some good things. They baked in a lot. So if things start to change and the script gets flipped, then watch out. We could potentially see some more downside, because I think at some point we have to say, hey, are we overbought? And if you ask me, in some underlying assets, we are. In the likes of Robinhood, up 100%. We have Palantir, Sean's favorite, up close to 100%, or even north of that still. And then we have NVDA up 40% off of those lows. And then we have the broader market also up 40% as well, too. When are we going to get this pullback? I don't know, but just be prepared and be ready to take action. Don't get greedy, as my guy Jim Cramer likes to say, bulls get fed. I'm probably saying this wrong, but hogs get slaughtered. Bulls and bears can eat, but hogs get slaughtered. Don't be greedy. Take profits. And I think have I been squeezed out 3 times? No, I haven't. Not yet, B-balling. Not quite. We're getting there as it's continuously climbing higher. But we're sitting on this. We're not out of it just yet. I have a couple more cents of risk, and then that's it. I'm just going to completely avoid it. As frustrating as it may be, so what? You take those trades. Are we overextended? In my opinion, yes. But the thing is, though, a lot of these names are just moving sideways, but I do believe VWAP will be coming in to play on the TQs. I could be wrong. I'm not right all the time. That's just the name of the game that we live in. You've seen that we were trading Google to the short side relatively well. So why wouldn't I go back and try to look for that continuation to the downside? I don't know. You just ask me. But that is what we have going on. And just be prepared for that sentiment shift, right? Because at some point, I do believe you don't want things to go too parabolic without seeing any form of healthy pullback. And I think that's really important to see a nice, consistent, steady climb in this market. But I think these deals are really, really, really important. But yeah, you guys aren't wrong. The NASDAQ trade to the short side has not been working. That's why you have a 3-strike limit. And then I look over at my P&L. Yeah, I'm slightly red, but it would literally take me 1 trade to get back green. So I am not worried about that whatsoever, Sharif.
I ain't never scared.
I ain't never scared, really.
Never scared.
I ain't never.
All right, guys, we're going to do the news in a hot minute here. I'm just keeping an eye on MOGO. For a possible dip trade into the 50 exponential on the 5, a super random area, but this is where I perceive it to be getting some support over here, and we don't exactly have any big boy movers at the moment. So this bad boy here, look at that hold up at the 50. Don't tell me that's random there. Now, recently, it's been kind of finding a little bit of support there at the 10. It's down at the 20 right now, but I'm thinking maybe you punch in here at 270s with maybe a stop below 260s. That if it makes its way down there. Now, obviously, the reason I'm talking about this is because if I do the news, I'm going to have to put resting orders because I'm not going to be able to actually punch in live because I'll be reading. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Now, this will breach 2 of my rules. This is why I'm kind of debating whether or not to do it. It's trading below VWAP and it's below the pre-market high. So that would be a breach of both rules. And I only have 2. So I think I'm just going to, hold on to my rules and let that one steer clear. The reason I'm looking for these trades is we're negative on the day and we don't have any explosive ones. We've got a good trade here on Big Bear AI, but I wasn't able to add on the dip. I've been trying to move up my order every time, neither of which is triggering. So we need more shares on Big Bear AI if we want to go green on the day. And I haven't been able to get in any more. In fact, let me cancel that one right now, and I'm going to have to move it up again, because it keeps moving with the 20 EMA. So let's go ahead and set that up, and we'll set it just a skosh. We'll put it at 60s here to see if we can kind of get that there. There we go. We'll put at 760. That's what we're looking to buy right there. So we'll set that up just like that. GRYP, says Sager. Let me have a look at that. GRYP before we start the news. Is this any good at the moment? Let's look at the 5 on that. Oh yeah, that's another good one, but it's below the pre-market high, Sager. It's below the pre-market high and the aftermarket high. It's got to clear a $1.90 for me to get involved on that one. But thank you for calling it out. We'll keep tabs on that. Anything you want to say, Joseph, before we weasel into the news?
Yeah. I mean, we're still short here, guys. 10 cents OTM. That's small potatoes, right? Like, we're not too worried about that. Microsoft is selling right now, and this is what I'm talking about, right? You just can't. These moves are not sustainable. Am I going to be stubborn about it? Maybe a little bit, but not my trade I'm referring to. I'm behind my thesis. This is not sustainable, in my opinion. I would love to have a debate. If anyone in the chat disagree with me, that's fine. But this price action, where have you seen that throughout a chart with, you can go back in the history of this name, and where have you not seen eventually pull back roughly? So this is a nice move right here. Before we send it to you, Sharif, sorry, 1 second.
No problem.
So what is that? A 64% move from the lows to that current high, but then we experience a 15% retracement before we pull back. We can't just continuously go up like this. At some point, you will get that 5 to 10% pullback, and just be prepared to take advantage of it there, brother.
All right, man. All right. Small cap runner. All right. Keeping an eye on that. Let's just look at Yeah, I see Webull is doing well today, guys. 9 1/3% right now. It's got a good move up. Yeah, so Webull is looking good. It's quite frankly, let's just see what it's doing here. I know I'm not showing it on the screen. It's very respectful of the 10 EMA, so any pullback into the 10 EMA, Webull could be a buy there, guys. Let's do the news, though. Let's scroll on up. There we go. And then we'll move that. So this was obviously before we got the deliveries on Tesla. We now obviously have the numbers, so we're not going to talk about those. The numbers themselves, you guys can Google those. But shares had previously rallied, obviously, after Tesla launched the robotaxi. Tesla up nicely today, 5%. Look, they missed, guys. They were a little bit lower than expectations. It really depends on which institution you were kind of listening to, because there were different expectations for deliveries. I saw 387. There were some reports of 390 something. Kalshi was actually pricing in 360 something thousand. So they certainly beat the betting markets there. But that really isn't the point. The point is it's year-over-year weakness, right? Now, that's the bad side. That's the delivery side, which we already kind of had an idea about. The good side is obviously that they're launching the robotaxi. The robotaxi could be a fantastic tailwind going into the future. We just had Joseph's friend Bobby come and speak about that. Just a moment here, guys. I'm just keeping an eye here on MOGOs. It's right back into that 50 exponential. Does it get bought here? And then maybe a breach of 60, we get out, because this is the 50 period moving average off which it's had a lot of support. So I'm just keeping an eye on that for a second. So we're going to take a pause on the news, and I'm just going to see what this one wants to do. Yeah, breaching my rules. And there's also the issue, obviously, of Elon Musk attacking the big, beautiful bill, the one big, beautiful bill, saying it's going to run $3 trillion deficit over 10 years. And that obviously didn't please Donald Trump. So there is that back and forth now between the two parties. Not a good look, obviously, if you're Elon Musk. You don't want that regulatory headwind. Donald Trump making different pronouncements that, he wants to sick Doge. Elon Musk's creation, so to speak, on him. So we'll have to keep an eye on all that. But it doesn't matter today. Tesla getting a bit of a buy order here, Joseph, about 4.5 in the green.
Yeah, absolutely, Sharif. We'll talk about this from a technical standpoint here. Tesla. I mean, it comes with the territory, right? You're going to get the volatility and the ebbs and flows of this name because essentially, I think a lot of it has to do, you want to own the CEO, and that's what Tesla is. It can be slightly volatile, but from a daily standpoint, I was talking to you guys the other day. You break through the support level, look for any form of indecision south of that, and then sure enough, you get that doji print, and then you have another nice big move to the top side. Now, are we going to continue this climb? Truly, I don't know. This name is really, really hard to manage, but there it is. You're consistently forming these higher lows, and that's a positive sign for stock appreciation. There is overhead resistance in front of us, Sharif, but I think some momentum can definitely punch us through. And from a option standpoint, there isn't that much open interest through those higher strike prices, so there is a path of least resistance on Tesla. It's just a matter of time until when it gets there.
All right, Joseph, let's go on to Mara. Is it a good day for Mara today? You bet your bottom dollar, 11% and going over here on MARA, and they have their own catalyst. It's not just Bitcoin back up to near 110,000. They are actually announcing that a goal of reaching 75 exahashes of computing power by the end of this year. That would be a 40% bump from where they were last year. At this time, the CEO, Fred Thiel, said the plan supports the company's vision, the overall vision of scaling efficiently while maintaining, those lower power costs. I should have asked your friend about that, by the way, about the power.
You should ask him. Yeah.
It slipped my mind, man.
It's all right.
The move reinforces, though, Mara's position as the largest public Bitcoin miner globally. Not a bad look to have. The total production in June, though, did drop 25% year over year to about 713 Bitcoin. There was a reason for that, though. It was weather-related curtailment and storm damage, sadly, to older equipment at its Garden City facility. So they weren't able to kind of, meet the full need here as a result of the weather. Despite the production dip, though, the CEO highlighted Mara's milestone of reaching about 50,000 BTC in corporate reserves. They've got about 49,940 BTC on hand. That's about 5.37 billion in Bitcoin that they're holding on their balance sheet there. That is the second largest corporate BTC holder globally, obviously after our very good friends at Strategy, MicroStrategy. Shout out to Saylor and Company. Good look there. Thank you very much.
PLN.
Hey, for the super chat. Adam.
We're gonna figure it out. There.
Yeah, PLN. What is that?
We're gonna figure it out.
We're gonna do it live. Let's find out right here because we've
got it up there.
Yeah. PLN currency. So that is Polish zloty.
Zloty.
Thank you very much, my friend. Could you please take a look at Nebius Group, the company that builds AI-optimized data centers? I bought it at $20, Joseph, 3 months ago, and I'm wondering whether it's still bullish from a technical standpoint. Ticker is NBIS.
NBIS. All right. Yeah. And as I sent you that message truly from the bottom of my heart, obviously I mean that, and thank you very much. You're not wrong. You are right. Just understand what we got going on. And then we want to take a look at, could you take a look at NBIS? Absolutely. No NBIS around here, brother. NBIS. All right. So, hey, this thing is looking pretty good right now from a technical standpoint. That's all we can essentially give you. But Liberation Day, I think that's going to be a key focal point right here, guys. Let's pull it up if I can get a percentage metric, and my platform doesn't want to embarrass me in front of everybody. Very good. Embarrassing. 188%. This name is looking relatively well. We had a low of around 1749, and then now it's gone on a big-time move. You are entering an additional consolidation phase, so watch out for that. But if the name is strong and continues to be so, look for this. And this is what I was referring to earlier on Tesla. You break through some key support levels and strong names, you look for indecision south of those key support levels, and that will give you a good indication on some potential bounce plays there on NBIS. And thank you, Adam Radjfer. That is around $40, a little bit under 40 Canadian dollars for that one. 37.
Big boy money.
37.
Appreciate that, man.
So
thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam.
All right, let's go on to some Apple over here getting the nod today. Kind of a backhanded nod, though. The upgrade from Jefferies from underperform to hold and boosting that price target to a very weirdly specific $182.32. I don't know why.
Get it, Jefferies.
Get it, Jefferies. The firm expects Apple's Q3 2025 revenue and EPS to beat the estimates, the street's estimates, by about 5 to 9%. They say driven by strength in China, as well as tariff-related pull forward. Tariff-related demand that was pulled forward. iPhone sales in China did do quite well during their 618 shopping festival. 618 was like this thing started by JD, and then it became JD or PDD, one of the two companies, and then it became national. It's the second biggest day, like Black Friday for us here, the second biggest day in China after Singles Day, so a lot of retail buys take place during that time. And Apple saw about a 19% year-over-year bump during that 618 festival. It was, though, helped by discounts and subsidies, so margins possibly a bit of a question there. Jefferies increased its June quarter iPhone unit estimate by about 9%. It's a little bit shy than 50 million units, which implies about a 9% year-over-year growth. Analysts see this as signal that Apple is aggressively defending the Chinese market or its share of the Chinese market, and that consumers remain responsive to pricing incentives. But again, when you have those pricing incentives, usually you take a hit on margins, which obviously affects profitability. Jefferies does warn that iPhone unit growth could stall the second half of this year, basically for muted demand right now, or muted production for the iPhone 17. They say the new 17 Slim, which is essentially the only new version of the iPhone that's coming out, and by that I mean like the actual design is different, may fail to drive upgrades because there is some features missing. It's got a single camera. In China, might have to be a bit thicker than it is in North America because it's got to have a dual SIM, and there's also some issues with it as well. So All that is speculative. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happens in real life, but that is what's being talked about right now.
Yep.
The tariff assumptions, though, as well, Joseph, they say it might be too optimistic. A 10 to 30% tariff on imports from India, Vietnam, or China could actually hurt EPS by up to 7%. And there's also the ongoing regulatory risk that Apple is going through, much like with the other hyperscalers, that it is having to deal with right now with the regulator, whether it's the App Store, whether it's its relationship with Google, whether it's Europe, who's broke, who's trying to take money from Apple through the Digital Markets Act. You guys know I'm just joking about that, or am I? Right, so that is a bit of a headwind, Joseph, that we have to factor in when we get bullish on Apple.
Absolutely, and I couldn't agree more with you, Sharif. But one thing I want to point on: has the market baked this bad news potentially in?
It's a very good question.
And then, right, so if the answer is yes, then what we can see displayed is the positive news that we've seen coming out of Apple. If that Siri upgrade, if they can't complete it in house, then they're gonna source it out to OpenAI and Anthropic, and that's when you see that start to being priced into the market as well. So the question is, has all of that bad news been priced into the current evaluation of the stock? And if you get any more positive tailwinds, could the market disregard what's going on with, regardless of the deal coming out of China, whether it be 10 or 30%? Is that irrelevant if they strike some big-time deals and they don't complete the Siri upgrade in-house there, sure?
Yep, we're going to have to find out. Thank you, One Stop Shop, or One Stop something or another there. Why doesn't it show? Why do I have to click fan funding? One Stop something. Come on, bro. One Stop Sports. Thank you for the Canadian, 279 Canadian. Can you look at NVIDIA? Seems overextended from VWAP. Let's have a look at NVIDIA quickly and see what it's up to over here. It's going to be the 5 on NVIDIA. Okay. I personally see, so resistance here you can see at around 157.5. There has been a lot of selling at the $0.50. The prints do go up into the $0.50. A lot of the closing prints, though, are south of the third of a dollar, right around the 157 mid-30s. Now, what I see is either support at the 10 or the 20. The deeper retracement went into the 20 exponential. The more shallow normal retracements go into the 10. So here's the deal. I see support. Price action support at about 155.25 to about 155. That has to do with that bull flag that we formed at the open there. That's the top end of the range. I also see possible support at around 156 because that's where we troughed right there. And then there's also the volume weighted average price, which is 155.82. So if you give up the 20, I'd be looking for support right around 156 to see if this area trough wants to hold. Otherwise, I mean, obviously keep your eye on the futures because, well, NVIDIA does move with the futures, no doubt about that. Any look you have there, Joseph, on NVIDIA?
I mean, so Pug Life and I have been talking options in the chat, so that's why you guys see me typing away. We're both talking about specific open interest, and this is just from a technical standpoint. I want to get into the fundamentals because it's just going to lead me into the Gulf states and how amazing those deals are, Sharif. There you go. I just got into it. I love that stuff. It's absolutely phenomenal, and I mentioned this a while ago, and I find that the market was slightly lagging this big-time move. So what Pug Life and I are talking about here are call walls. And we have a bunch of call walls through a bunch of these increments on the strike price. He's like, Joe, the 157.5 and the 160s are big-time trouble for this name right now. And we even have size building at 155. So I said to Pug Life, we've seen the example. I didn't get stopped out there. Thank you very much. But we've seen this before multiple weeks ago and during the earnings. But once these open contracts are lifted into higher strike prices, and we got to keep nailing this style of trading until it sticks on our head and you start utilizing it. So it may seem like I'm repeating myself, but it's key because you want to find a system that's repeatable. And I think that's exactly what we found here by using open interest. So now back to what I was getting at is that once that is lifted from 160 and say goes to 162.5 or 165, I believe that is going to be a good green light, a solid green light in order for us to continue to climb higher. But right now, you can see we have been struggling to get through 160 because of the supply zone that we're seeing there and just the vast amounts of open contracts. So wait until next week to see where those contract concentration has either been lifted or it remains the same there, Sharif.
Thank you very much, Vanilla Man, for the $10 super chat. Smack that ask. Okay. Thank you. Obi thanks you. He dropped $10 on that, Obi. I got to read it out, by the way. Yeah. You saw that? All right, let's talk a little Amazon here, baby. Amazon hits 1 million robots and adds an AI fleet corridor. So Amazon announced it has deployed officially 1 million robots, Joseph, across 300 global facilities, solidifying its position as the largest manufacturer and operator of mobile robotics. Here's the deal, though. The company also unveiled their Deep Fleet, which is a generative AI model that will optimize robot movement. It's going to cut travel time down by 10%, improving delivery speed and efficiency. And obviously, if it's able to improve times, well, then that means more productivity and margins do improve as a result of that. Since 2012, Amazon has steadily, I should say, scaled the robot use from basic shelf-moving bots to autonomous units capable of lifting 1,250 pounds and navigating warehouse floors. The bots now handle tasks such as lifting, transporting, navigating complex factory layouts, as well as continued upgrades that are expected. I mean, it's just a matter of time till they take all our jobs. That's what it feels like. Despite the collaboration messaging, CEO Andy Jassy renewed a warning that generative AI will shrink parts of the global workforce, including his, even as hiring AI and robotics continues. Amazon has already cut about 27,000 jobs since 2022. I'm going to keep my eye here on Big Bear AI because it's losing the 20 exponential, and has made additional targeted layoffs, sadly, in recent months. We never want to celebrate when people are losing their jobs. That goes without saying, but it is something that we need to be pragmatic about, that there likely will be, if there isn't mass layoffs, like some people were predicting, what you might see is just no new hiring for positions, especially those entry-level positions, you know, like that do the kind of the legwork for certain tasks. That could all either be done by robotics or AI. Obviously, very nascent, and there is a lot of unanswered questions. Joseph, anything on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think even though we are seeing job loss experience right now, these robots are going to need maintenance, and I don't know if robots can fix robots just yet. So I think there's going to be some job creation within that as well, too, especially as it starts to grow and expand. You're going to need the mechanics behind that. You're going to have everything, all those little widgets and gadgets that put these components, that put these robots together. I don't know if robots can completely do that yet, but you're going to need human interaction at some point.
That's a good point. Yeah. Intel mulls a major shift in chip strategy under the new CEO. Lip Bhutan, he's a new CEO who took over in March, is rapidly restructuring the foundry business to cut costs and revive growth after a historic year of losses. We'll get to those losses in a second. He is reviewing a bold pivot. This is what he wants to do. He wants to drop the marketing and the expenditures on their 18A and 18AP process to external clients, despite having already invested billions in the technology. He wants to kind of look at, and I'll get to the losses in a second here. He wants to look at 14A. So TAN is pushing Intel to refocus on technology called 14A, which is a next-gen process that could offer an edge over their huge rival Taiwan Semi, whose N2 technology essentially stands for 2 nanometers, is currently ahead of Intel. And the analysts say that 18A's performance, the one that they want to move away from, is equivalent to N3 in Taiwan Semi speak, which is, again, just a euphemism for 3 nanometer technology, which is old. It's 2022 technology and has been mass produced since then. It is now the 2 nanometer that Taiwan Semi is looking to scale, and that's why they're opening up a bunch of plants in the United States. But my understanding is that 2 nanometer will be made strictly in Taiwan. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. To give you an idea of what kind of losses we're talking about here for Intel, the first annual loss ever suffered by the company since 1986, and it wasn't light, guys. $18.8 billion loss. Obviously, not all that was performance related. It was a lot of capital expenditures with opening these new foundries in the United States. Obviously, they got some money from the CHIPS Act, but that didn't obviously cover the entire thing. Intel's board, though, for their part, hasn't signed off on the strategy shift from 18A to 14A. They're expected to review this strategy shift, and then they will likely postpone final judgment until the fall due to the complexity and obviously the financial implications that come with that. Meanwhile, Intel apparently will continue their 18A technology production for internal chips and for some existing contracts that they already have with Microsoft, Joseph, and Amazon.
Beautiful stuff there. All right, guys, I want to talk about how just this market is continuously climbing higher. So I'm just going to pull up all of these big names here for you. Look at this. You have Microsoft continuing to move lower. Apple was moving lower momentarily. And then you have Meta heading into some key support levels. And then you have Apple right there as well, too. But look at Google just continuously go. And then look how that's treating the market. The market is not participating to the downside just yet. Is it going to? But the one thing that you have to keep an eye out on, if these names decide to bounce as a collective unit, watch out, because the market will put in a new high of the day, because Google is really strong and the market seems to be heavily correlated with Google and NVDA this morning, Sharif.
All right, guys. Big Bear AI is losing the $0.50 here. No. I mean, it's good. I can kind of make my decision. Big Bear AI does look like it is on the way down to 740 or so. It might lose the $0.50 here. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Shout out to Big Bear AI. It had a big seller here at $7.70 that we just couldn't shake. And we weren't able to shake it for a long time. There's the Baird one on the screen there. I got to get that one from you. 770 right now is the top end of the area on Big Bear AI. Let's get involved here. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. And then I'm just going to set up my my stop on this bad boy over here. We're going to look for a break of that 740, but I don't mind DCAing into the volume weighted average price. So that's exactly what I'm going to do there. We're going to wait down here to see if we can get another beak wetter around there. And then if it ends up below that, well, then it's all over. Let's talk a little bit about Google getting slapped with a $314 million lawsuit verdict on Android data lawsuit. Now, that's obviously not a lot of money for goggles, but a San Jose jury ordered Google to pay about $315 million, a little bit less, to Android users in only California over unauthorized data collection while the devices were idle. Who always used to think that, you know, the phone is listening to you? Well, apparently, according to this lawsuit, it does. The case impacted about 14 million users and centers on allegations that Google siphoned cell data for company use, including targeted advertising. Are you surprised by that? I'm not. So the plaintiffs claimed, sorry about that, the plaintiffs claimed that the data transfer occurred without consent, even when the phones were idle, imposing what they called mandatory and unavoidable burdens on users. Google, for their part, pushed back and said that they disagree with the ruling entirely and plan to appeal, claiming the decision misunderstands Android's performance and the privacy systems. They also maintained that users consented to data use under the terms of service and that no actual harm occurred from the transfers. So in one case, they're saying, look, we disagree and you don't understand, we're not siphoning data, but in case you do find that we did siphon data, nobody got harmed. Well, which is it, bro? Right? So I like that little legal speak there. A separate but similar federal case for 49 other states is already scheduled for trial of April of next year, increasing obviously the long-term litigation potential for something like this. So yeah, that is quite interesting there. It's something that, I don't know, we always joke about your phone's listening, your phone's listening. I guess this case.
No, it actually does, because it's not a coincidence that on multiple occasions when you're talking about something, then you pull up your search engine and it's advertising what you were just talking about.
There you go. There you go, right? I mean, that's exactly what we're
It's happened to everybody, I'm pretty sure. It's happened to me on multiple times. I'm sure you as well, too.
Esler, absolutely.
But let's go here. TQs. Let's get that reversion here. OB. Let's hit the O boy.
OB.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're looking for that move back towards VWAP, but it's a pretty strong day, guys. We might not get it. It is a counter trend trade. That's when you go with that question tree, OB. Are we counter trend? Yes. Are we bouncing off multiple support levels? Yes. But we're going to hold on to see if we can get that VWAP play to come in.
Absolutely, Joseph. Big Bear AI still headed down here to the volume weighted average price. I'm waiting here at 43s, I believe. I don't know why I'm not getting filled, so I'm keeping my eye out on that Big Bear. We're waiting actually at 43s. Let's just take it here. There we go. We actually get 42s on that one. Okay, so let's see what Big Bear AI does. Let's go ahead and throw in that stop now. I'm going to give it to 34s, and then we'll give it down to here. And we've got size on here for Big Bear, man. So if we ended up getting punched out, we're going to be on a very negative day today. So we'll see what happens. We've got 51s on currently. So let's go ahead and set up at 55. So what I'm looking for here is a volume weighted average price hold on Big Bear AI. Let's go ahead and look, though, at CDR joining the bidding war for BP. So we heard about Shell last week denying reports that they were interested at all in British Petroleum. You know, one of the reasons that we had kind of said that they were denying it because there's this rule in England that if you deny interest in a company, you're prohibited from buying them for a period of 6 months. So apparently CDNR has officially entered the bidding for BP's lubricant division, Castrol. We all know about that, which is valued at approximately $8 billion, reports Sky News. CDR now competes with Apollo Group, Lone Star Funds, and India's Reliance Industries, which had previously shown interest in buying British Petroleum. The bid is notable due to CDNR's ties with BP chairman Helge Lund, who also serves as the operating advisor for CDNR. Lund, though, he's going to step down as BP chair within 12 months, so we'll have to see how that all goes. The Castrol sale does align with BP's broader plan to streamline its portfolio and raise some money under pressure from, yes, activist investor Elliott Management Investment. How many times have we heard about them? I know that's not one we typically talk about here, Joseph, but anything here on the possible BP buyout?
Yeah, I mean, it's a buyout there. You can make a trade off of that.
Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah, I don't know too much about that, what's going on. I'll have to read a little bit more, but yeah, we're just still short this market. Okay. And I'm telling Gorva, I'm like, hey, man, we got to be patient, especially with these big names that are working out really, really well.
Well said.
It's tough to counter trend right now.
All right, guys, Palantir, another day, another frickin' contract, this time with a company called, where are they at here? Blue Forge Alliances. They announced a collaboration with them to support the U.S. Navy's Warp Speed for Warships initiative. The program is part of the Navy's Maritime Industry Base program and does aim to align or aims to digitally transform U.S. shipbuilding operations. The objective of this collaboration is basically going to be to accelerate warship production. Now, we know the world is rearming. Germany, you know, Japan, obviously the United States. We already see other countries rearming as well, Canada included. And this is going to improve fleet readiness using Palantir's advanced digital infrastructure. So yet another use for that AIP program we seem to see coming in all the time. Shout out to Big Spal Burdette, who I see has now weaseled into the chat. We're going to go to Adair shortly, but anything here on the Palantir headline?
Let's go, yeah, Palantir. We're going to pull up Palantir right now. This thing has been on a monster move. I've been mentioning this earlier. Oops, I'm locked up here, so we can't necessarily put it on there. Uno momento, mi amigo. Yeah, we'll send it to her in 1 second as we pull up Palantir and just do Sharif giving you the fundamental benefits, and we're going to give you some of the technicals because I think Palantir is going to be a continuous buy. We're going to zoom out here. I'm doing it rapid, doing it live, and that's what we want to look at. So still up approximately 99% off of Liberation Day lows there, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
Cash secured puts on Palantir, I think, is the way to go. You don't want to be you don't want to be buying all the way up here. I'm selling CSPs if you have the capital around 116, 195, and even 120. So yeah, that's the look there on Palantir. Big time move from the trough there to where we're currently trading at. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, here is mRNA. Keep an eye on Moderna and Pfizer. New York Times reporting that the FDA, or Food and Drug Administration's top vaccine official, apparently rejected broad uses of 2 different COVID vaccines, setting unknown risk of injuries. So keep an eye here at mRNA and PFE. But I mean, mRNA near days highs. PFE here also looking not bad. So neither stock super reacting to the news, but again, keep an eye on these. New York Times reporting that the FDA's top vaccine official is rejecting broad uses of 2 different COVID vaccines, as we send it back to the Bash brothers.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, let's go on to the next story. Netflix Eyes Music and live concert expansion with Spotify. So Netflix is apparently in discussions with Spotify to co-develop projects like live concert series and music award shows. Interesting. The collaboration is part of Netflix's broader push into live programming to enhance engagement and obviously subscriber growth. We've seen that with sports. We've seen it in boxing, obviously. And this is just another push looking for the music route. Netflix is also considering new formats like high-profile celebrity interviews and fast turnaround documentary content. These formats aim to kind of tap into that trending culture momentum and boost. Is that even a word? Boost viewer retention. Joseph, I like this. I like this look here.
I like the live music look.
I like the live music look, but you know what? It actually just caught my attention. Something that was very obvious, but I hadn't really noticed.
Yeah.
Spotify doesn't have anything live.
Yeah.
Why don't they have anything live?
That's very interesting.
You know what I mean?
You
Like,
think they'd have a live concert.
they have nothing. They have nothing
Do
live.
they? Is there a platform where you can go and watch the concert live on TV where you don't actually attend?
Good
the
question.
Show,
I don't
right?
know.
So
I don't know.
there you go. Maybe
There you
Netflix
go.
is going to be one of the first. Because I remember back in the day, my friend's dad, we would go to over his house and it was a live concert from YouTube every day. You'd go there, he's watching the Live Aid or he's watching some form of live concert. The fact that Netflix is thinking about getting into this, I think that's another big time move. And what is that going to do? That's just going to drive more subscribers,
absolutely,
and even short-term subscribers to the platform, like we've seen in the fights, in the Jake Paul and the Mike Tyson fight.
Exactly.
We now have Canelo Alvarez and my guy Terrence Bud Crawford that are going to be fighting live on there. Tina Man always mentions that one of the most popular sporting events in the United States is the WWE. They brought you that live, and they're also bringing big-time games like Christmas Day games and Thanksgiving games via obviously football with that. So I think there's some big-time moves to still happen in Netflix, and we've also seen their subscriber growth go substantially higher with 100% increases year over year in the past couple quarters.
Yeah, absolutely, and we obviously saw what happened with their first Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing.
I think that's such a good problem to have.
It's a fantastic problem to have, but you don't want to be 0 for 2.
Yeah, you don't want to
be 0 for 2 on that one. It's a great. What we're talking about is like I don't know if you guys remember, but it was streaming, kept buffering. A lot of people couldn't watch, even people who paid. Even people who paid, couldn't watch it. And that obviously is an issue. So you don't want to have that happen twice in a row. Shout out to Netflix, though. They've got clearly a lot of demand, on their side there. So we'll have to see how that all goes.
And I think the shows in the pipeline are a big thing as well, too, Sharif. Like, you want to see those Squid Games come out. You want to see for Too Hot to Handle for all my reality TV fans out there and et cetera. So you just want to have a nice steady stream and a solid pipeline of new content continuously coming out. And I think Netflix is year over year, quarter over quarter, nailing that one on the head.
Bang. All right, guys. Just in BBAI, the only position we have, it's still above the volume weighted average price, but let me tell you, it does not look good on the 5-second chart. The lower lows, the lower highs are what is really catching my attention. You don't need to look at the 5-minute chart, 5-second chart either. The 5-minute chart has a 3-candle hold up at VWAP, but you're not really seeing the buying stepping in. At the moment, this thing's done 263 million shares on the day. We're only 5 pennies out of the money, but we have shares on this one. So if it ends up dropping, we're going to get into some trouble. So we're going to keep a tight stop below that VWAP area. Now, I've tried to give it a little bit of room so that, I don't get stop hunted, but this is not a good look. We had a seller at 70. We couldn't shake. And now there doesn't seem to be any buying, whether we're at the $0.50 or closer to VWAP. So let's see if we can break trend and print anything above 750, 751. That's where we topped out here on the 5-second chart. We weren't able to print anything above 750 on the last occasion, and the occasion before that, it was 751. So you're getting that ask creep where you're getting that lower high every single time, whether it's by a penny or two. It is still at the area low. So we'll keep tabs on that. And if there are any other small cap gappers that you guys are seeing right now, let me know, because I don't see any good ones showing up on my scanner. Adara.
I just want to draw your guys' attention here to our new infographic on X at TTV Research, and it's very timely. We know that today Tesla did have deliveries and productions. Deliveries missing estimates, but one of the metrics that, as I mentioned here, missed estimates the most severely was their other models category. That includes, from left to right here, the Model S, the Cybertruck, and the Model X. So here's a look at these deliveries over the past 6 quarters, basically starting with when we started seeing these Cybertruck deliveries in Q1 24. We get a nice steady incline up into Q4 2024, at which point we get a sharp drop off. So yeah, significant decrease here in these categories in recent quarters. Take a look at this on X at TTV Research and check out these fun-looking Tesla vehicles on this chart. Back to you.
All right, Joseph, you ready for this?
Yep.
Your friend Big Spile
Yeah.
just sent me a message.
What did he say?
And he said the following.
Let me hear it.
Over, under, seasons of The Bachelor Joe has watched. He's going 4.5. I bet he says Selena makes him watch it.
I've never watched The Bachelor.
Never?
Ever. No. Yeah. I'm more of a Love Island, Too Hot to
Love Island.
Handle,
So Big Spile.
Temptation.
You were close. You were close, but wrong show.
Okay, I actually want to go here because I know Joe has seen this show. Beyond Deck, over under seasons, because I know you and I've talked about Beyond Deck.
Below Deck?
Below Deck, not Beyond Deck, Below Deck.
Ran through.
Any spinoff. I'm going to go 5 seasons over.
Yeah. Ran through every episode essentially.
Oh,
on
way
that.
more than
It's honestly, but see here, I'll be working on the laptop doing TA, and it's on as background. It's perfect. It's a perfect background noise, right? Because you're getting like the nice sea. They go to nice areas like Australia, the Seychelles, I believe, which is around Africa, and then they go to the Caribbean as well too. So you get this nice tropical vibe, and then you also get to work on your laptop as well too.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's why I like tropical vibes.
I like it. I mean, I don't know any of the shows that you're
Below Deck.
about,
Below Deck, it's about
what is
it's yachting. It's a
yachting.
board, and then that's when I seen your boy Timmy S on there. He was on He was on an episode of Below Deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Below Deck is basically less about the people on the yacht. They're more portrayed as like kind of annoyances and more the people that work below deck, hence the name. And so you've got like lots of little romances and scandals. The captain's always like, what are y'all doing? They have a million different spin-offs. And, people from across the world just working on decks and cruises. It's fun. It's called, as Joe said, great background noise.
It's called a boatman, Sadara. That's what they're calling
Boatmans. Oh my God.
Boatmans is what they call it. Yeah.
All right. Well, shout out to the boatmans, man. I mean, I wish I could have a boat to have some boatmans on. I'd be so pumped to have a boat. Boat guy?
Yeah, I don't mind boats. Yeah.
Boat guy?
I'm cool with boats. I mean, I'm more of like a catamaran type guy. You know.
You're getting in the workout, but like ambitions, like I made it success.
Yeah, success.
Boat on your list there?
It's not at the top of the list, but it can get there when you got that type of money.
Fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, what am I gonna do when I'm in
where am I
Monaco?
gonna squander my money?
Right. If I'm in Monaco, what else am I gonna do? I gotta have a boat there at least.
Man, I'm a huge boat guy.
What?
You know what I wanted to do though?
I can't hear you.
Hold on, Ram.
Yeah.
We're doing a show over here, Ram.
We'll come to you in a second.
Ram, come on. No, seriously, just kidding. You know what I've always wanted to do though?
Yeah.
Get an older like Carver, like a 45-foot, a 40-foot, an older one.
Yeah.
And then retrofit the hell out of it from the inside.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because then you'd be saving a little bit on the top line price.
Yeah.
The bottom line you're gonna end up spending because you're gonna retrofit it. But that's kind of been my dream. And there's companies that actually do that whole thing for you from the beginning to end. They take the 80s boats that look super dated with like the carpets and this, and they retrofit the hell out of it.
I mean, we're talking you just hit Lotto Max, going with that same game plan, or are you gonna just grab a new one?
That's a great question, dude. That's actually a really good question. I'm thrifty AF.
Oh, no,
I just am.
How thrifty are you gonna be with 48 smackers?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean?
I'm thrifty as hell, though,
48
bro.
sheets. I don't know how thrifty you're going to necessarily be, but
yes, boats and being on the lake is the best pastime, says ARX. Absolutely. Chris Kraft says Bobby Axelrod. Let's talk Survivor, says Aaron and Joanna Booster. Big smile. Could you use some of that money to pay me?
Oh.
Yeah, apparently, you still owe Big Smile some money, my guy.
No. Listen, I said, Spile, send your info to Sharif and your funds will get there. But he respectfully declined and said, no, I would rather just torment Joe for the foreseeable future. But there has to be an expiration on that torment.
Love it.
Torment.
Love it.
Yeah, it's pretty done there, and it's been a while, and I've definitely taken.
It's been a a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Remember that song?
Yeah, I remember I was singing that the
So
other day. That's
good,
what we
dude.
say to our
So
hockey
good.
guys. It's been a while.
Yeah, no, that's my dream there. Take a bit of an older boat, retrofit it. I like the Carvers because they're there's multiple floors. But there's also this European brand. I forget the name of it. It's not the multi-floor one. It's the elongated ones there. Well, I'll get it for you guys in a second.
Sorry, Frank
Go for it,
Koss.
man. Yeah.
Frank Koss, do you see Huda on Love Island? I cannot stand Huda, and I can't stand Ace, Frank Koss.
Huda?
Yeah, her name. Yeah,
That's what obviously I heard Huda.
Yeah.
Right?
Have you been watching?
She has
this
Middle
season?
Eastern rage. Excellent.
I can't stand her. I can't stand that individual. And Ace is probably my most disliked individual on the planet. I never disliked anybody as much as I don't like Ace.
Oh, get him, Joe.
Season, yeah.
All right. Well, I haven't seen any of this, so I'm just gonna live vicariously through you guys. But
dude, I have to make sure I'm working while I watch this stuff. Otherwise, I feel like my brain is just melting.
Rotting a little bit.
Yeah.
The only thing that I've seen that's similar to that is one that Ram put me onto. It's called Dubai Bling.
Yeah.
They speak like half English, half Arabic.
Yeah.
What? I still haven't watched that, nor have I watched season 3 of Dubai Bling. But this is like pure brain rot here, bro. Pure brain rot.
Dude, you know what's
just hold on.
Yeah.
Imagine the excesses of the West and then multiply that by 10 because it's Dubai.
Yeah, and
right?
honestly, for me, it's just like I can't listen to you. You know what I mean? Another good one is selling luxury or something like that.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this.
There's a Toronto one and there's an Australian one. That's really good.
Luxury real estate.
Or something
right?
like that. Yeah.
I've seen that one. I haven't watched it, but I've seen a lot of it.
The Toronto one is good. Oh, luxury listings, it's called.
Apparently, Benton, shout out to Benton. Apparently, oil's pumping here big. Let me have a look at oil. Yeah, oil's up 2 2/3. Benton's saying oil names popping, VG and SOC. I'm not seeing anything. Adara, anything on your end there with respect to oil? Adara's looking into it right now for us, guys. So if we have anything on oil, we will let you know. Oh, here it is. Energy stocks gain as Assassino, if we can go. Iran suspends cooperation with UN nuclear watchdog. Oh boy. So what's the actual headline here? Is there any? So Adara's seeing the same thing. That's the only thing she's seeing. So that's obviously not a good look. We definitely need some cooperation there. Now I don't know what the deal was that Donald Trump made with the Israelis and the Iranians about what the requirements were for that ceasefire agreement there. So we'll keep tabs on that for you guys, and if we have more information on it, obviously we will let you know. Thank you, Benton, Arsenal fan extraordinaire in the chat, for keeping me apprised of that, my man. We're always talking over here and we're trading, and so sometimes it's a little bit harder to monitor these things, and I do appreciate that, my man, for throwing that in. All right, guys, we're doing it live. We're back nicely in the money here on Big Bear AIs. It found support at the volume weighted average price. It's having trouble, though, at 60 pennies. It's been up to 60, and it is not clearing it. It's at 59 right now. I've seen it as high as 60. It's getting a bit of a sell at that level. So watch out here for Big Bear AI bouncing off VWAP, but certainly not clearing that 60 penny level with any gusto, if at all. Some lottage here. There we go, getting taken off as the buy orders come in fast and furious at 60, but that seller at 60 we can't shake. Okay, now we've shaken him. 61's printed there, so we're nicely in the money now on Big Bear AI. I have one of my biggest positions I've taken in a long time on this name. Yeah, because we're negative on the day and we're trying to get positive. But that is the look now, Joseph. 62's now showing up on the Baird one. Keep your eye on this one. We'll keep monitoring it for you. Taking Prince to the high side here, my man. What do you got?
Beautiful stuff, guys. All right, let's break down our only 3 trades on the day. And I think that's really important to note, is that we're not just gunslinging. We're trying to have precision entries, and we get out when we're supposed to. Now the market's starting to squeeze back up, and that's what I'm talking about. This grind is really, really tough. This market is strong, hence why it's taking significantly a longer amount of time than I thought it would to get back towards the volume weighted average price. And at this pace, you might not even see that on today's session. So there's some things that you need to factor in. You probably want to start parceling if you have the ability to break through some of the support levels, because that's holding up relatively well here. But let's break it down here, guys. All right, so attempt 1 didn't work out for us. but we're just using the high of the day as our stop. We get stopped out, we take an additional attempt, and then now that we had this pullback, we held some of these support levels, now acting as resistance, and we look for that move. It comes against us, and then we get out before we were supposed to, which is a good play. Why? Because now we have a significantly better price. Had a lot going on. Are they precise? Not that, but we're in and around the specific range that we want to be in. So one thing that we have to know, if it cracks this, I'm not going to wait for that point. It's now, my tight is now my stop is now tighter considering the fact that I've added to this position. So if we break this 82.40 level, you got to get out of this trade. I'm only going to give this 10 cents. So I have until 45 because I put on more size looking for that move back towards the volume weighted average price. But with what I'm seeing in this market is that the shorts are extremely tough. You have to go through that question tree that OB always talks about. Are you counter trend? Yes. What kind of move are you looking for? A move back to VWAP? What is price action telling you? And right now and throughout the whole session, it's telling us that it's going to be a struggle because the participants, the buyers, are continuously stepping back in and buying every micro pullback that we're seeing across the board. Microsoft is selling heading towards the opening price and the low of the day, but the market has not reacted whatsoever to that selling. It is moving in correlation with Google and NVDA. Now that those names have been selling aggressively and the market hasn't been moving alongside with it, whenever you see somewhat of a pullback in those names, it just adds more fuel to the buying of the NASDAQ, and then that's why you see the moves to the top side are significantly stronger than what we are seeing to the downside. So size accordingly, make sure that you're not over leveraged just in case you do get squeezed out, but also look for that move and that specific risk to reward ratio that you've put on with that trade. Stick to those stops, especially when you're counter trading, because if you French fry when you're supposed to pizza, you're gonna have a bad time. Sure.
I like it, man. Good call out there. And I like this question tree thing that Obi's been talking about lately. I think it's a really good way to put what you really need to go through. It's like a trading plan. Like you have to cross your T's and dot your I's. And I think that's just really the only way to manage risk. Otherwise, you're taking a little bit too much risk. Okay, so we're doing well here on BBAI. We're stair-stepping up. Where are we long? 47s. I just took a print at 66s now. I'm trying to make a decision as to whether I want to get out the entire thing because 70's coming up close, and 70 is the level we couldn't shake. But on the way to 70, we're encountering resistance at every level. 65, 66, 63, 64. There is huge size posted on almost every penny. And so that, makes it a thicker trade and a harder trade for a breakout, at least to test the high of the day, which is 785, to test 770, let alone the 785 high a day. So there's only about 8 minutes left on the show, so I'm trying to make the decision as to whether I want to hold or get out back into 66 as we go. We're not able to clear 66. I mean, every single penny into that 70 penny area has a lot of size posted. So let's go ahead and wet the beak here. We're going to take out some at 65. We already did earlier, but we're going to take another piece there. So we'll see if this one wants to squeeze or what, but we're not clearing 66. In fact, I'm seeing more size come in on the level 2 at the 66 penny area on Big Bear AI. So yeah, that is obviously a bit of an issue there. I saw you, Leanna, in the chat. I know you were adding at that 7.5 girl. I hope you're still holding because this will probably be a banger for you. I know you were trading that one with me as well. I know that other people were also looking at Big Bear AI in the chat. The Katina man was obviously involved in this one in the morning. And oh, Joseph, we just took out a bunch of levels. Dang. There we go. Now we're 1 penny away from that dreaded 70 penny area on Big Bear AI. Is this going to be another area, another 70 penny touch and drop, or does it have the juice this time to clear that 70 penny level? Yeah, so we'll have to wait there. I don't know, Leanna. I don't know if you're still holding or what. Let me know. You LOL'd. I don't know if that means it's good or bad. I'm not sure. I don't want to say anything there, but yeah. Keeping an eye on this one, really looking for that 70 penny print and clear, Joseph. We've already layered orders above that 70 penny. Here's 69er. So let's go ahead and post a little bit there. We're going to wet the beak because we've got shares on, so we can take some over here. Still holding some nice shares, looking for that squeeze above 70 pennies. Trying to pack my patience, but, it's been a tougher trading day for me. We're still negative on the day. It's trying to get back positive. Today will be a negative day likely unless this thing explodes, but that was only 2 negative days in the last 3 trading weeks. So I'm kind of happy about that.
2 negative days?
2 negative days in the last 3 trading weeks.
Oh, how come you keeping that silent there?
I don't talk about the winners, bro.
You got to talk about the winners.
No, I don't. It's just my thing. It's my
15
jam.
15 trading days, that's a record of 13.
It's not, because we had a couple of shortened weeks, right?
Oh, okay.
We had a couple of shortened weeks.
Okay.
Think about it, right?
So even
and
so
this
you
week's
had-
going to be shortened
Even
week
if
too,
you
right?
had 10 trading, we'll call it 10 trading sessions, you're wrong 2 of them. That's an 80% accuracy right there.
Well, yeah,
Quick
it's
math.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
The math's got to jive.
Yeah.
So we just got to 70, Joseph. The high of this candle is 70 pennies, so we did get to 70, and then we rejected again. Down into 67 we go. Darwin's killing me. Anytime he's trying to pump me up, he throws in the
lotion.
The little bit. That's an inside joke. Okay, so I'm going to tell everybody what it is because it's funny. So your boy Pratt used to sit there, right?
Yeah.
And then he had some hand lotion over there. We're in the middle of winter, bro.
Lotion up,
so
right?
my hands are all, I'm ashy
You're
Larry
ashy?
over
Oh,
here, and
do
the
you get
knuckles
ashy?
always on the knuckles, yeah. So I'm like, yo, can I have some hand cream?
Yeah.
And then just being the asshole that he typically is, right?
Giving you a hard time about
I'm like, just give me 2 pumps, bro.
Yeah.
And then the entire chat just exploded, and it's stuck, and it hasn't dropped since that time. Shout out to OG Darwin, man.
Puts the
Always
lotion
being
on its
tickled.
skin.
Oh, wow. Isn't that from Joe Dirt?
Yeah.
Yes, my guy.
Joe Dirt.
It puts the lotion on its skin. Why are you referring to me as an object, dog?
Yeah.
So
He's like,
dope.
and he's referring to the Auto Trader magazine that he has, and it's outdated, and he wants a new one. What a classic movie.
Oh, my. He's like,
Yeah,
this guy's selling, I don't know what. I got to watch Joe Dirt again,
Joe
man.
Dirt's a
Those were
classic,
good times. I love Joe Dirt, man.
Joe Dirt.
Dear Day, I forgot about that. He's all French and weird.
Joe Dirt.
I love it. We're having a great time, guys. I hope you guys don't mind a little bit of talking, but Joey Options and I, we do a live here on the midday. We do a little trading, we do a little talking, we do some news, and we always have Adara at the big desk to let us know what is moving in case we need to shut the hell up and concentrate on the things at hand. Joseph, anything you got, my man?
Yeah, we're doing this thing. We're just in the ebbs and flows of this overall market right now, guys. Apple is now back towards the volume-weighted average price and north of that. So that's your rap name, 2 Pump?
Not 2 chains,
yeah, 2
but
pump.
2 pumps.
That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, these things are. This is all right. I can't wait. This is hectic in the background, guys.
Absolutely
we apologize.
hectic.
Hit the Studio 8 renovations GIF if we can there. But you can see that just the strength. NVDA is saying no, whatever about that 160 call wall. We're just going to continue to hover around these specific neck of the woods, and then maybe if we do decide to get a bounce, that'll be through the high of the day, and then head into some more higher prices. So, but again, Pug Life was right. 157.50 holding up relatively well. But one thing that I'm not seeing, Pug Life, is just that the aggressive hedgers really starting to step in. Sorry if I'm cracking up, but it's funny. I have to speak louder. There's banging going on behind me. So yeah, just a lot going on. But if we decide to sell off and head back towards view up, I think we'll be okay with these shorts. The only thing is, though, is that some of the other names, Meta was at the lows and now starting to rebound. Microsoft was at the lows and now starting to rebound. So you're stuck in limbo with this TQ short, but we'll be patient until we get stopped out, Sri.
All right, let me know when Assassino looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin. Well, Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders a chance to manage up to $1 million in capital, and you get to pick your path. You can choose instant funded, you can choose challenge, or you can choose pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, guys, there's been over $10 million paid out and over 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders just like you. So use the discount code TTV to save on any account that you choose. If you're interested, and you should be, scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Joseph, I just want to cover this over here because Big Bear AI just got to 70 again. And so there's size posted here that we can see at 69. It pales in comparison. There we go. Look at the amount of lottage there that is posted at 70. That's at least 5,000 to 6,000 lots just posted at that 70 penny level. on what's it called, Big Bear AI, and we have not been able to shake 70 pennies since we were above it at 10.55. Every single attempt above 70 has failed. And there is size posted that's taking advantage of that. Now, whether or not that seller gets shaken and removed out of the way, your guess is as good as mine. We can just try to make an educated guess based on what we're seeing on the level 2 as well as on the chart. But that seller, or at least what we can see posted on the gateway, is prohibitively large compared to any other size I've seen on any other level. And that's not what's even hidden. There could be a big, huge order, an iceberg order as we call it, even below, or sorry, hiding behind all the lottage posted there on the actual visual level 2. So we'll see if we can get above that 70 penny area. For my sake, I really hope we do, but obviously I don't have a hand in that, Joseph. I am not a market mover. No, I am a market observer.
Yeah, I would love to be a market mover.
It'd be nice.
Things would be significantly easier, I think, our job.
I think so.
That level 3. Absorption.
Just start your own market making company, baby, and then you can just see everybody stops, blow through all the stops.
Through it all, absorb a little liquidity, get the price to where we want it to go, sell some shares.
Where's the Katina man, bro?
I don't know, but Obi's locked in, ready to go.
He's ready to go. Here it is. Show my screen, please.
Show.
There we go. There's the lottage there, guys, at 70 pennies. Just look at the amount of these. Each one of these is a lot. So if you multiply that 1154 by 100. That's just what's posted on that gateway on the EXP. And then there was several that were also 1,000-something lots below that. So this one has a lot of thickly, or a lot of resistance to the top side there. Your boy John Del Segno saying Mar is absolutely pumping. Absolutely, you're right, sir. We talked about that one. Mar is up over 12% on a good headline today. It also helps that Bitcoin's back almost at 110,000. So that will be the look there. Shout out to John Del Segno calling out Mara. Absolutely right, you are. But we're kind of involved now in this BBAI trade. So we're going to keep tabs on that for you. BBI ends up being a banger. It's just a matter of whether or not it can take out that 70 pennies, and we're just going to pack our patience and see what we can get on that one. But it has been a big resistance level at 70 pennies today, Joseph. Any final thoughts as we head over to the other show?
What an absolute beast Google has been today, Sharif. This thing is it's not giving up. Yeah. It's got the gift of the gab today. There's no questioning that, man. It's a big time mover. There's no signs of it slowing down. I already sold 66% of my position at 82 roughly around here. Yeah, 81, right around these highs. It was somewhere in this neck of the woods that I sold 66% of it. And then, yeah, sure enough, we're starting to sell out, but a big time rebound. And I think we're going to continue to climb here in Google. There's a lot in the pipeline for this name. I think, and that's the thing when we were talking about things, certain catalysts being priced in with the likes of Apple. And is this antitrust with Apple, with considering Google Street, also priced into the stock so that any positive news, you can get that appreciation and continue to climb higher, considering things are priced in. So.
We will have to keep that on watch. So there you go, guys. The wall is no longer there. That entire wall. You got to watch the stories that Ram posted on Trader TV to find out what's going up on that wall, baby. But it is something bigly. You guys ready? All right. It is time now to send you to the Big Kahuna Show.
That's it.
Obi and Obi's obviously in for Neil. And the Katina man is back. He's locked and he's loaded.
I got a heap of phone calls to make too. So I got to get on the guy, the warranty coverage guy. He doesn't want to answer the call.
He doesn't want to answer his call.
Yeah, my car. Yeah.
Katina man, don't you think you should pay him a visit there if he's ignoring his phone calls? You might have to pay him a visit, huh?
Like, you know what I mean?
Joey Hands might have to pay him a visit.
It would be more than Joey Hands, I'll tell you that right now. For sure.
All right, Joseph.
Yeah,
we're doing it live. We'll see everybody tomorrow. 2-hour show, shortened day tomorrow. Make sure to catch that with us. Big boys are that way.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Yeah, thank you. We still haven't gotten that, welcome to the afternoon show, kind of that bumper that we were looking for.
Still waiting for
over there. What's in my pocket? Oh, my wallet. That's right.
Oh boy.
Okay, so we're actually both in position. So once this clears up, we're still on Big Bear AI, and you're in the TQs. Welcome to the afternoon show. Robinhood's still under $100. You know, we tried it. It went up again, up through 101 into 101 and change. Thank you so much, Sharif and Joe, for the big show there on the morning, or I guess the midday show. And now it's you and I here into the close. Earnings tonight, pretty light again, so we'll wait to see if there's any action here going on. The only news that we really got throughout the day was that deal with Vietnam, and it didn't turn out to be that profitable or that much of a windfall there. Look at a stock like Lululemon. I don't know if they mentioned this on the midday show or not, but an up and down movement right there for Lululemon. And look where we wind up. We've got a deal. These are the terms of the deal. This is where we are. So we're actually right where we were in the beginning of this whole thing, right back to 245 and change for Lululemon. We've got DraftKings on our mind, Apple as well. Big trading there. Palantir today finally getting back to Greensville. I don't want to jinx it, but you're up 1.5% right now on Palantir. That's been a couple down days there, bouncing right now off 128 and change. So we definitely like those levels. But yeah, man, welcome back to the after show. I want to talk about the falling dollar, DXY there. Crypto. Oh, yes. I didn't even notice what crypto was doing right now. I bid up 4%, 109.2.
Let's go.
Right now for crypto. We like that. We'll also have a quick look here, Obi, at some of the altcoins. We'll do that for you guys in a couple minutes as well. We're ready to rock and roll. It's a gorgeous, just came from outside. The reason why I was a little late, I was talking with Randy there for a very, very long time. And
go for a walk or?
Yeah, I went to go get a nice coffee, but
I went and sat at the park for like half an hour.
Queens Park?
Yeah, Queens Park.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. The weather's beautiful. The sun's definitely beaming down. And yeah, I came back and this wall was gone. I was like, oh my God, look at all this space. So much room for activities. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of change here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you can see in the back there. There's Randy right there. What's up? There's the jorts. Those are like old school jorts. Those are like, like skater. Like you're a skater. They're long. They're baggy.
I wonder if Randy ever used to be a skater. He definitely gives off.
Look at that. It's got like the Vans going on there.
Yeah.
There's everything.
There's the wall.
There it is.
That used to be a meeting room.
That used to be the boardroom, one of 3 boardrooms here. Now gonzo. So, yeah, thanks everybody for your patience and everything. Yeah, I just saw someone in the chat. Yeah, sorry. If I said crypto was at 109, no, Bitcoin's at 109. Obviously, we do know the difference there between Bitcoin and crypto. But right now, Ethereum, another one also upside. Look at this today, up 7% today for Ethereum, and that could be ETH looking great right now, back up to 19 and change. We wait for this big breakout to happen here as well, taking out 21 and change. I mean, there's going to be a lot of action here this afternoon, I would think, especially if we are looking over there. IonQ, some of the QBTS, IonQ there, some of the quantum names. Look at this, 4.5% trying to go higher. I mean, the bull market is here. Everything, right? We talked about Robinhood at that Hyundai mark as well. They tried to go twice, failed basically both times right there. I mean, that got to 101, which is good enough, kind of like where we got out the first time, up and down there on Hood. And things are holding, man. SoFi holding that 18. And oh boy, man, did we ever make it. Again, like things have been going pretty good around here, and it's not always the case, but we'll celebrate when it is. We're long Webull again in the swing account at $11. This thing's up to 14 right now, and we've been really liking the action here on Webull as well. So, so far so good. Yeah, I know the position board's not working, but it's only because I have here. I'll get out of a share of Big Bear AI now. Mine should load up. There we go. So the thing is you got it. That's the only position I have. So you got to get, and for our position board to trigger, you got to get out of a position. You got to like give it a snapshot. So it can a quick little
refresh,
quick little update. That's a fact, Jack. Thank you so much, Mike P. Ryder, right there saying that Trader TV Live is #1. And if you find anybody else that's anywhere close to us, please send the link to me, and I'll figure out a way to crush them. Okay, so that's what we're doing, and yeah, I am serious about that. That's part of what we did with this renovation, right? By the way, what happened to Uber right there? Up to $94 now, back in $91.80. This is actually looking pretty good down there.
Dropped off some passengers there.
Yeah, it got dropped off there and maybe increased their fares a bit there. But yeah, we'll wait to see what's up with Uber. So, all right, thank you so much to everybody again. And what I meant by that, just Studio 8 reno. That's what we're doing, man. You wait till you see some of the additions that we're going to have around here. We're planning on a huge video wall. We're planning on different desk configuration where all 4 of us can kind of get together, have some fun throughout the whole day. Different interview spacing, different board 3, 2.
1.
I don't know if there's sound to this. Like I can't really hear. So
look at that.
basically no sound.
Everything
okay.
melted.
So I'll just talk over it. Everything is melting around here. It's like this nice summer days here in Toronto. So we are renovating the whole studio, complete, huge like dump of capital into all this, and just to prove to everybody, not to prove anything, but we're not going anywhere, and we're not going anywhere, anytime soon. This studio is going to be something hopefully special that we can all be proud of. So, all right. That's a lot. I think I just talked for 7 straight minutes there. That was my bad.
Oh boy.
Alphabet was on your mind.
Yeah, I'm watching Alphabet. I got involved with Google during the midday there. It looked like we were taking a little bit of a turn, so I took a little bit of a short. Threw that stop on. This is actually when I went for a walk. I just threw on my stop. I'm like, all right, well, if this gets back above, I definitely don't want to be in it right now. And look at that, kind of breaks that 178, pushes back up above. I come back from my little trip to the park, and we're trading above 178.5. So I was like, all right, well, it's a good thing that I kind of left that one alone and came back to some strength. Again, I like it even better if it can go even higher, if it can extend even more. I probably like it even better. But this market is continuing to push to the upside here as of right now. You can see that both the Nasdaq and the ES continuing. So the strength from this morning, Sean, is just continued going into the last couple of hours here. So I don't really have anything else that I have on watch other than CNC as well. But like I said, there was an unusual amount of news during the midday. I don't know if you heard or saw XRP had some specific news as well. That was really interesting. Something about bank news.
Okay, XRP right now, XRP $2.25, so maybe it's pulled back. It's only up 2%. All right, Sharif's sitting there. Look, the fact that we might not have nothing to talk about is a good thing because we're about to go through the rundown. Right, we have lots to talk about, but let's go find out what you guys wanted us to talk about. It's time for the rundown. Sharif, give us the first one.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi in for Neil. The big boys, they're locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But make sure to join Joseph and I on the midday show because that's the only way to get the tickers up there. Super easy to vote now, guys. You throw in that $sign. And then your 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker automatically registers. Shout out to Fabian. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, and they're all in green territory except for one. Bottom right of your screen there, the Dow marginally down 0.13, but the Dow has been the outperformer on the week. So the NQ up here about 0.63 with the ES up 0.31, and the Russell 2000, the IWM over here, leading the pack, boys, up 1.1%. Good look for these small caps. The first ticker, as decided by you, one guy at the desk there knows very, very well. Big Bear AI, yet another good day for Big Bear AI as it tries to clear that $8 area, up 7.5 at the moment, up 12.33% on the day. No real news again, guys, but it didn't really need it. It already has that catalyst. They're looking at getting into airports, guys, using their advanced AI software to screen passengers, and the market likes it.
Yeah, no, this one's definitely an interesting one. I know you've been involved in it pretty much all day. A bit of a multi-day runner, right? We saw it kind of curl up and start to be in the news a little bit more as of the past couple of months, and really starting to accelerate. What I really like here, this is a 3-hour chart. Almost at 3 minute. I'm like, oh boy. No, 3-hour chart here, all the way from I guess March, April, May. You can see stepped up, and then finally getting that increase in that volatility and expansion of volume as well as we push higher and higher. And yeah, definitely, we were talking about this last week. This is a name that has the ability to run it. We've shown us in the past. And yeah, when that bid finally does dissipate, some beautiful backside as well. But as of right now, still very much stair-stepping and continuing on the front side of the move. And we know somebody who's very involved with this name. Who might that be?
My friend, I mean, that one friend of mine that I have. Apparently, this guy, like I was saying, he's loving life right now. No, we're in Big Bear AI. You guys, So just for today's trade, forget about the long-term talk. I mean, I can give you the bull thesis again. I mean, you want to talk about a bull thesis. You guys know that we talked about Webull. Is that on the board? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, we'll talk about this later. We're long 11. I'm almost prouder of this than I am of Big Bear AI. But Anyways, we Big Bear there. Today's trade was kind of easy. It was brought to you by yesterday's levels, so thank you for that. I guess I can't get it on a 1 minute chart. Here we go. Just do it like this. There it was right there, just breaking right there. Okay, just hearing in our ear that they are still expecting a number of deals to be announced at some point next week. So, okay. Yeah, so $7.20 right there, that break. That's what we were waiting for. We talked about yesterday that we could fade off of that. That's exactly what happened. And then today, all of a sudden, it wasn't really on my radar because we opened up down here. It'll be like 640, 650. Yep. And then I was like, you know what? I don't know. Like maybe we do come back into this area. But instead, I decided to take basically its biggest move out of nowhere. Like, I don't know, we've had some big moves before, like that's a good one right here, but this is a big one. This is 640 all the way up to basically 780 in a straight line. So what did we do? We just played that same trade that we wanted to, man. It broke that 725, we got long. We're long at 728, we rode it all the way to the upside 780. Now I have less than 10% left, which I understand is not that much, but waiting to see if there was some actionable trades. Looks like it wants to hold through VWAP. The problem is my experiences with a lot of these names as they get going on throughout the afternoon is there's fade. And it's like, I've already gotten out. So I got out at 765 in the midday on my own personal account. So now I'm still holding about 80%. I got 10% out the other day at 685 down here. And then we got out another piece at 665 on the midday. And it had nothing to really do with the levels. I just kind of offered. I saw that this was here. So I offered 665. We got out right in and around here. And that's another 10% out for BBAI. And again, remember, this short float is 32%. And they're just a straight AI play. They're not making any money. So caution on that as well. But for Big Bear AI, you just run right into this level again. This is why we got out at 685. You see this stuff right here? I was thinking that was going to be a top. We opened up higher than that. We let it settle down. We get out right there. That's 685. Then we get out right here again. Goes up to $8. That's to the high of the day. So if I'm going to say where are we going from here, we'd look at almost nothing up here except for the high, 950, 10. Like to me, that's that next area. You know, there hasn't been any news. It's doing what it's doing right now. So I would say if we do get a story, someone initiates coverage, someone upgrades this stock, I don't know, their quarter comes out, their quarter's not till late August. You know, if that's actually turns a profit, then I think Big Bear AI is one of those sort of sleeping giants. I don't want to get out of anything else, man. I look back at a name like a Palantir and think to myself, why, oh, why? And what did we get any out? In fact, we bought more just recently at 131. So I don't know. I'm excited for Big Bear AI. I think it's you know, the future for this AI company should be good. They're already signing deals, and let's just see what winds up happening. I don't want to be holding the bag on this like I am the marijuana stock, so we'll just stay with these ones. You can't really roll this up and smoke it. I mean, it's an AI company, so we'll wait to see what winds up happening there. But yeah, for me, Big Bear AI, again, a nice stock. I like to trade it, and it's been pretty good for us so far. It's been a great day trade as well. It's been good. I know Sharif was on it too, so. Yeah, lots of volume, lots of liquidity. We like Big Bear AI.
All right, Hood, good look today for Robinhood. Another 6.7%. Guys, that momentarily breached that $100 area, and that's where Mizuho wants to see it, about $99 price target. They're maintaining their outperform rating. They do have a headline from earlier in the week. They did announce that they're going to tokenize a lot of these U.S. equities out in Europe to be traded and bought on the blockchain. We'll have to see how that all rolls out. I want to let you guys know that they're going to report July 30th of this year, so just under 28 days now, boys.
Exactly. We were just talking, thanks right there, about Robinhood there, yeah, breaking through $100. We were just talking about sometimes when you get that feeling that you should sell might be a time when you should buy more.
Yeah.
Because you're getting the same feeling, other people may be getting that same feeling as well. So when you push a certain level, might be time, right? I mean, and I feel like that's what happened to me on Robinhood, but the other way around. Like $100, I'm thinking it's time to go, you know, but we've already come from 90 today. So by the time we got up there, you were already up quite nicely there on Robinhood, and maybe it was not a time to buy, but instead a time to fade. So I think that right there on Robinhood, what a success story this has been, man. The tokenization, everything. Okay, well, I'm long Robinhood right now, so I was just going to talk about that coming through, and I was going to say I'm going to try to get long if this comes into VWAP. We just had a whoopsie-daisy kind of a move right there. Okay, nothing. Somebody just hearing something about news in my ear, but it has nothing to do with this. That just dropped from 98.50 down to 98 right there, so we did get ourselves long. My stop is underneath this $98. So what I was going to say about Robinhood before we got into it was I was trying to get long ahead of this VWAP. That's where my stopping spot is right there, 97. Oh, I have the wrong view. I have 97. I put 97.80 break, but we'll still stick with that's 97.70. So if we break below that, I think it's worth stepping out of that trade. But right now we're in the money. We just took that long right in front of you guys. It's a nice move. It's starting to head back upside. I feel like just because we just took this, might be time to get a little bit out. That was a nice drop off right there for Robinhood. So here it goes right back up into the 40s. Almost like there's news again on this. This stock has been moving like wildfire. I'm going to offer out, get some out at 39, wait at 45. But right now, this is where we're long on. There we go. We get that out. Go Robinhood. See if we can get back up there through that $100 mark. We're long hood right now. We've had some great trades on this stock ahead of VWAP. It's up on the day. It's been really strong. And we've kind of held these levels. So let's go. Let's see if we got something going on right now. I think we do. It's Robinhood. I'm long. I'm waiting for VWAP.
Yeah, no, I think I like it as well. And again, I kind of forgot what this anchored is off of, but again, it probably some sort of event that dropped us down and brought us right back up. And again, Robinhood's been doing the thing for about a few days back-to-backs here. You can see that relative volume, multi-days, a little bit dissipating as of right now, but we got that action in the morning that gave us that prior day high, but we've held that prior day high or above that pretty well for about over three to 4 hours now, finally catching a little bit of a break. But you can see as soon as we drop that, buying coming right back into this range, so looking pretty interesting. Again, a multi-day runner on this one, and bigger picture, yeah, it's been running for quite a while here. So weekly chart, we looked at this just yesterday and we were like, okay, well look, it's on the way to breaking out, and the weekly just continues even higher, finally trading above 100 today. So exciting stuff for Robinhood holders. Finally getting above $100 level on the day today. Currently trading 98, so let's see if this buying is done for now. But the way it's holding up, this consolidation, Sean, in the upper quartile of that morning push, I think that's pretty interesting to me for sure.
All right, how topical is this? This is big news out of Vietnam. This is VinFast right here, NASDAQ symbol VFS, has just opened its second EV factory in Ha Tinh, built under 7 months. In under 7 months, the 360,000 square meter plant will produce up to 200,000 vehicles a year. It'll focus on compact EVs like the VF3 mini SUV and the Mini Green, designed for transport services. With automation from ABB, Siemens, and others, this marks a major step as VinFast pushes to double deliveries by 2025. Stay tuned. Isn't that amazing that you can build? Thank you to VinFast for again sponsoring this segment. That's crazy. In under 7 months, a 360,000 square meter factory plant up and running, planning on producing over 200,000 vehicles a day. Go check out symbol VFS. That's VinFast. We want to thank them for sponsoring this part of the show. That's Robinhood a little bit there. Let's go over and see what Sharif has to tell us about NVIDIA.
There's no catalyst today, Sean. There was a Marvell catalyst as well as a Taiwan Semi. Nothing today on NVIDIA. Doesn't matter though, it's up 2 1/3%. Kind of an interesting looking double bottom pattern here that formed between yesterday and today, boys. NVIDIA, yet another strong day as it closes in on that $160 mark. And don't forget, possibly $4 trillion market cap soon.
I was like, oh, there's good news about Marvell. And it's like, no, Marvell got crushed. I don't know what's going on there with Marvell today. I'm going to find out this story. Must have missed that right there on Marvell. I don't even know what that story is. But, okay, hold on. I got to plug in my headset there. You want to take off and you want to take a look at it?
Yeah, sure. I think NVIDIA looking kind of similar, very similar here to the futures. Kind of that aggressive push in the morning session, holding up in the midday, and now coming into the end of the day session, still trading within that upper quartile of price action. A little bit of a double topping action here, 157.60 highs, but again, making higher highs and higher lows relatively off of the open and reclaiming some of these prior days levels as well. Again, no idea what it's going to do, but I like that it's holding up pretty nicely here. But again, I'll be honest, I'm looking for a potential break of the bid, and if it's going to stick around and stay strong like this, then I probably don't want to stay too heavy on this one here. But a lot of opportunity off of the open and maybe in the midday as well. A bit of a chop. You can see pretty much sideways chop for the past hour and a half or 2 hours roughly on NVIDIA. Very same story to that of the market here in the future.
All right, yeah, we're liking some NVIDIA. Today, my trade was AMD. So AMD today, a good trade. We were going short until we weren't, and there's the fall down right there on AMD early, and there's a rip higher right there for Advanced Micro Devices. So right now, a nice move there for AMD. But if you want to talk about NVIDIA, I mean, we just heard a good analysis there from Obi, but yeah, look, this is a great break candidate here for this afternoon. I see in the chat, it's like, I selected play it safe, but if you're all gas, no brakes, I mean, this rate here, 157.50, I think that's rev your engines, man. I mean, the high of the year, or all-time highs, I guess, which would also be 52-week highs, right now for NVIDIA is 158.70. So that break right there, you'd still have $1 to get back up to those highs, so we're not really too fearful of the all-time high. That's $1 from there. So if it breaks that, we'll definitely take $1 here at the end of the day. You're above the I guess you're not above the 200 period, but you're kind of hanging out there. It's a sloping down 50, which bothers me. Potentially, now that I look at this a little more carefully here, it does look like we have that sort of downward trend where we have, that's the high, then we have a lower high, lower high, lower high. So we are kind of going this way. So maybe I'm going to take this back a little bit here, and we might have to wait to see what's going on with NVIDIA. It may pull back into VWAP right now, especially with this market. I don't think the market's feeling heavy or anything, but don't really have a good feel yet for this. I'm kind of just getting back into the swing of things here as we go through some of these names. But yeah, 156.70 right here for NVIDIA. Look, I mean, we like the stock. I think anybody that sold it over the last couple weeks there in some of this movement to the downside, I don't know, you get that pop. To me, this looks great here, a 145 or so area for a hold there. Doesn't seem to be affected too much by any of these trade wars right now with Vietnam or anything that was announced today. So I really like this name, just kind of like how we bought Robinhood off VWAP. I think we would do the same thing here for NVIDIA. So yeah, NVIDIA off VWAP's a buy for me.
Tesla, guys, the hotly anticipated quarterly reports for deliveries came out this morning at around 9. And look, it really depended on which estimates you were looking at. I saw some in the 390s. I saw some in the low 80s. They printed 384, 122 vehicles that were delivered. They did produce 410,244 vehicles. We're moving up on that number to the tune of 5%. But as I was telling you boys in the morning, Kalshi, the betting markets anyway, were predicting that we would substantially miss the estimates down into 360 some odd thousand, guys.
Yeah, those.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, no, it was a big surprise there early this morning.
Yeah, again, we talked about them kind of like missing on something, and the only thing that they really kind of beat on was I think it was production for 3s and Ys, and I guess a really strong sentiment on that. 300 hold on the lows in the pre-market. That was very interesting because again, yesterday we got a little bit of that 300 hold roughly in that area as well. Nice little consolidation and that little drip drop off of open coming in and holding that 304 pretty well for that reversion. But you can see we reclaimed that anchored VWAP right here off of the deliveries in the morning. The short was pretty nice as well. Once that strong reaction candle started to revert, that brought us down quite nicely. 322.60s highs on that reaction of that reaction, bringing us all the way down to 304 is absolutely beautiful. But after reclaiming that VWAP, it seems like we're just slowly kind of grinding back up to the upside as of right now. So one to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, for me on Tesla right now, we saw that up and down move. I mean, there it goes on a miss on deliveries, but a beat on the production side of things. So as it comes back in right there, we are getting a test of the 200 period. What a great trade that would have been. But again, looking back, it's easy. It's looking forward is what the trade is right there. What about just a break higher, man? We're above VWAP, above the 200, above the 50, and a break. I'm going long. I'm going to go long on a break of 317. I mean, this is all gas right here. I think it should work. The closing price of a couple days ago, 315 and change. So I think there's something there as well. Potential hold area for 315. So if we go long on this break, why not try right into there, 317 in change. You have a good protection spot here with your 50-period moving average. It's a nice bump up. The market, again, half day tomorrow. We'll see where this name wants to open up. But if the market really liked it, then let's buy it. You had a good dip buy opportunity right there. Missed, obviously, as we had said. And now, look, it's the same 200-period moving average, right? So I think we can use this right now. It's been holding all day. It hasn't broke it once. So if it's going to break it against us, I mean, fine. That's what trading is all about. Take the shot. I think down here at 315 is a buy here for Tesla. And in fact, I want to put the bid right here to break through 317. So I think if we can take out 317 today, then I would say highs are in play again. So for me, that's what we're going to be doing. I'd like to see the futures actually do something this afternoon. And if that can happen, then even better. But 317 break on Tesla, I'd say go for it. I'm going to.
Bull with a fantastic day, guys. Up another 10 2/3. Didn't do much yesterday, but look at the day prior to that. Up and to the right we go. So we started off the week at about $11. Now we're knocking on the door of 14. On the back of this news, their re-entry into crypto, offering that to their clients as well, guys, as a four-way into the Brazilian market. Shout out to Assassino.
All right, so I don't know, man. Again, this is a trade that Neil's going to be happy when we get back as well. Tina Capital upgraded this a couple weeks ago, man. We bought this thing at $11. We had to go through it a little bit. Like it did go against us. It didn't go much against us, but I think we had bought it probably in and around here or so. It popped up. We've had this kind of move before down to up to 1180. Then there's the fall in. We did not reload, and now it's off to the races. So there goes Webull, man. Finally, we've been talking about this with Brian Shannon. We've been talking about this with everybody that I've been able to. I like the stock. We've seen some beat up names like Palantir during its initial phases, and SoFi, and basically everybody during their first sort of go around get hit. And that's par for the course. So Webull right now, we wait for that first quarter, the second quarter to come through. And yeah, again, more markets, more money, right? I mean, that's simple. We saw it work for Robinhood. The minute that they started to get more and more accounts under management, the street started to respect that more. So we'll see if Webull can throw up some good trading numbers. Obviously, with crypto being in play as well. I don't think we have Webull here in Canada. I don't know if they're associated with Wealthsimple or anything like that, but for me, I don't know too much about it other than the fact that we've seen Robinhood go. We know SoFi, Chime, all of these kind of new fintech names. Webull, to me, just looked prime, and we have it. We're long at $11. I ain't selling anything of this name. It's actually in my long-term account, not in my swing account. I went to go in to get some out today, but it's in my RRSP account, so I'm not. That's tax deferred. Yeah. I think it's going to be a winner for a very, very long time. But if I did have some in, I probably would think about getting something out around $14. Right now, I don't know about this name for a day trade, but it's done 20 million shares. I think that's close to, if not already over, its average daily volume. So Webull, again, up 11%. Looks like it wants to go. I'm a fan of this play. And I hope that some of you are on this, man. We've been making some calls with Marvell, Uber, BBA, something called BBAI, all of that kind of stuff. So it's been working out pretty well for us lately, and we're pretty proud of some of those calls. And Webull is just one of those other ones right there right now, Tesla 316.
Yeah, I think, again, a bit of a miss for me on my part, because with the action that it had on Monday, it was on my scanner on Tuesday, but you can see that this kind of a consolidation, the only way it might be showing up or still showing up on your scans last night is if you're scanning for relative volume, not necessarily for moves there, because it barely did anything, pretty much consolidated sideways for majority of the day. But if you still had it on your watch list for potential continuation because of how well we held that prior day high, guess what? Today coming in, we're breaking those prior highs again, coming into the middle of the day and continuing going into the end of the day. Current day high is at 13.96, only about 2 pennies away from there. And oh boy, look at this trend, man. They didn't even spend time, spend that long on top of VWAP right here. So maybe on top of VWAP, giving us a little bit of a hold for the first hour and a half, and then just starts to accelerate and extend off of that VWAP as of right now. A bit of a multi-day move. And again, going back to a higher time frame on this one, we'll just start off with a 3-hour chart. So that should encapsulate pretty much everything that is available on this chart. You can see a nice little rounded bottom happening here on Webull, and 1425, some of those prior highs from what is this, in June, May and June-ish, and then some highs after that coming in at 1880. So oh boy, on that one there.
No, it's I'm getting a little bit sick to my stomach a little bit here, because look what just happens to Hood. It goes, we didn't get stopped out because we're a little underneath VWAP, but it goes right to VWAP and then spike right there with huge volume. Like, this is what I'm talking about when we talk about like trading with confidence, trading your own system. So we're getting more out here right now. I mean, I don't like the fact that it dipped down as low as it did there. So that part's kind of bothering me a little bit here. But all in all right now, I like this stock. I like this trade here for Robinhood, but we are getting some more out. I didn't like the fact that that went against me that way, and we almost got stopped out. So I'm now out of about half of the See how this thing's dancing around a little bit too much for me? I don't mind if a stock moves like crazy when there is kind of news, but 90, do you mind checking out the average daily volume? Because right now Robinhood is over 91 million shares. There's no way, like I've traded this name frequently, but not often enough. It just, the way these levels disappear.
42.5.
42, so yeah, so right there. So we're over double right now the average daily volume on Robinhood. There's just a lot of action here, and I think whenever I see something like that, yo, what's up, Randy?
Yo. What's going on, Randy?
I had a question for you. What's the big guy's name? Peter. Everyone's name's Peter around here. Okay. So we did have a super chat. Is Peter around right now? We did have a super chat right now. So.
Nice.
Oh gosh, damn.
Oh, I like that. That's really cool. Kind of.
Randy, I need you to find me Peter. If you get a chance, come over to the screen right now. Can you ask one of the contractors behind us? It says, David, will Meta close green or red on the day? So I'm not sure Peter is familiar with Meta, but he will definitely answer, or is Russell, or anybody around. We're going to get someone to answer that question. You want to know for $10? Well, one of these guys wants to think about Meta. That's all good, man. Yeah. We are all over that. So thank you for that, David. As soon as we find him, we're gonna get that answer for you right now. So thank you for that. And then the other one here is good look on Ford. Yeah, what's up with Ford? I saw Ford today. I thought it was up like 4% or something.
Ford, it's I think GM might be doing something similar.
SPCE looks great. Yeah. Okay. We'll look at both those. Go ahead. Keep going.
GM ran yesterday, right? I was looking at Ford and I was like, oh boy.
GM was the break. We had, we'll go over to it there in a second. Yeah. We did have Brian Shannon also liked the breakout. I just want to show you before we go over there, because it's not, we want to go over and see what Adair has to say about Ford and GM. But yesterday there on the daily, there's the breakout right there from, and we got this information obviously from looking at it, but also Brian Shannon there yesterday had talked about how he was trading GM. He liked the breakout there, holding right there 49, holding 47. And then right now, here goes Ford again with a move. Wow, okay, good. 1170, nice move up there for Ford. All right, Adara, she's got the story, so let's go find out exactly what's up with it.
Moving yesterday, I'll pull up Ford and GM for you guys. Here's Ford, both of them reporting June sales. I guess they were pretty well received. This is a second-day catalyst to my understanding. There's nothing new on either of these, but lots of excitement over these June sales numbers. We know that some of these traditional, I guess, old-school classic automakers have been a little bit beat down as of late, so nice little pop here for GM and Ford again. Seems like it's just these numbers that we had here for June sales. It's also worth noting, I'm just seeing this headline, unclear if this is brand new, but interesting nonetheless. Meta, I know, was discussed there on the rundown. Wired reporting that an AI employee at Meta, which we know has been really reshaping its AI game, will be making a base salary of $100 million with bonuses of up to $300 million a year. Again, that's just a report from Wired, but I thought pretty interesting stuff. I saw this pop through and I thought worth sharing. Back to you.
Oh boy. I think that's true, honestly. Like, what are these guys, professional athletes? Like $100 million.
Sector, yeah.
Do you know what Shai's going to make there? Gilgeous-Alexander, you don't even know what sport I'm talking about, but he's a basketball player. But anyways, he's about to sign $71 million per season.
You know what? I
for
actually
8
like
seasons.
This. I actually like this because you know what? It's just been a thing that you know these people are kind of on the bleeding edge of AI development, right? So in essence, they are the athletes of their field. They are the top of the top, and it makes sense that they get paid as a result of it because you're actually playing a part in advancing human technology and in other things.
My problem is
sure,
with
take
the
$100
base,
million.
My problem is with the base salary.
Yeah.
There's just there's nothing, and look, like obviously I'm a capitalist, but there's nothing in this world that's pretty. What are you gonna like? Your salary is $100 million. Like I just think that's insane. Like this man should be donating $50 million to charity, which I'm sure he does. You know, give the guy $50 million, give 50 back to people that actually need it, and whatever. I mean, it has nothing to do neither here nor there. That's more of a social comment. But at the end of the day, that's a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right there. That's salary. So what is he going to sign for 5 years, make $500 million? I don't have a problem if you get your money, like Elon Musk, right? Why is he worth so much?
Well, that's because his companies are valued.
Exactly.
His valuation.
Capital markets. I don't have a problem.
Forget about Tesla. SpaceX.
Right.
That's huge.
Right. No, but all of his wealth is in shares.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I'm trying to get over. So
That's real.
I'm just trying to say if they're trying to create a new Meta AI company or whatever they're trying to do there, you know, let's put our money where our mouth is. Not only is this guy going to make $100 million, but Adara just mentioned $300 million in bonuses, you know, attached.
Honestly, to be honest, dude, like it makes more sense to me than playing a basketball or giving a basketball player, you know, $10 million or $100 million for whatever contract to just entertain the people over time. You know what I mean? Like that, you know, you're really good at what you do. That's amazing. But I do think that some of these athletes' paychecks are definitely inflated. But here's the thing: it's supply demand, right? It's just supply and demand.
Someone makes the money, right? The owners make the money. I mean, I don't have a problem with them giving it back to the players. I don't have.
Exactly.
Mark Zuckerberg has all this money; he can do whatever he wants with it. I feel like we're getting a little carried away. But
I know.
Anyways. Maybe I'm just jealous, which probably is what it is. But 900.
It's only money. Come on, it's only money.
Yeah, it is only money. It is only money. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so here's Meta right now, down 0.6. Had a nice little topping tail there, or topping action, not really a tail. 4 or 5 times here this morning, we hit 720, and each time we kind of faded off of that, right? And so, yeah, I'm not sure what Meta's going to do here moving forward. The rest of the day. I'm waiting to get Peter back there to come over here, and I can ask him what he thinks on Meta, but because David asked that question. But I'll ask you, Obi, if you were to take a position right now in Meta, would you be leaning short or long?
Oof, I don't know. It's just in a range. So it's just like, if it's been in a range all day. So the first question I ask is, what's the likelihood of it staying in that range? I think it's pretty decent in my books.
You're short everything right now.
But if it cracks that range low, I think I would like that, right? It's been kind of trickling down to the lows. The market's kind of at its highs. As I say that, the ES makes some fresh highs, so I know absolutely nothing. So I'm looking at the ES right here, clipping up into some fresh highs, finally doing it. We kind of talked about how the ES was lagging behind when the NASDAQ was up here, the ES kind of just chopping around. The NASDAQ was up here, breaking its after or overnight session highs, or some of the structure from overnight session. You can see that ES was definitely lagging behind a little bit there. So again, finally falling through, finally coming into fruition is that ES breaking this morning session high there. I guess when is that from about 3 a.m. in the morning, roughly. And look at that, nice little teleport to the upside happening right now. So I don't know how long these shorts are going to work that I'm in. If the ES is going to blast like that, but again, more than willing to be a little bit wrong on some of those. And I think people in the chat were talking about look at SMCI. Let's take a quick look at SMCI then. I think it's going to be looking very similar to some of these other chip names here. Yeah, near their highs right here. So nice grinding bid coming up into some prior levels. That's interesting. I don't know what the news on SMCI yesterday was. I think I might have remembered it a little earlier. But again, a little bit of a flush coming into the close we're getting right back to those levels as of right now. So there's that look on SMCI. Good catch there. No idea if we're going to see some more of that same sentiment of selling going into the close. It seems like just buyers have been slowly and steadily just stepping it up alongside with the rest of the market here on SMCI. So good look pointing it out, but looking very similar to a lot of chip names as well. And not even a lot of chip names. You got Apple, right? Apple was almost near highs. You got Alphabet near highs as well. You got Tesla near highs as well. So something to watch out for sure.
Yeah, no, and again, thank you so much for the super chats and all the questions that you guys continue to ask Obi and myself there in the chat. So, okay, we're reloaded. We have a key for that right there. We've seen this happen before. It's happening again. There's the bid on Robinhood. It does not punch through again, VWAP. So your boy goes long, and now we're long at 11s, and it's at 28. So I just got another piece out right there as we bumped up into. I offered 25s. I'm also offering at 28 now that I just saw it stop there. So let's see what Robinhood really wants to do now. I'm hoping that it wants to blast. There you go. Get through that MEMX right now. See, so someone's got it. There it goes. There you go. That's me. That's me. I'm holding that level. Bye-bye. See you later. Let's go. That's another one right now as we're just face slapping everywhere right now. Let's see if we can get back there to the upside. I'm waiting at 37s right now, just at this top level right there. Sorry, that's 47. I should be at 47, but I'm going to keep it there at 37. And then we'll wait to see what happens there, breaking through the 50-period moving average. But it's Robinhood, and we're up there. Props up to anybody there. That's long Robinhood. A big shout out to my guy Joe, who's not here. So shout out Joe. I hope you're well as well. Oh, Peter, how are you doing? I have a question from the audience. Do you think that Meta, which is Facebook stock, is going to be going up or down for the rest of the day? Yeah, it doesn't matter. What do you think? How about this? Green or red? Pick a color. Green. Hey, there we go. All right, he goes green. He's green. Where are you going? All right, there it is.
I gotta
Peter.
hop out of my shorts right.
All right, so guys, buy everything right now. No financial advice, Peter. Don't worry. You're only responsible for everything now. So there we go. But thank you so much. That was really fun. Ramin, we should get that maybe on camera as well. But there we go. Peter goes green there on Meta. So let me see what's going on. So that call was made. Look at what? Instant spike up.
Oh boy.
So Meta just went up 75 cents there, Peter. So I don't know, man. There goes Meta. A nice one right there. So there's the super chat coming in. So thank you right there for that kind of a. I should have asked him about Robinhood. Got that one going as well. But there we go. Having a little bit of fun here, as always, on the show. So thank you, David, for that, man. We're trying to create some content, and that was pretty good right there. So thank you so much. Look, man, we're trading, we're talking. We've got a crazy Instagram right now. I mean, that's so much fun over there on Insta. Go find us.
I'm loving some of those new posts. So you guys definitely have to go.
I actually haven't seen any today yet. I've just
that one the one that you posted.
Oh, the one that I posted. Yeah. Look, this is this is always going to be
your favorite
as one of my tabs.
Okay.
Forever, always.
Forever, always, yeah.
Part of the mood that I'm in today is just how good this is.
Yeah.
The double watch, that's my watch. I have that. Like today we're wearing Breitling because, you know, that's what it is. But right there, we have that. I have that. I'm going to wear that tomorrow. That's hilarious. And then this guy, like, it's too much. It's too much. Oh, man, but that is a cute-ass baby, man. Me and Neil, just cute babies. O'Leary, cute. Fashionista, the cockroach part. It's just like, and as a baby, I'm like, well, going to hell. That seems like, it's just great. So awesome. Thank you, Ramin, for that, man. That really, that put a smile on my eye, on my face. And I can't even speak now properly how much we like that. Okay, so back to trading here quickly.
Yes, let's get back. Oh boy.
Go look for it, man. I mean, I am pumping that short.
I gotta start a Trader TV Obi account here. I gotta get involved.
I'm not sure why you haven't, my guy. But yeah, anyways, right now, basically we have two Instagram accounts, myself and the show. Neil has a small one, but I don't think he's really on it too much. So, okay.
All right.
Oracle and OpenAI. I just heard something. Where's Adara? I just heard something about Oracle and OpenAI. Oracle gapping higher right now. I think we might be early to this story. Again, I'm not sure exactly what it is, but there goes Oracle. We've seen these moves before. Your boy's going to punch long on this right now just to see what happens. If we break, this is very small. If we break through 225, I'm going to get out. Here goes Oracle. We brought this news to you, Sharif, and there it is, man. As fast as you like, to take a word from Sharif there, as quick as you like, Oracle goes straight up to the upside. So let's see right now what this story is exactly. We were 70 cents in the money. We didn't get out. Now we wait. Let's see what's going on right now with Oracle and OpenAI. A nice little bump up there. We got up to 227. Oh boy, Obi, that was a good trade. We're long at 225.70. We're long right now. If you like the trade, you could beat me right now and get into it. But here we go. I'm out very, very shortly if this thing takes 225. I don't really like being in news right away, although I'm in this one. That's why we're in it like a quarter of a unit. Nothing on this trade right now. Obviously, if it moons, it'll be fine. But right now, we're going to go to Adair and find out the story with Oracle and I think OpenAI.
So it's honestly, it's not super huge here. Basically, I'm seeing this report. Apparently, Oracle and OpenAI are reaching a deal for more Stargate projects in the U.S. That was that project announced alongside President Donald Trump back in January. We hadn't really heard anything about it since. Now, apparently, there will be more Stargate projects in a deal between OpenAI and Oracle. As you can see, ORCL already giving back most of that push to the upside. And back to you.
All right, I'm an idiot. I just lost. Look at Robinhood, though. Robinhood right now, like we have real shares on this one. I'm going to go back over. We just got our 67, so we're getting lighter and lighter now on Robinhood. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention because we were going to get out the 50-period moving average. The 50-period moving average is now down, so we actually got out at the old 50-period moving average. All right, so it's tough because we don't, again, show our share size, but I told you we are in like a quarter of a position. So that is nothing right now. So we'll lose on that. We'll lose 75 cents. Like when I lose 75 cents on Amazon or Google or the TQs or Apple or something that you know that I'm in, and I'm telling you guys, I'm in 3 or 4 units, something like that, that's different. This was a news play. You saw what happened to us on Apple the other day. When that news came out, it went down and then blasted up through that 200 marker. So right there, I'm glad Adair sort of looked at that, thought it was a nothing burger, potentially a little bit of old news there, Starlink, so on and so forth. But there goes Oracle up and down one more time. But realistically, man, it's Robinhood is where I lay my head right now. This is going to be a good trade. This is the one that we just put on. You know, we talked about that. I mean, let me see what the chat is saying right here right now quickly. What's your afternoon vibe? So I said playing it safe, but I kind of feel like this is playing it safe. We're playing off VWAP. If VWAP breaks, we're out. We're taking profits on the way back up. Very, very comfortable with this kind of a trade. We just got 60 cents off a 98 bid. That's 60 cents. If it drops out, we're losing hopefully 25 cents, 35 cents. So our stop is 70s, although I can change that right now. I'm going to keep it at 70 right now. So our stop would be 30 cents or so on that one. So looking for a hero trade. We can, we'll look for some of those for you guys. But at the end of the day, I feel like tomorrow's a half day. Yeah. Any of the stocks you guys want to get into, fine. But I'm not super excited right now about the opportunities that lie ahead for the rest of the afternoon. But we'll find them, right? That's why I got excited about Oracle. We're going to go to Adara in 1 second. I just wanted to look at right here, Timothy, right here. So 6 back-to-back green trades this morning.
Heyo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for your next one.
Another one.
Another one. Go 7 for 7. Keep up the energy, Sean. No problem. Sending good vibes from Tijuana, Mexico. Let's go.
Money.
You want to go to Tijuana?
Let's go. I'm down.
If I'm going to Tijuana, I'm going with Fabian.
Okay. How come?
Fabian. I think Fabian could put some damage on the grounds of Tijuana.
Oh, boy.
This guy over there.
Oh, boy.
Fabian, you like tequila? Of course he does.
Oh, yeah. No.
There we go. You been to Mexico?
I don't think so.
Never been
yet.
to Mexico?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've just been to the, I've been a few times, Puerto Vallarta. I went there with my family when we were really young. We went to Cancun.
Been to the Caribbean.
Oh yeah, what spot?
St. Martin, St. Lucia, St. Kitts, Saba. St. Martin's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, the islands are.
Some of those white sand beaches. Oh my God, unlike any others in the world.
Neil tells us that Antigua, this is Neil's number one go-to here,
Antigua
is that Antigua and has A beach for every day of the year.
Grenada as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
He says there's 365 pure, white, gorgeous beaches. So yeah, I would, it's not a retirement spot for me. I was actually discussing this earlier today. It's like, I think if I was to retire, I'd like to do it here, but up north or somewhere lake-ish.
I'm going to go Banff. I'm retiring.
You're going to Banff. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you a skier at all?
Snowboard.
Oh yeah, that's right. You've told me that before. Yeah, snowboarding. Okay, so there you go. But I think by the time I'm retiring, I don't think I'm going to be. I don't know if the knees will be able to snowboard very well. Oh no, it's fine to start. It's just yeah. I have one of my friends actually. They live in Dallas, and they're from here. He's a big skier, and he has the girls. I think they're like 4 or 5 maybe years old. He already has them going down little slopes. I think you could start even earlier than that for sure. But okay, throw to Adara.
To provide a little bit more context on this ORCL story, so in case you missed it, guys, Oracle actually announced that they've struck this deal with OpenAI to expand their existing Stargate AI infrastructure across multiple U.S. states, with OpenAI apparently trying to secure 4.5 gigawatts of power from Oracle-operated data centers. Now, potentially why this dropped is there's been a little bit of, for lack of a better term, snark, I guess, in the trading investing community over ORCL and some of their projections. They have been known, especially for putting these massive projections like years in advance. So they even said in this announcement with OpenAI that this deal is going to be part of their more than $30 billion in revenue contributed by cloud services into 2028. So again, it's like super, super forward thinking, this deal. And it also, I guess previously when they announced this more than $30 billion in their annual revenue starting in 2028, that contract they haven't even revealed yet. So ORCL, lots of, I guess, hand waving about the future without a ton of stuff to back it up, potentially why we got this little bit of a push to the downside. Just wanted to provide that context for ORCL and OpenAI. It's also unclear to what extent this expansion is different from the existing or pre-announced Stargate contract, guys. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Adara. So, got something for you guys. Beta Pro by Global X. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This also aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. That's interesting. Yeah, definitely go check them out and make sure you read those risk disclosures for sure. Market's taking a little bit of, I guess, just a chop here. When I'm like, okay, where is the next trade? And I'm looking around for a potential candidate, I'm just like, all right, well, let's just go see what some of the volume leaders on the day are doing. And there's some names on here that weren't there before. And I want to kind of maybe go through some of them. Of course, Big Bear AI, we're all kind of watching that one. Bit of a consolidation near the highs. Again, looking somewhat similar to that of the action here on the market. But this one was interesting. Mogo, M-O-G-O. This one was running in the pre-market here, pretty aggressive, all the way from $1. What is that? $1.23 is $1, whatever. $1.17 is the low. Let me see the exact reference low right there. $1.22 is when that bid kind of comes in. What is this? 8 a.m. Yeah, 8 a.m. taking us all the way from $1 to $4. Pulls back pretty decently for about I guess a 40% pullback right there off of their highs, but holding this $2.40 level pretty well with a little bit of a wick low down at 232. So the question becomes, can this sustain? What is this going to do going into the rest of the week? Shortened week as well, right? So you got to remember, this thing has a float of 20.5 million shares, and guess what, Sean? Today it's done about almost 260 million shares traded. So a little bit of a churn of that float going on as of right now on Mogo. We'll see where that goes tomorrow. NVIDIA here still looking the same Intel, that's a name, again, we had on watch in the morning. We were like, all right, it's doing some things. And guess what? Did some things for sure, looking distinctly different than the rest of the market here, all the way to the downside right off of the open. So a little bit of a breather, and that relative volume coming in and picking it right back up, about over a 50% retracement of that action in the morning. And oh boy, Lucid, again, Lucid's on these volume leaders pretty much every day. Tesla with their deliveries, we've covered this one quite a lot today, but I think just looking back at it, some of the best opportunities I would say in the pre-market, if you had the long off of that the report, the deliveries report, and then the reversion as well, and then the reversion of the reversion once it does catch a bid in and around prior days highs there. So something to watch out for coming into tomorrow, because pretty much sideways action after that morning shake and bake a little bit there, but holding that VWAP pretty nicely. Held that 300 yesterday as well, holding it once again with a higher low this time, so stepping up. And again, Tesla, I like Tesla, man. Tesla, the stock is absolutely beautiful and a prime example of a stair-step squeeze, and I feel like it's doing or setting up for maybe a little bit more of the same. Ford, we've been talking about this one as well, a little bit aggressive on a multi-day runner here from yesterday, and then getting that beautiful continuation today. Definitely going to be one to watch out for tomorrow for myself, because I'm just looking for more of the same. Is it likely that it's going to do the same thing 3 days in a row? Probably not, but if I catch it slipping, it's probably gonna. I probably want to stay involved and get along with or get involved with that bid there. And again, Robinhood, we saw that 100 finally catching that push into 100. I know a lot of Robinhood holders have been looking for that 100 and taking a little bit of a pullback. So the question becomes, on a higher time frame, can we expect a little bit of a chop around 100? I don't know. In my mind, I'm like, yeah, if I see it, just respect it and kind of move from there. And SONN, we saw Sharif trading this name during the midday. Absolutely crazy runner right there. What's the float on this one? 3 million shares float. Currently traded almost over 88 million shares. So a lot of these small caps, man, have been going absolutely ham, absolutely crazy, doing multiples of their float. Now CNC, well, I was involved in a little bit of CNC. Where'd that CNC go? No idea. But yeah, I think I had the long off of here, and I saw the sellers kind of step right back in, and that's kind of like, that's not what I want to see. I want to see buyers kind of push it right back up. It is SSR. I want to see that SSR mechanic in action there, and I kind of stopped seeing some of that action. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get out of that one. Let me pull up that CNC chart right here.
It's power hour.
It is power hour right now. So closing candles, beware. And CNC trades on the NYSE. Yeah, I remember that, because it took a little bit of a while to kind of come back out. So yeah, I tried the bounce here. I actually tried to punch short here, but again, SSR, I cannot remove liquidity on this one. And oh boy, kind of flushing all the way down. So beautiful continuation. We talked about anybody and everybody who was long for the past, like, I think it was like 10, 15 years or so, roughly speaking. Everybody out the money there. So anybody and everybody was that was long, maybe looking to sell off the open. We talk about certain types of participants, they can't really trade in the pre-market, or maybe they're looking for the opening liquidity to really push into. And I guess that is kind of what we saw off of the open. The SSR bounce potentially coming in. I did get involved in that, but this is the point that I'm talking about right here. It was a very, very clear. I actually added and pushed into this break through that 35. I'm looking for that VWAP. I'm looking for those buyers to come in and step in pretty hard, and did not see that as selling, kind of stepped right back in. So did punched out of that one, got a little lucky, as that was the local top there underneath VWAP before we just kind of crack low. Dead cat bounce on this one right here. So definitely not over for that. Again, I do want to point out here on the higher time frame what the weekly chart looks like, and then we can just confirm when was the last time we've seen some of these prices. There you go, 2017. I guess 2015 to 2017, so about roughly for 2 years, we chopped around some of these prices, and we haven't seen these prices in a very, very long time, John. So a lot of opportunity on the day. not really seeing anything too crazy just now, but I am short the market. It looks like it's probably not going to work out, though.
Oh, yeah, no, it says, well, yeah. Oracle right now gone. So there goes Oracle, man. We nailed that one. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Whoa, that was loud. Hello. Yeah, so we nailed that, but unfortunately we don't have it in our portfolio anymore because I'm just I'm booking a restaurant for my wife and I for next week.
Ooh, let's go. Where are you guys?
Date time. We're going to go to One in Yorkville.
Nice.
Yeah, you know what it is. Right now, so we're going to do that next week. Kid-free, right? Okay, so yeah, Oracle, nice little bounce to the high side right now. I just want to say that we took advantage of sort of the liquidity here on Robinhood and just some of that insanity that's been happening and just getting out here. Look at it holding this 50-period moving average. So I got to get out, man. I mean, even where we are right now, let me put out another piece here at 18 if we can get it. But yeah, it looks like it is trying to. There we go. That's me at ARCA. Okay, we just got hit, so that's good. There we go. So we're just getting pieces out here as it continues to make these moves. The 50 period wants to hold it. Hopefully we can break higher there. So right now I only have a quarter left of this position. Next out, nowhere. I don't even have an offer. That's a lie. I have an offer at 60, then 80. So 60's there, then 80's up here, and then we ask the question, when moon right now, and hopefully soon moon. All right, so that's Robinhood, Oracle as well. We talked about that. My Tesla trade, that's still ready to go. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to hit. This was 317 break right now. With the market doing this, Tesla doing this, I'm not so sure I'm in love with that kind of a move right now. And boy, oh boy, did Peter behind us there nail Meta. Nice move there from the bottom. I mean, 713 up now, about a clean dollar from that kind of a call, making you and I look foolish over here, Obi, making that call. So it's a nice move right there back up to the upside. So yeah, oh yeah, by the way, like I said, oh yeah, all right. There goes Webull again. Huge move, up 12% today, continuously going. What a move there on Webull. You get that good news story, and it's not like you can rewind last week when this name was at 11, and I was telling you I'm long $11, waiting for news to come out because we saw what news does to Robinhood, SoFi. I mean, look, news can go either way, but positive news was pretty good there. And I did say that my next buy was going to be in the $8 to $9 range, so I wasn't like super convinced, or I would have loaded up down there at 11, but it's a nice move higher right now for Webull, being long at 11, now in the money about 25% or so. Might be worth taking something out. Nice volume there, more than average daily volume right now on Robinhood. All right, I'll take it for 5 seconds. I just got to confirm this order here.
Yeah, no worries. So the futures kind of come into the highs there, and I'm like, all right, well, my stop's sitting right there. Hop out of that one, and then it kind of wicking right back in, flushing as well, and then Google starts to go as well a little bit to the downside. I'm like, all right, well, that's okay. I just want to get right back in and see where that goes. Like I said, more than willing to take the hit a little bit there and just to see if things kind of work out. So that was a little bit of a wick of the consolidation highs on the NASDAQ that we've been kind of chopping and churning since, oh boy, 11 a.m. So we've been sideways here on top of this 22,800 all the way to 22,860. So only about $60 there above, or $60 worth of roughly a range there. Not even, because the wick is not even touching the 60 there. And now you can see a little bit of a flush coming in here on goggles. Let's see if that'll come into fruition. As of right now, got right back into the TQs as well. Again, some of these constituents sometimes are not going to move like the futures, and I think sometimes that's where potential opportunity can lie there. And if you see something that is distinctly different, I think it's definitely something to watch and keep an eye on here. And Nvidia taking a little bit of a curl as well, like I'm seeing. The question is, we only have about, I guess, 50 minutes, 55 minutes roughly for the rest of the day here, and I want to know whether or not we're gonna convincingly break this range, whether to the upside or to the downside. Give me some conviction here. You know what I mean? We're just chopping sideways for the past few hours. Now, again, it is technically a shortened week, maybe not a lot of players on the board, And that can definitely kind of give us some interesting iterations of price action as we're seeing here. So yeah, let's see if the TQs kind of continue to the upside here going into the last hour. I have no idea, but let me know in the chat, what are you guys trading? The SPY has been a beautiful long pretty much all morning. So has the NASDAQ as well. The constituents a little bit choppy. If you weren't involved in NVIDIA or Google, or maybe even Apple, maybe you're not sitting just as pretty as some of those futures are as of right now. So let me know what you guys are trading. Yeah, exactly. Sports and stocks saying, see something, say something. That's what they play on the TTC.
Oh, do they? Yeah. Oh, that's right.
If you see something, say something.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, exactly. That's what it is. If I see something, I'll say something. But as of right now, what do I see? I see nothing.
All right, so then don't say anything. All right, so yeah, for right now, thanks, Obi, for all of that. All right, so it's Webull time. We already talked about that. Google, let's look at Uber. Uber had a nice move up and down here today as well. You know, I'm not sure what the story, there might have not been any story. Uber, the thing about Uber is like, you know, again, it's just like we're up at these highs again. So we really like this stock. I mean, we are in a raging bull market, and we don't want to forget that necessarily. So right now, Uber, nice upside play here, but I did have a nice little drip down. Let's go find out from Madera what's up here.
Yeah, there was a story here on UBER. So basically, Move, which is a company actually based in Africa that's backed by Uber, is going to be raising $1.2 billion in debt to start a Waymo fleet. So again, Bloomberg reporting that a company that is backed by Uber is going to be raising $1.2 billion in debt for a Waymo fleet. That is the only story I saw on this today. Came out during the midday around 12:30 p.m. And back to you.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, interesting there. I don't know if that's you know, anything too crazy there for Uber. Uber's still up on the day, kind of floating around with the market. So yeah, again, like decent downside price, 91.80. I mean, I don't think we're going to get into that. Just looking over, I'm really hoping that Robinhood can start to go. Just a quick talk on Big Bear AI because we're in that name as well. Right now, I was just looking over at this name as well and thinking, okay, maybe time to get something out right here on Big Bear AI. I think I'll get filled almost immediately if I put a 56. Nope, not yet, not yet. Hopefully, as some of these prints go through, we'll get 56. I mean, we're just sitting here. Might have to run through us to get it, so we'll wait. But I think right now, being at the 200 period moving out, there it is. We got it. So there it is. We get that out at 56 as it just runs right through us. And again, this is how we're doing stuff different. Like, I'm putting an order out, you know, getting filled, like talking to you guys about all these orders and what we're doing here. So, you know, just really proud of what we're able to show here live on the show, and this is just another one of those ideas here. Big Bear AI, we've had it all day, and we have it again right now. So we'll wait to see Big Bear AI, what's going on there, up 13 and a bit percentage points. Oscar Health, I almost pushed a button on this one as well. Like, this is another name that I like right here at these levels, Oscar. Down here, we had that CNC there, Centene today, all the way to the downside. You had a trade on that earlier. We were talking during the open about that name. But there comes Oscar. Nice move back in. Again, this name, decent sized short float on Oscar. But this always, I was already looking this up. They're 15%. So I like that for a potential move back in, trading lower after Barclays initiated coverage underweight already with a price target of $17. We've seen UNH and some of these other names come back in as well. So right there for Oscar, short float. We talked about that 15% float in general of 200 million shares. So not too much going on there. Their earnings planned for August 6th. Right there. So we'll see what they can come up with there. As their EPS last quarter, their EPS was a monster, man, 92 cents. So they go from no profitability, like losing. Something happened right here that they were able to make money, then lose. Huge beat. This is why I started to like the name again. You know, a big beat there on Oscar, finally turning some profits there on EPS levels. So we're gonna have to wait to find out where this name wants to go. But I kind of like this name as a longer term play. Excuse me. I want to get into it. I was looking for their total market cap, $5 billion. Sleeping giant. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a little bit more work. But you guys, let me know. Let me know in the chat what you think of Oscar in there, and if I'm looking correctly, if there's something I don't know about this company. But again, with that kind of a short float right here and pulling back into the 200 period and already at its downgraded price, I think I like Oscar here, and I think that's worth a potential play there. So that's why I'm looking for OSCR. Let me know if you guys know anything about it, but yeah, it's Webull, man. And this, I just wish I had this in the swing account. But wow, it is Squeeze City right now on Webull, man. This name gone right now to the highest bidder, it seems like, as Webull just going upside there. And again, news on South America, right? So opened up, I guess it was not banking, but new clients, customers, new services offered there in South America. Nice move up there for Webull today as it's continuously going there. The Figma IPO, right? Great question. It's not in yet, right? Figma is, you're not going to be able to see that. I think it's later on this month. It could be pricing. It better not be tomorrow. It's definitely. Adair and I heard it last night.
Highly doubt. Yeah.
She's going to look into it because that's one that I want to be involved with, because Adobe, they were interested in Figma a while ago, and it was determined that if they were to get this property, then it's too powerful for Adobe. You know, they'd be too strong. And I think that's, I'm not sure when exactly that timing was. I almost feel like it was, I'm trying to look for a dramatic move in Adobe, because I don't think that they liked it initially. It might have been all the way back in, no, it wasn't 2022. It might have been in and around here, March. I'm going to find out, but they didn't like the deal. I know that. They were paying a lot of cash for them. I don't know if it was 20 billion or something for them at one. That's no problem. We'll go through this. And if you're not, this was pressed by accident. We can end it, right? Can't we? Here we go. There we go.
There
all right,
we go. Drop
I ended it. All right, what's up, Adara?
What's going on?
The Figma thing. So I know because I made this infographic recently for Adobe, I guess earnings related. So yes, 2022 was the year, Sean, where they announced plans to acquire Figma for $20 billion. At the end of 2023, this deal was called off because they kept having issues with the FTC, which actually later sued Adobe for unrelated reasons. But I do want to mention here as well with Figma, with this IPO, we have no timing. They filed for the IPO in the NYSE, and they do plan to do some acquisitions of their own. They're apparently planning on taking big swings with their acquisitions. The ticker for this is going to be FIG or FIG. And I want to mention as well, apparently they confidentially filed for an IPO going back to April 2025. So Figma's had this plan for a while. I don't have a date as to when it's going to happen, but just a little bit of context and clarification for FIG. Future ticker. Back to you.
That was wild. When I first heard that, I was like, "What, Ligma?" That's not, you know.
That's just so funny because I nailed the date when we looked at that on the chart, and then I somehow remembered the 20 billion. But you watch when that thing comes to market, man, it'll be way more than 20 billion as stocks get very, very excited about you know, new issues. You know, like Webull and so on and so forth. But Adobe, you just looked at me and said, "Wow, look at that growth," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's Adobe." Like some of these companies, man, you don't really need to second guess too much. They work, right? And you know, you want to look at a company that's working out right now. What about Nvidia right now? Okay, not much. I thought something else was going on there. Tesla maybe on a pullback. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat, man. It's been a good day so far here today. We're in really good moods. Various reasons, man. Family's doing well. We had a great time last night, man.
How was that? How was the fireworks?
Great. I was telling you before. I was like 5 to 7 minutes, so it wasn't super long. But we all got little ice cream. There was a McDonald's right there, so we just got the dollar cones, sat around, had that. It was a great time watching sort of the fireworks. We had some fun. We brought our dog, Belle, so that was pretty sweet. She had a great time. Some dogs freak out at fireworks, so we weren't sure. We back on to like a green belt at our house, so people are always popping off fireworks and all that stuff all the time there. So we sort of felt that she would be comfortable there, and she was. So we did that, but it was really eye-opening, man, because basically it was at a park, Centennial Park, which is huge. Right. And we kind of parked off to the side and then, you know, made our way in there. But we had a huge field and the mosquitoes were...
A lot of people there?
Yeah, decent amount of people, yeah. But so where the mosquitoes were, we had sprayed down, but I was like, I'm not... So we went back to sort of our spot there, and it was really comfortable, and we had a great time. So yeah, a lot of stuff happening there. And then plus now that it's summertime, it's like my kids are now like hanging out with like a lot of their friends. They're going over to some of the public pools and all that kind of stuff. I, you know, don't have a pool at my place, but you know, they're loving all that kind of stuff, and it's just been great. And I went golfing with my son, and I went with my brother on Friday. Oh, we just went up to Humber Valley. Okay. Just a local course. Toronto has about 6 or so public courses. That's the biggest of them all, and it was really fun to play that. I went to I tweeted it out too. We went to the, have you ever been to a golf simulator?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are lots of fun. So we went there as well, and he's working on his game. Both kids are gone next week. You see me booking reservations over here.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to go. Had a meeting with the bank. That went surprisingly well as well today. So lots of stuff going on. Just got the notification that the car's charged in the basement now, so that's all good.
Nice.
Yeah, just a lot of good times happening now. And plus it's summertime, you know. Blue Jays are winning.
Yeah, exactly.
Kids are having a great time. And yeah, it's been good. The only thing that hasn't been good is me selling out of that Oracle trade because there it goes right now. Nice upside play there on Oracle. That seems to continuously work there as well. And then we got to slap a fail. Not a fail for the trade. The Robinhood trade is legit. We made money on it. And you know, we talk about what the reason for the show's entertainment, the show's education. It's entertain, educate. There's one more there. I'll think about it in a minute. But that was sort of the motto that we had to begin with. Entertain, educate, enjoy, elevate. Yeah, whatever. We'll go with that. It's not what it is, but it is something like that. But at the end of the day, we had talked yeah, it's not those. Leave it with me, Obi. I'll come up with whatever the hell it is at some point here. Yeah.
Something pontificate?
Yes, that's definitely.
Is that the one?
No, but that's good enough. No, but it was noticing. Okay, let's get back on track here just for a second. It was just Obi noticing that we were holding this 50-period moving average, right? And once we had noticed that, we were able to get out, where we were only holding a quarter. Then we got a piece out there, and I think we probably had about 20% left. So when we wind up losing, we get out there, we lose our 30 cents on 20%. But you know, making this, especially with the fact that we got to reload, making this a pretty good trade. So I just want to say, like, follow some of the rules. Make sure that you stick with whatever it is you're doing. Don't give up. You know, you want educate. Oh, I'm gonna get it in a minute, but try something out for weeks, man. Don't try something out for days, right? Give.
You gotta give. Oh, hello.
Come on,
hello.
Alex.
What's happening there?
Come on, Alex. What are you doing over here? What is Alex Karp doing to this stock right now? Yeah, but all kidding aside, Palantir, nice little downside play there. I'm gonna cancel my Tesla trade. I don't think we're gonna get through any levels of 317 right now. No, so I'm going to cancel this so I don't have to worry about it because in the back of my mind I was always watching that. So let's go over here and find out what's going on with Palantir. Market giving it up, great trading over there. I mean, I assume your TQs is probably pretty hot still. So yeah, good look there. Yeah, the Palantir, nice downside push coming back in. We have the news in our ear, not much going on, but look what's going on with crypto, man. Bitcoin continues to make waves there today. And look at this. 200-period moving average. Normally we'll say for it to do something. But today, man, IBIT's doing it all. It's giving you everything you need. It's giving you the VWAP hold right there. It's giving you the 200-period hold right now as we continue to climb higher. So IBIT working out. Look at what crypto's been doing today. Let's refresh this. So this is Cryptoverse, and I got in trouble by someone in the chat and said, Bitcoin's not crypto, but you're right. You know, we are well aware that there are other things happening here. I like to look at the market cap. You know, the biggest we've seen is 354 right now. There's Bitcoin 109, so definitely leading the way today out of a lot of the major names, but Bitcoin is the major. So you can see right there, almost like 8x right now what Ethereum is as far as the market cap, but Ethereum right there leading the way today, up 6.5%. Ripple, we talked about that, XRP. You mentioned that there was a story. Adara, what was the story on Ripple? There might have been one on XRP today. But there it is.
So Ripple's going to be basically, I guess, having their own, they're going to file here, I guess, for more traditional finance type plays, so kind of similar to what we're seeing. I'm going to find the exact headline, but that is basically what it is. Ripple seeking a U.S. banking license. So, again, one of many crypto companies to do so. That's all that happened. It got a nice little pop when that news came out. Again, Ripple seeking a U.S. banking license, XRP popping after that, though.
That's a huge buy. Yeah, I think that's huge. I think like, this could squeeze. I will be.
I was dancing at my seat when I heard that news.
Is there anything else I could? Is there anything else I could buy other than XRP? Like, there's not an ETF or anything like that. So, because basically all of my money on chain is gone into Bitcoin right now. I have Cardano, Ripple already. But oops, I closed that. I want to buy more of that on that news. So we'll wait to see what's going on there with XRP. And if you just click on this, you can sort of see the trajectory of this, where it's been going. Let's go over the last 3 or so months. We did really hold that 210 area, I believe. Yeah, so 2 to 210. We're looking to break. I don't know how I get rid of this. That's annoying, so I can't. It's hard to see. But 240 looks like sort of a wall right here around 240. We'll see that 260. But I think that's great news, man. I mean, you know, it's one thing to file for it, but it's nice to know that they're thinking about it, they're talking about it, and they could get denied and this thing goes right back down. But I think when you're playing crypto and you're playing some of these names, and look, there's going to be, shout out to Nimit if you're watching, or shout out to a lot of you out there that definitely know a lot more about the space than I do. Maybe you have some insight if you're excited about Ripple, but I was just thinking, like, those are the stories that you want. We talked about what's the next catalyst, right? Yes. And I had said that Bitcoin at 109.5 right here is good when we look at that compared to the DXY, right? We talked about what's been going on with, here's that cash symbol again that I was looking at there. When you're sitting on cash, you got to figure out what to do with it, and why not put it into Ripple? But what I was looking at was the US dollar and the weakness there in the US dollar, right? I mean, look at this, just continuous downside trajectory there on the US dollar as, again, flight, you know, oil's been sort of doing what it's been doing there. And, you know, the reason why we're going down so much is that spending bill is just, that's a lot of money, you know, outward bound, you know. So yeah, as we start to go there, we might have to dilute more. We'll see what the Fed is going to do about money supply. But yeah, right now the dollar, this is the US dollar index, so it is getting absolutely crushed right now, which is not a great sign. So we'll see. Back down to 2022 levels here. I actually got out of I was holding something that wasn't CAD hedged, and that was not performing obviously as well as the CAD hedged. So I'm talking about Canadian dollar hedged to the US dollar. So just watch out now, because, you know, if you're holding this and you can look at exchange rates, I don't know if does this have CAD USD on here? Yes, it does. Right there. Oh boy. TradingView has a lot of cool things here. Click on it, not working, click on it. Okay, so you can see right here, this is just a 1 day, but I don't know if this is CAD, USD CAD, all right, but anyways, here's the move back in, right? So you can see here, watching out for this. I'm gonna find a better quote than that, but the CAD USD right now, definitely in favor for us here in Canada, as the dollar's fallen just a little bit against the CAD as well. So yeah, man, Oracle just, look, I'm not embarrassed about this because we got stopped out where we wanted to. It broke through 225, but we had this on news and we should just not have left it. That was the, you know, that's a decision that we made that we probably should not have. We should have stayed strong there with Oracle. But, you know, when we got out there at 225, it's all about risk management. That went down and broke or came close enough to breaking 224. So that would have looked silly for me to hold a $2 loser or so, or at least a $1.80 loser against myself on news when we're not even quite sure how it's going to affect the stock. But there goes Oracle straight to the upside, breaking all-time highs right now on Oracle, breaks it right there on that news. So bye-bye Oracle, upside. What's up, A?
Keep an eye here in SPET. This is another crypto-related play that's been pretty strong. This one actually, yeah, just kind of pushing to the upside for most of the day. Yesterday, they announced an increase to their Ethereum treasury holdings. Earlier, like around when they first announced, they were one of the, I think, the largest publicly traded holder of Ethereum in terms of the amount of Ethereum they hold. Assume that's still the case because they keep getting more Ethereum. But yeah, SPET, it is worth noting as well, has SharpLink Gaming. They do have a pretty small float here, just over 600,000 shares. So SPET on watch today. Back to you.
So much stronger.
I know, I'm mad. I'm just saying how mad I am. Look how mad I am about not having Robinhood. I can still get out of it. It's not the end of the world, but I have it in the retirement account. So if I pull the money out, it's taxable. Right there. We have here in Canada, we have something called TFSA, tax-free savings account. Yep. You can drop, I don't even know what it's at. I just, whatever the government tells me I can throw into it, but I think it's like $7,000 a year or something like that now. It's been around for about 20 years. So I think you can get up to, how much?
Oh.
Am I hulking up right now?
Yeah.
Rip off my shirt?
Is that your secret is that you're always mad?
I like that. That was
really cool. That was really cool.
Yeah, we're doing so many cool things here right
Studio
now.
8.
I mean, it almost made me rip the shirt off. You saw that. I was going.
That's a true metamorphosis.
I was going for it there. You're about to see some screens getting thrown around here real quick. But I'm about to just go fix up all this stuff back.
I want to see that video. I remember one time you were, I think you were with Prad on the mid-air or something. Something happened with a keyboard.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
remember.
that was
Yeah, exactly. You were sitting right there. I remember.
Yeah.
And I was sitting over there, and I looked back, and I was like, "What is going on?" I want to find a clip of that. That was definitely.
No, it's just, it was the key. I couldn't push backspace or I couldn't push something.
That keyboard was
and
done.
I'm like in position. I'm like, I can't put the order out properly. And it was just like, and that's it. And I just basically hulked it out. And yeah, that keyboard no longer existed after that. But
sometimes when when you can't press the key, you got to try pressing the whole keyboard.
Right.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. We got rid of that. The more you know, maybe the more you don't know on that one. Okay. I think Oracle probably. Let's try to find again. Like appreciate. Looking at the market here today, but honestly, like right now, this is pretty flat. If there are again, like any names that you guys have here, you know what? It's 3:27 for 10 minutes. Let's run the poll. All right, so here we go. I'm going to call this up right now. I'm going to show to everybody, just so you know. I'm going to go over here, stock voting game. I'm going to refresh this. 0 submissions. Let's start this right now. I'm going to go start poll. So right now, as soon as you guys start mentioning names, it will start to go. Am I supposed to hit OK here? Okay, so here we go. So now we're going to wait to see. They should start to add up here. I think I have to do I have to refresh this as well? Okay, so let's just refresh that. Now it's going to start, calculating all of these, and we're going to get to the bottom of this. So I don't know what happened here, but it's calculating in the background, and we're going to get so put it whatever you guys want. We'll talk about that. I'm going to look at that in 10 minutes at 3. Let's go 3:35. We'll look at that at 3:35. Therefore, we'll get a good handle on what you guys want to talk about and what we're looking for. So a popular name is always Tesla. Again, but look, what am I supposed to talk about right here? Not doing too much there for Tesla. We're trying to give you some more coverage on some of the stories today. Again, Elon Musk and Tesla with their delivery number was a little bit lighter earlier on in the day. So this happened. I don't know, lighter or not, we ripped to the upside there on a better than expected production number. So deliveries lighter, which I thought would matter. Production, they produced more vehicles than expected and delivered less. So that's a little funny why that move is happening here today for Tesla, but it is. So we want to address all the things that are happening. And Tesla right now doing that. Rivian, I was actually talking about this with Randy. Rivian on the downside today, not very impressed with Rivian trades today as they're trying to go to the downside here. Down 4%, kind of going oppo there. Rivian's report came today as well. Their deliveries were much lower. They delivered something like 5,700 vehicles when they were looking for 10,000 there on the demand side. So right now, Rivian looking to break. What about this trade? What about a break of the low of the day right there on Rivian? Can we go with that? I don't think that's horrible. What's 330? If the market's on a downside move, right? So you're in the TQ. Oh, you got out of the TQs? Okay. That was a profitable trade?
Yeah, that worked.
Okay, nice. So I just want to see if the market continues this move. What about this take right here, 1288? What does that look like? So it looks fine there. So we had a wick bottom to... That is 1288 all the way down there. Okay, we should maybe be short now. Let's just go short Rivian. I'm not... Big Bear AI starting to go back up. That's 33 cents. We're still in that one. That's the only one we have on. What about just shorting Rivian right now, right? I think that's decent. It's kind of like this little area right there. We can play off 290, 295. If we break above 13, all right, let's go short Rivian. Let's see if we can sit here and take something at 91s right there. Okay, we offered and got 91s. Almost immediately there. So BYX fills us. As you can see, there's no BYX there. I never want to wait in line, so I actually paid for that fill. So right there, we're now short 91. I'm going to see about this coming up to $13. If we break $13, it's the 200 period moving average, so I'm fine with that. If we break that, I'm cool with it. And that's where we'll get out. So let's just see if Rivian right here. And again, I'm kind of getting into this. I know that there's some viewers maybe impatient. They want to see some trades. I'm not doing it necessarily for that. We are breaking a little bit lower. We looked at Tesla. Reminded me of Rivian's numbers today. So let's trade the catalyst here with Rivian and let's go short. So that's what we're doing. We're short right now on Rivian. Let's see if we can get an out right here at that tested bottom already, which would be, oh, it's right here right now. All right, let's just put a bid at 88. which I know doesn't seem that much, but we have we have a bigger position now on Rivian because of it's only a $12 stock. So, if we could take right here the low, we'll do that right now. You may want to, if you're playing options, maybe 0-day options right here on, there we go, we get the fill on Rivian. I'm going to cancel. We only got part filled. That came too easy. Let's see if we get a move down. I mean, maybe take the 12.75 close. I don't know. I don't trade 0-day, but there it goes. We're now short Rivian, and it's not a face slapper, but let's do this. It's an idea. So here we go, man. We're short Rivian right now. We're long Big Bear AI. Let's see if we can print on both of these. I've already printed on Big Bear AI. We have less than 5% left. Rivian's obviously a newer position. So let's see where we go. Let's see if we can hold this, make a little bit of money on that down to the downside.
Yeah, Sean, that thing has definitely been a little bit of a printing machine here. So Google. I was a little short on Google. I kind of missed this entry here where it was a little bit, potentially a little bit better, but I was like, all right, I'm going to get back in on the lower high. We actually get a pretty decent flush down, 77.80s, holding pretty well. So I start piecing off lightly, and when I see that a bid come in just as aggressively, I'm like, all right, excuse me. I'm pretty much done with this one for now. Holding on to just a breadcrumb right now, maybe just risking to that prior high. You can see the market's kind of printing sideways here. Last 30-minute candle is just opened up, and I got out of the TQs as well. I was like, all right, well, if we're not gonna break any lower, this was the place. I think this was the place where I was already short pretty decently. Comes into the high, wicks the high by about 3 or 4 pennies, and then slams right back in. Not only that, I see Google start to turn, I see Nvidia start to turn, I see Amazon start to turn a little bit there, a little bit of weakness across the board. I'm like, all right, well, I see that right away. If you're gonna false break on me, I'm gonna come right back into that bid and start getting a little bit aggressive there. Again, arguably could have been a little bit more aggressive on the break of this, but you can see it just kind of settled right back in. So yeah, sure, it was a 20 penny scalp at most, but it worked pretty well off of that quick lick grab. But right now, it hasn't really gone anywhere. I was looking for it to come all the way back down into VWAP going into the end of the day, but it's not really giving me what I'm looking for. So I'm like, all right, well, that's all I need to see to be like, all right, I'm kind of done with this idea for now. But yeah, Mark Golaski saying don't false break on OV. Yeah, I don't like getting sold to, and some of this price action was definitely sold to me, I would say. So I got right back into that one. That's the beautiful thing about being on a prop floor, right? Like low fees, direct market access. Like you can get in and out so many times. You can even get paid for getting in and out, regardless of whether you're winning on the trade or not. But yeah, no, it's a beautiful thing. The level of nimbleness that you're able to achieve amongst the keys and in terms of like execution mechanics. But something that I have to do a little better at achieving is the nimbleness of the mind. Like the market access is there, the key is there, the keys are there, the execution set is there, but sometimes you got to be a little bit nimble with the mental just as well, and that way everything kind of confluences together, right? You're using your resources to the best of your abilities in that kind of scenario here. But with the market chopping around sideways, and we're getting that little bit of a green bar here on both the NASDAQ and the ES going into the last 30 minutes, I'm going to pack my patience. I don't know how much is left for me here going into the end of the day. It is a holiday shortened week, right? So you're not really going to see anything too crazy, but if you do see it, call it out. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah, we're a Big Bear AI now 760. That's starting to go back up to the upside just a little bit here. Let's just check out who's making all the money over here at Real Trading. And of course, Obi and I, you just talked about prop trading. Obi and I are sitting on a prop floor right here with Real Trading, and they have a trader information portal, which we're going to go look, compare your profits. So I'm going to show you in a couple minutes what's been going on. We saw that $89,000 real US dollar being made there on those imbalances on Friday when I was on the golf course, but that was okay. Let's go over to Adair, figure out what's going on, then we're going to come back and look at these profits.
A little bit of a pop here for INDA. This is the India iShares ETF. So good look here for INDA. A reporter from Fox is saying that multiple sources are saying that the U.S. could get an announcement of a tariff deal with India as early as tomorrow. Today we had the Vietnam trade deal. Now apparently a source from Fox reporting that India could be the next one announced. It could be as early as July 3rd. Back to you.
Yeah, I heard that same story in my ear, and then you know what was followed by? It was like, but President Trump still has yet to sign the deal. So, yeah, I mean, until that guy signs anything, thanks, Adara, for that report. But yeah, INDA, interesting. Obi was going to look at that ETF, actually. Indian stock market's been hot fire. We had Rahim Alani, obviously, from OCI coming through as well. And all right, let's just talk about eSignal quickly. You can scan that QR code right there. Get involved with eSignal. Then we'll show you these numbers. It is 1 month free. These guys, again, like the charting that I use is primarily eSignal when we are looking at other charts other than the proprietary ones we have here. But eSignal can connect to over 50 plus brokers. Again, the best part about eSignal that I can tell is the fact that you can be entitled to any market you want. If you are looking for that Indian stock market, or you're looking to get quotes on practically, as far as I know, any market. You know, this is an ICE product, so you can definitely contact them. Great customer service. The scanners are up to date, man. That's exactly this. Those are the exact scanners that we're using every single day. You can specify sort of the parameters of the scan that you're looking for, and just get involved with eSignal, man. I mean, it's completely free. I think it's worth it. Worst case scenario, you scan that QR code, you don't like it, and you stick with what you have. But for me on eSignal, go give it a shot. It is an expensive platform, but it's well worth it. The back testing and everything like that, like all of the VWAP trades and all of that. Obviously, a lot of it comes with experience, as Obi and I sit here and look at screens 7 hours a day. But you know, it does come with back testing abilities, tick replays, all of that, man. 1 second charts. I can change a chart to a 1 second chart right here. But let's go over right now and figure out, this is the top 10 traders here at Real Trading from yesterday. So it has nothing to do with today. From which day, Obi?
From yesterday.
Right, exactly. So here we go right now. Obi and I realized that BMNR is an Amex stock. Yep. So I don't know if that's what's steering this, but you know, Chicago. So yesterday we had someone make $19,000. These are the markets. This is the P&L in US dollars. So there, look at this one. Oh boy, Blue Ocean. Oh, someone took down 8 G's yesterday on Blue Ocean. So congratulations to that trader. Sorry, right there. Sorry, 7.3 right there. So there's Blue Ocean. NASDAQ was 7.7. Zetra there in Germany. So a German market there. Blue Ocean. Oh, Blue Ocean twice. What am I doing? I missed that one. 10 G's.
I wonder what that was.
Right there on Blue Ocean. And we did have Jeff Mendel come through yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. And they're doing Moon ATS as well. So, you know, you should be able to see different markets coming through. But I don't know if we're going to change it to, but Blue Ocean is the market. So it'll probably stay there for now. But it's the after hours is really starting to get spiced up here. So if you are looking to trade with anybody, I've been trading with Real Trading for over 23 years. And, you know, really enjoy the platform. It's this platform that we have right here. It is completely built by traders for traders. So what that means is like it's completely customizable, right? We have all those stop keys, just tons of options here, no matter what your trading style. And I think that's the other thing. You and I talked about that. Neil has a different style. We all have different styles. And the platform can completely adapt to your style and get going with that. Forex is also on here as well. There's lots of stuff popping through on there. So yeah, I wish, yeah, what's up, Andre? I wish we could show you the losses. It's not, we don't show the losses. It's not, they're not available.
Don't show
there.
the wins either.
They're not there. We're just showing the P&L.
Show the trade.
Oh, no. I think you meant on the,
on
the prop firm. So yeah, unfortunately that's got to be a decision from the big guys. But the thing about trading on a prop floor is that we are very, very scheduled here. So meaning like we have our stops, we have our buying power, you know, you can't deposit in, like whatever money you have in there is the money that's assigned to the account. And yeah, so it comes and goes, but you're only allowed to lose, generally speaking, as much as you make. So there's like a tiered scale there. And then it also shuts you down. So like no one's gonna be allowed to lose 20 grand. You know, unless you're averaging like 30 or 40 grand, you know. So it's all flowing like that, but I do get your point. And if there was a loss area, I would love to show it to you. But the other important thing to understand is, and it's not like I'm trying to throw shade at others, but like this is real money. this is not, there's no contest being run or anything like that, which I think contests are great, but these are funded traders already, and the numbers that we are showing you. So
I think the purpose of some of the competitions is to like create some motivation and create some passion.
Yeah.
And I think that's what I didn't even know. Yeah, exactly. I didn't even know that like we're allowed to kind of show that from the firm there, with the top 10 traders, right? It's like more often I check that every day.
I mean,
That's motivation
I'm not sure
for
either
me
at this point, but
that's motivation for me as well. I'm like, the best players at this firm are putting up those numbers with the same kind of market access, with the same kind of keys, with the same kind of stocks that I'm watching, but it's very, very clear the way that they're thinking, the way that they're strategizing is very clearly different, and that gives me motivation to perform better because it's a very clear perspective of, yes, it can be done, and it's just are you on the grind to get there? I think that's really big as well. So
the news
trading.
Yeah, Real Trading. Yeah, shout out to Real Trading, man. I mean, obviously we're sitting on the floor and sponsor of the show again. So we want to say a big shout out to Real Trading. But today we did have some news on what was it, Centene, right? There today, you had that earlier today, Centene Corp. So gapping down. So the symbol is CNC. I was just looking at UNH because there was talk in the chat about why is UNH down. So I'm going to tell it to you. Here's CNC. So you traded this earlier today. Centene again down 40% today, and just nasty, right? I mean, a big hit there for the company coming through. And what happened was gapping down after withdrawing its guidance. So I mean, again, in the healthcare space, I think there's so much that's up for determination or understanding here in this space and what the healthcare space is going to look like moving forward in the United States. Again, of course, we're here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada, but this includes their GAAP and adjusted diluted EPS projections. So they're no longer projecting anything, underlying guidance elements as well. So they're pulling everything right there. The company attributed its withdrawal to weaker than expected market growth. I'm just reading the note from our watch list, which all of you could get for free right now, link in description. 22 of its 29 marketplaces, they're expecting weaker than expected downside. So 22 of 29 states that they're in right now, they're expecting weaker than expected growth. So that's not great. Then the analysts come out and downgrade. So B of A and Cantor right now, both downgrading CNC. So that's why I was asking you guys, and guys, send me something, man, if you have any information, because I think I like to get involved in Oscar. So that would be something there. And then UNH again. Neil's in UNH, so we can talk to him about that.
I was looking at that this morning because it finally started to curl.
That's the other thing. So I was going to say, like, we'll be happy when we come in and see Webull where it is, but UNH did have what looked to be a breakout moment here. And remember, UNH unfortunately had that, I'm not going to say his name, I know what it is to give him more airtime. When you murder somebody in broad daylight, I'm not going to talk about you, regardless of if you're Italian or not. But there's the move back down in right there. But we got into 329, 330 area, looking like we wanted to break out right there, and then today happened. So UNH is a monster in this space. I know there's a lot of ill will towards sort of the healthcare industry, as there is here too. A guy I coach with is pretty high up in the healthcare space here in Canada, working for the government and old age homes. I forget the exact terminology of that spot, and there's a lot of things that happen in some of these homes that people don't appreciate. And so anyways, UNH, and not living in the United States, I better hold back my comment, but just from what we know right now, healthcare and that space is a little bit in a problem. So if you were gonna not pick a name, XLV is the ETF. So, getting hit 1% if you want to sort of, dive into that. But Oscar was something that was interesting to me. And oh boy, here we go, man. There goes Rivian. I mean, look, it's only right now 5 cents. So it's not that much. But Obi, we talk about this all the time. You have 3,000 shares, you have 5,000 shares, you have 100, like whatever the share size that you actually have on board right here, I mean, 5 cents. If you have 5,000 shares, it's 250 right there. Like that's, that's
like, look at the book. That's more like the book can definitely take that. Look, someone right there, 4,000 shares right there in a single. I mean, that's a dark pool, but
you can take it like it's not even anything. But yeah, so there you go. So yeah, so this is just what I wanted to say to you guys. It's a good trade. We'll spin it because we are one of those guys. So there it goes, man. Rivian, a nice move to the downside right now. And again, what did we do with this? Breaking the low of the day, basically. We zoom back out. I said we had this Arch Manning. You know Archie Manning? No, it's sports, doesn't matter. Do you know Peyton Manning?
Yeah, I was just about to say, that's a Manning that I've heard
of. That's a Manning,
of.
yeah, so he's a Manning as well. He's would be Peyton's nephew.
He's a football player.
Yes.
I know.
And he had a brother.
Okay, and this is that Manning?
If I said this to you, the book of Eli or... And
the book of Eli, that's a movie, right?
I have no idea. But Eli Manning is the brother.
Okay.
Anyways.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't matter. But anyways, this was arching. I don't like. Why did I even do that? Like I just was talking about this arching down. But there it goes, a nice little arch down there. Look, man, we're on the air for 6 hours. We got to talk about something. But there's the move down there in the name. So yeah, we had noticed that we were starting to come back down to the downside. Our stop at one point was 13. Now we can basically stop flat if we wanted to. But with only 3 minutes to go with these imbalances coming out, I think it's wise for me right now to start to piece out of this trade. And look, if it continues, there, I just put a bid at 84 and it gets swallowed up immediately right there. So nice move back in for this play as we continue to make new moves down on Rivian. So far, so good right there on the downside. There's a super chat there. Do you want to take it?
Yeah, I'll take that super chat. Where to go? Right there. Okay, so I guess we missed a couple of them. So let me just go here. There it is. Okay, so Sid saying love y'all back as well. And then I think you covered this one, the CNC, that one's been covered here. The Roaring Griffin, thank you for the super chat, went from green to very red, back to slightly green.
Okay.
We call that GFB, gain from bottom. Thanks for all the love from the chat while I was down. Love the show, love the community. We love you guys as well. Roaring Griffin, thank you very much for that super chat. And sometimes it's pretty crazy for your ability to kind of, be a little bit green, go all the way down and bring yourself all the way back up. Man, that takes a lot of mental effort. That takes a lot of, zen, I would say, maintaining your headspace to kind of, keep yourself in the game and then kind of trust yourself in your ability to bring that back. So shout out to you. Great GFB there on that. Brother Howard saying BTBT looks like the beginning of a massive swing trade with just a little more buying action. COO and CEO bought 2.5 million shares in the last week. Oh boy, that's a good thing to know. So thank you, Brother Howard, for that,
brother man.
Yeah. So so look at what happens here. I get kind of stopped out on both my TQ short and my Google short, and we're coming right back into the lows. That's perfectly fine. It is what it is.
Did you use a trailing stop? Why did you get stopped out?
Because I covered the majority of it, and I did trail that last piece. So again, maybe not the best decision. If I'm covering most of it, I can definitely kind of switch my risk to be like, all right, I'm just going to risk the high a day there with a lot less size because I've covered a decent chunk already on both those dips there. So yeah, I could have done that a little bit better. Market's finally starting to curl a little bit as of right now. But guess what, guys? I know you guys have been noticing some stuff going on in the background.
There is?
There are a couple screens in the back as well that say pardon the construction. So you guys might be wondering what's happening. Well, that's a metamorphosis right there, right? So it's like we're calling it Studio 8. It's the eighth iteration of Trader TV Live. If you guys have been here with us since, what was that, 2020?
April 2020.
2020 was when one of the first streams happened, and oh boy, have we come a long way. And yeah, it is a full evolution because everything is transforming here. And yeah, so definitely, you guys want to watch out for that one, and stay tuned. We're pretty much like just if you guys have been watching for the past couple of weeks, you guys can
10
see
seconds
here that it's looking distinctly different. So much room, Sean. Absolutely so much room.
You're just waiting for
5
that
more
distinctly
seconds.
different thing, weren't you? You're waiting for that.
I mean, it's not distinctly different.
3,
just
2,
yet,
1. Yeah, good call.
Oh boy, what was that?
Oh boy, what do you mean? What was that? What was going on right here?
Google just slapped up.
Okay, so there it is, man. NVIDIA with a big buy right there, a big bear buy AI right there. Nice move there for that. Nothing. Oh. I got to fix this source here and activate that so we get the paired off volume properly there. So here we go. Get rid of those broker calls. Right there, NVIDIA, something called evac. We're evacuating that. That's a UN. So that must be a warrant or not a warrant. We'll get that anyways in a minute. Apple with a buy as well, kind of going to the upside there right now, but not much else going on here. CNC there with a bid. So there goes Centene if you're looking to get some rebounds in that one as well for Centene. But yeah, there's Big Bear AI, not doing too much. I think I'm just going to exit this trade right now. If it manages to go up, it manages to go up. We're fine with that. Let's exit out of Big Bear AI and see what happens after that. Okay, so that's that trade. But yeah, not much else going on right here. Gurn, Apple. I don't know. I didn't look at Tesla yet to see what that's doing here at the end of the day. 313, so it actually turns the other way. We were waiting for 317 to maybe do something there. Yeah, and that's too bad. Sorry you got stopped out of some of those futures trades, but the futures are now going up, Obi, at least, so we don't have to worry too much about that. You know, the biggest trade miss, we had a good trade on Hood for sure, but we had Oracle, man. We had Oracle right here at 225. I mean, I like going ahead and, you know, looking at this sort of review that we had right here. Sorry, not review this. Important rules, use the dollar sign before ticker. I was going to see that poll, but it was just sort of like full speed ahead or hit the brakes or whatever. When that news story hit, I thought we had something. I mean, it did make a move up. We were about $1 in the money, but it just happened so quick. I didn't even get anything out. Normally, I'd like to get out at 10%. Then when it fell back in and took the 200 period moving average, you know, we can hear whatever news story we want, but if we don't really know the story, it becomes pretty difficult to stay into it. And we knew the story. It was something to do with ChatGPT and Starlink, but you know, without knowing exactly how that's going to affect the stock, it does make our job a little hard to hold on. But there it goes breaking, and there goes Oracle up 4.24%. So again, congratulations to anybody that has that. Great day there for Oracle as it continues to move higher. Palantir as well. I'm stopped out. Rivian is all the way back up now. So it was a good thing that we were able to take some out. We got some 89s there on the way back out. But right now, I still have about a third of the trade, which we had a little bit less than that. Here it is. Here's the results of the poll. So right into there. I don't know if I can make this any bigger, but it just goes afternoon vibe. It looks like all gas, no brakes wins right there. So people always looking for trades. So shout out.
Guess which one I picked?
Done for the day? No, you were in a trade. Play it safe.
No.
All gas, no brakes.
No.
Well, I'm stuck at this. Looking for hero trade.
Yes.
Yes.
Because I was like, most people are probably not going to pick that, so I want to be on that side of the poll. Sure, but yeah, Oracle, absolutely crazy, man. This thing is ripping up into the close. I just pulled that up as soon as you mentioned it. Again, maybe some, I guess, some higher time frame or a longer frame perspective required on this one. I'm going to definitely be looking at this one a little bit closer on my scans tonight. And again, with a little bit of a push on the to the upside here, you can see what we're breaking. We're breaking this earlier, I guess, a week high, so closing in strong going into the end of the week. And you already know I have an anchored VWAP from their earnings here, and you can see no real reason. Maybe one day you chop around underneath that anchored, reclaim, and then now we're starting to accelerate off of that volume-weighted average price, off of prior earnings. And I think earnings anchored VWAPs are pretty decent for the most part. We got to ask Brian Shine that one there. I was like, how often on a significant earnings report, when you drop that anchored, how often does that price actually follow through going forward on that? I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've seen a little bit of confluence just doing it over and over again, but I don't think I've really ran the numbers or the stats to give me a little bit more confluence for that one there. But guys, trade the pool. We got another behind-the-scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside one you'll find Trade Talk, a powerful chatting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, break down setups, and share predictions with the community. And if you're looking for real-time interactive, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you got to visit. It's full of active traders sharing insights, trades, and tips to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone, you're joining a firm that invests in your growth. Technically, mentally, and financially, head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Oh boy, the market just slapped to the upside. So it's a good thing I got out of that TQ short there as it's ripping back up towards its highs right there. And I don't have the right tape on here. This is CNC tape on that one. But again, we got the futures right here, so we'll take a look away from this one. CNC, I want to know what it's doing going into the close, because guess what, Sean? Tomorrow is day 2 of this trade, and sellers definitely stepped in. Wow, there goes the ES through the highs. The sellers definitely stepped in pretty aggressively. My question is going to become, it's still SSR. It's still going to be SSR tomorrow. Are we going to see more of the same? Pretty much a dead cat bounce. So for tomorrow, I'm going to have this reference high, 35.20s-ish, and then day lows. Again, a few more minutes until the close. Let's see how things close. Here comes a little bit. Oh, boy. Yeah, so there's something going on over here.
With what?
Yeah, market's ripping.
Oh, I know the market's ripping. Yeah, we did get a good. Those imbalances were to the buy side. I mean, generally speaking, they won't rip it like that. But yeah, nice move right there to the end of the day. You know, probably giving, let's see what Oracle wound up doing. Yeah, breaking through 230. So that's going to be probably a decent little look there tomorrow for that. We were able to get out of more of our Rivian down there near some of those lows. So that was going to be a good one. I'm still waiting. I was actually waiting at 89 right now to get some out. I can't right now. So probably should have gone on a different gateway. Oh, there it is. We got out right there as it slams through 89. So, now it does. Okay, so there goes 89. So we'll end our Rivian trade. I mean, it was a good thing we got out something at least down here when we were talking about that at 84, 85. So turns out to be a decent trade there for us on Rivian. To end the day, we can find out where Robinhood wound up there. Pretty flat-ish action to close the day. You know, we had it. We traded it pretty good when it was moving around. But at the end of the day, we got stopped out there near those lows of the afternoon. So that's okay. We're pretty happy with that one. Big Bear AI, just to show you guys, over 360 million shares. Wow, I'm really happy with that performance here today on Big Bear AI. We take that most recent break. Why can't I zoom that out? Okay, it doesn't matter. There's where the break was for us earlier. So it turns out to be a decent trade there for Big Bear AI. We'll wait to see if we can get anything else going on there. But yeah, that's what's going on there. And then Rivian, AMD, Amazon. AMD pulls back a little bit. This AMD is still a pretty strong stock for me today. We're up on it. It's still holding out pretty good for us. But right there, we get out when that breaks higher. So AMD whipping around a little bit. And I still like this 220 area for Amazon to come into play. This was another great long. Again, like we got stopped out there, fine. But then we thought, you know, we were going to be a little smarter, and we waited for the 200 period to come back in. And when it did, boom, right there to the upside. So Amazon is my #1 P&L name today. Amazon after that kind of a trade, like long. Wait to see if this can come in tomorrow as well. All right, man, it's 3:58. Join myself, Adara, and Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool be coming through. I'm going to ask him about Hims versus hers right there. I know that was a stock that he was in. Hims has been a nice downside push after losing Wegovy. Of course, he's going to tell me he's out of it, but we're gonna find out what he's doing there with that, and if he likes it again. So we'll wait to see what Steve has to say about Hims and hers there. But yeah, I'm gonna get ready to go over to the other side right now. It'll be a great day today. You know, thanks for helping out, filling in for Neil as per usual. Whenever any of us are on vacation, we love having Obi with us as well. So great day today. Yeah, tomorrow we'll even make it better. How about that?
Yeah, for sure.
So all right, 1 minute left. I'm gonna head up. Obi, you don't have to. See, where did our countdown go? The countdown
we got to do the countdown a little bit there.
I don't know. Now it's gone. But if you remember, hit it with 10 seconds left.
Hey, yo, yeah, no, we've got about a minute left to go here on the day. Absolutely crazy moves. Again, the futures are coming back into the upside right now. So yeah, a lot of that chop doing a little bit more of the same going into the close. So I got to watch that one there. That NVIDIA with a strong what do you call buy imbalance there, maybe bringing us up a little bit here, but Softy got clipped to the upside as well, and so did I guess so did the TQs. I know I was in that one a little bit there, so one to watch out for. 30 seconds left. Oh boy, so hopefully you guys have had a solid day there. We saw one of our viewers talk about how you know, going from a little bit green all the way deep into the red, and then bringing it all right back. So congratulations to you for that one there. And you know what? Sometimes that's what it is. Don't forget, the bell brought to you by Orogenics. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much, Adara, for that one there. So hopefully you guys had a solid day. And yeah, nothing else to mention. Shortened day tomorrow, so stick around with us. And hopefully you guys have a great rest of the day. And yeah, don't go around anywhere. We got Adara and Sean with the market recap coming up very, very soon. I'm just going to chill here for a little bit while they get set up. And yeah, I'd like to just thank you guys for spending your day with us here. Hopefully you guys learned something, learned a little bit of what to do, what not to do, maybe some insights, maybe some good jokes, and some, at the very least, maybe you were entertained a little bit there as well. So again, thank you all for joining us. And without any further ado, I think no, not yet, not yet. Okay, all right, guys, all right. Not yet. They need to get ready saying silky smooth. How come you know before I do, dude? Wait, you got cameras in here or something? This chat, man, they're on one. They definitely have a little bit of that premonition. They know what is going on for sure here. So good look to you guys. All right, Andre, see you. Thank you again for all the hard work that you guys do there. Thank you very much. And of course, Fabian as well on the ones and twos, and Ramin as well, and Brendo and Neil both on a little bit of a vacation. And of course, I gotta thank Sean as well, and of course Adara with all the news that she brings us in a very, very timely manner. So thank you very much for that. And of course, Sharif and Joe, everybody here on the team definitely stays killing it. So I think they're ready for us now here. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Market recap coming right up. Take it easy.
One camera wasn't working, so I was like, I don't know which camera. This one's way off. This one's way off right there. Hey, welcome everybody to the After Hours show, the market recap show we like to call it. This is Adara LePage. I'm Sean Katina. Thank you again. You've probably heard my voice way too much today, especially if you've been on all day with us, and we want to thank you for all of that. There are no earnings though today. Don't go to that camera yet. There are no earnings today, so we don't have much to cover other than all the action that happened in the market. We did get that late note, of course, about the Indian possible trade deal coming through. So that should be exciting. We'll see if there's anything going on there. INDA would be the ETF to look there. I mean, I think that's positive. We had Vietnam news as well today coming out of the, it wasn't from Donald Trump, I guess from the administration.
Oh, no, it was from Trump.
That's right.
He teased
socialed that.
He literally teased it and then delivered the whole thing, which I feel like is kind of maybe, I don't know how, I have thoughts on the way that was released in terms of, like, you know, pumping stocks-ish, but because it did kind of pump Lulu and Deck and then Nike, and then we got more details, and then they kind of went down, and they kind of wobbled throughout the day. So yeah, I mean, if I found that, like, just posting, we have a deal, more details to come, and then posting the details later is,
You read my mind. I mean, that's exactly where I was going to go. I was going to go right over to the trade idea right there, because as soon as that was announced, man, as soon as I heard Vietnam, I immediately was like Lululemon, because we had known that you know, a lot of their products produced over there, and we had talked about, you know, once that deal gets announced, maybe there could be some favorite terms here for U.S. companies, but nice upside move there for Lulu. It wasn't even that much, really. It was $5 on 250, and then that came right back down. This is a 5-minute chart for Lululemon. Something very similar there for Nike, coming right back down. But Nike, for some reason, they're loving it. That's McDonald's. They're just doing it right there to the upside. And then Decker's Outdoor, again, as you had mentioned, nice upside down move there. But Lululemon is at, like, some of these levels on the daily. We haven't been here. Oh, that's a 15-minute chart. Let me go over to a weekly chart, actually, then on Lululemon, just to show you. We're back here into 2020 levels right now for Lululemon. So if we do think that there's a possible deal coming through here with Vietnam that can well, there is, but favored some of these companies, Lululemon probably a name down there that could take advantage of that. Just looking here, Block up here. Again, data sharing ETF. We had blockchain and all these kind of things starting to go upside right there today. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Block. I'm not sure of the biggest holding in that, and it's not a blockchain, but it's up 4% right there. TAN gets going again as well. The big, beautiful bill, just wondering about how that's going to affect some of the solar names. And again, weekly chart downside. Now we're starting to look like we're trying to break out. I actually think TAN could be a decent buy down here. Right now, look at that on a daily, poking its head above the 200 period. Moving average goes TAN. Names that you want to look at there for solar. You know, different plays going on there. A quick check on U.S. oil today, up 2%. So that's nice. Oil's definitely, we've talked about this at that $64, $65 level. Seems to be finding a little bit of a base right now down here around $73. That's USO. This is not light sweet crude or Brent crude or anything. This is USO oil fund. So right now, trying to find that base there as well on oil. We talked about, I don't think we don't have the dollar on here, but gold today, again, trying to hold out pretty good, up 0.56. So just some different talk against what we always just talk about, stocks there, but gold going good. Silver also, there's a lot of people talking about silver, possible breakout as well there, $33, $34 coming for SL. What was down today? I was looking at this yesterday. I was actually surprised. Why? I'm not sure why Berkshire is down today. Maybe some problems in the insurance business. But yeah, Berkshire, I was thinking about buying some more of this. I'm in Berkshire. And yeah, this is literally the day that Warren Buffett, I believe, left us or left the company there.
He's still alive.
Still alive. Should just said left us, but left the company there as we talk about Berkshire. We've had some nice downward pressure there on this name. So Berkshire coming back in. Did we find anything specific on this? Or
I mean, yeah, I think it's just kind of general. Like I said, they're basically today, everything was super directional. You were either like a couple of Mag 7s, which are sharply up, or you were a couple of, like these health insurance names, which are sharply lower. And other than that, you kind of were oscillating. The last news item I have on Benzinga for Berkshire is on June 3rd, if that gives you any context, and that is I have no news. Okay. And I haven't had any for a month, apparently. So
I like this stock. I mean, I think, to get into this could be something. What is the insurance ETF? Not KIE, is it? Oh, it is KIE. Okay. So right there, the insurance. So there we go. So that's exactly why it seems like today, Adara, this insurance ETF right now, KIE, down. And we know that they have Berkshire, the holdings there, the financial spots, AIG, various names, Aflac, so on and so forth there. So maybe something going on right there as rates always going to be affecting that K-Web down today a little bit as China, again, as the talk, this is China internet stocks. FXI is actually China itself, the China 100, big cap, basically, large cap Chinese ETF there, down 0.46. We talked about that possible deal with India coming through today, but this has been pretty hot on a daily chart there. This is MSCI India ETF going back up to the upside, so there's something there as well. And then today's movement, Adara's doing a funny face over there, so I don't know what you're reading or hearing right now, but you want to say something?
I mean, I don't know if this is going to matter yet, but it's interesting. I'll share. It has to do with Robinhood. So in case you guys missed it, HOOD on Monday during their weirdly named To Catch a Token event, they were like, oh, we're gonna start having these tokenized stocks for a lot of these, big tech tickers for people in the EU, but also private companies. Well, now the official OpenAI newsroom basically came out and they said, and I quote, these quote-unquote OpenAI tokens are not OpenAI equity. We did not partner with Robinhood. We were not involved in this, and we do not endorse it. Any transfer of OpenAI equity requires our approval. We did not approve any transfer. Please be careful. So OpenAI apparently not a fan of this. This just came out on X as I'm reading it. It looks like their official OpenAI newsroom. Tweets are all on the record, and Robinhood not really responding here. So either way, kind of interesting stuff there. And I just wanted to mention that just in case.
Yeah, no, I mean, please keep doing that because, stuff like that could definitely affect this stock, especially after hours. But you can see basically the after hours just starting now. This is a 5-minute chart. Robinhood saying, hold my beer to that story. Look, Robinhood story continues, man. I mean, if we want to talk about that, I do want to go back to CNC, talk about Centene a bit. But there goes Robinhood, man. It's tripled up from its tariff lows. And we had a huge move up today in Webull as well, as that starts to go upside. The news on Webull today, of course, was its forays into the Brazilian market as South America right here. Crypto, South America. Again, Webull, what a nice move there today. Up 11%. We're long this name at $11. We've been talking about, I think we even talked about this with Steve as well recently. I've been talking about this with everything. There goes Webull, nice upside move. We also had some continuation today on Big Bear AI. I was able to get some out here again today as this name continues its climb to all-time greatness. Now, I don't know. Big Bear with a 20, well, now it's 32% short float. That name continues to go higher. But it was Centene today that sort of pulled all their guidance, and that was not good. They pulled all their guidance across all metrics. They pulled their EPS, They pulled their forward guide. They actually said 22 of their 29 operating states, they are looking for declines. So that's not good. And the stock hit like hard right there for Centene. Let me go over a little bit of a longer time frame just to see, are we at like buying zones here? I mean, pretty close. What about $26? That goes all the way back to 2015 right now. Are we really in that much trouble over there? I mean, we're in here in Canada. We don't really have these kind of companies here. Yeah, right now, Centene, nice downside play there. We've already seen stocks like UNH get hit on sort of malpractice, not malpractice, but I guess so, as they've come in there, some insurance claims that were not appropriately handled. Plus, we do have, of course, the big change there, the sweeping change promised by Donald Trump over in the healthcare space. So UNH downside play as well. That's looking pretty nasty. But if you go back to 2015, as Centene was, UNH would have to be $113 before we get to any of those levels. For me, we talked about OSCR. I'm going to do some more work on this. I'm actually trying to get you guys to give me an idea here, because if you drop a anchor right here off the open, then this is anchor view up right here. Anchor, not dropping. Okay, but anyways, this one right here coming right back in. Oscar coming back to $16 and change. Look for a buy down here, maybe not near 13. This name down again as well, down 18%. All of the sectors, I mean, many of these names, we can actually look at Humana as well, HUM today down 4%. So this name doing a little better than the rest. This might be the buy. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I was just saying, with these like Humana, in terms of intraday, tends to be the least active in my experience, unless it's earnings, in which case I actually find it to be a good one to trade for earnings. But yeah, generally the most active are going to be either UNH or, I mean, today, Centene for sure. I was just going to say, yeah, someone who watches and intraday trades this space on a, I would say, fairly regular basis. Those are kind of usually the top intraday places to look, I would say. UNH, though, we really, like yesterday, we actually broke out of that 319, 320 barrier, and then we kind of came right back below it. So this could be interesting. Unfortunately, just when UNH looks like it gets out of his own way, Centene gets into UNH's way. So yeah, I think that's what was actually one of my picks for the year for our Trader TV live thing. I mean, I don't know if I would bang button that. It's literally one of the worst stocks of the year.
What's Centene?
You know, UNH.
Oh, UNH. No, but whatever. So, it doesn't matter. You don't know.
Right? I mean, like Boeing's up, Lilly is flat. So I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I think it's pretty interesting how things can change very quickly, especially when you have as much headwind, or as many headwinds, as we're seeing with our friend UNH. I mean, they lost their CEO.
Let me ask you a question. I mean, based on the charting right now of UNH, I mean, maybe it's a time to, average in. We've held that $300 level. Maybe there's a trade there, right?
I don't know. It looks kind of, I mean, for the sake of our picks for the year, that's kind of a moot point. I think we're holding 300, but we're kind of oscillating around 300. I would probably hands off for now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think hands off is a good idea. And again, remember, obviously, when we're talking about that, we're just having fun with that sort of a contest that we threw down there, where we all five of us, I think, picked 3 names. And I picked Palantir, Coinbase, and the Dow. And I think I'm probably up on all of those. So far, so good. We did get late day news, of course, on Oracle. And oh boy, was that a breakout there today as well. So Oracle continues to make that move. Here it was. I was in this name today at 225. When that news hit. Just after the news hit, it went up here into 227, came right back in. We got stopped out. We got flushed out on that one for a small hit on there, as we don't want to trade the news too strong until we can figure out a little bit more about it. But Oracle ends the day at all-time highs, and what a great trade that's going to be here tomorrow, I think. I think we can try to buy some more Oracle on news again with ChatGPT, Starlink, just coming all together there. Oracle, nice move back up to the upside. Thank you, Tia. Yeah, I do know we're taking on a lot here, going from the show but back over here. But Neil and I both do this every single day, market recap. We want to thank Adara for just sitting here all day and giving us all the news at very professional way. So we really, really like that right there. Oracle, a nice upside play. We're going to call on Steve Heilman very, very soon. One more thing here. Microsoft and Marvell today. That story came out, I guess, that Microsoft, as what we have written down here, the information reported that Microsoft is scaling back its AI chip plans, and that affects Marvell greatly, as Marvell and Microsoft kind of tied at the hips there with chip development. So, you know, we had known that. We had talked about being in Marvell. I'm still in Marvell. We've gotten some out. We're long Marvell right here, $64. It went up to $80. It almost got to the 200 period. Man, that was a good out for us up there. We've gotten 2 outs. I think we got out 75, then again 77 or so. But a nice move down there for Marvell. Only down 2.74%, but different name than everything else, right? NVIDIA today up 2.5%, looking to take out the top. I think AMD was flat-ish. No, AMD must have gone up there near the end. Yeah, so there it goes. Nice move. We actually started shorting that. Right, just hearing this news again about OpenAI and Robinhood.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like I'm very proud. I was literally first to this because I saw it exactly 3 seconds, and I'm not joking, after OpenAI posted it on X. So shout out to Brendan for making sure we're following the OpenAI newsroom, or otherwise I would not have seen this, but I'll go over it again. So OpenAI getting a little bit pressed. In case you guys missed it on Monday during the To Catch a Token event, we had our friends Vlad Tenev and co at Robinhood saying, not only we're going to be doing tokenized stocks for EU, we're also going to be doing tokenization of private companies, including SpaceX and OpenAI, and we're going to send them to you guys. Now, for weirdly, like more than 48 hours later it takes, but anyways, OpenAI saying that these tokens are not OpenAI equity. They did not partner with Robinhood. They were not involved. They don't endorse it or approve of it, and any transfer of OpenAI equity requires their approval, which they did not give. So yeah, they are not pleased as punch with Hood right now, to put it very lightly.
It's so funny how those stories come out like after the fact and
like
all that.
2 days
but it's just like, it seems so, I feel like there's something fishy with that. But Robinhood, I mean, if there is any truth to that, I mean, I just look at the extension here on the stock. I think it's probably due for a pullback. That is for sure. There was one thing I needed to do before we went over. I know we got to go to Steve for sure. But I was actually looking. We actually do have a new sponsor now for the closing show. So I do want to thank GlobeX right now. Global X is your new sponsor for the recap show. So right there, brought to you by Beta Pro. So thank you to Global X right there for sponsoring our market recap show. It's Trader Talk. Let's go. Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool coming through one more time. Steve, how are you doing, my friend?
Oh, doing great. Thanks for having me on. How are you doing?
I'm doing, I mean, same way, man. Yesterday we had Canada Day, so some good feels. The family went to go see some fireworks, and now we're getting, for Trader TV Live, we only take the U.S. holidays, so we're kind of getting geared up now for a half day tomorrow, ending at 1 p.m. And then, of course, Friday, July 4th, we're not going to be live. Do you trade any other markets on U.S. holidays, or do you take that time to kind of relax?
Oh, honestly, I need all the screen time away from the market, or all the time away from the screen as possible. So
Yeah,
I'll be hanging out with family. But
Good.
respect to those warriors out there trading on the holidays.
Any thought to half days? I mean, tomorrow's going to be that half day. What strategy do you like to maybe even take that day off maybe as well? Trade lighter, wait for news to hit. What's kind of the strategy for you on these half days like we're about to enter tomorrow?
For me, yeah, super light trading, if at all. I'm not
Okay.
planning on entering any trades, just managing existing positions. If I see something really juicy, you know me, I'll have to take a swing. But in general, pretty hands off on these half days. They're just too unreliable.
There's a story like that we got at the end of the day there on Oracle. I'm going to flip over to you. You can come over to the chart here on my screen. We got a real big, I don't have volume on here, but if I put it on, you'd see a big, huge increase in volume here right at the end of the day on Oracle as, again, some news drops about their relationship with Starlink. And, not Starlink. It was Starlink, wasn't it, Dara?
Yeah, Stargate. That's Stargate.
Stargate, sorry, not Starlink. Stargate project going to the upside. See, like that's something that maybe we would get involved in. I really like this trade because we broke through that 228 area. What is your opinion here on Oracle getting that late day bump? And I mean, on a chart, I know you look at dailies and weeklies as well. We've already broken out and we sort of had this little gathering here. Not Magic the Gathering though, Steve. We had a little bit of a gathering right here from 210, 205 up to 215, and then now the breakthrough. To me, this chart looks real healthy. We got a great bump there on earnings, which is this yellow line. You like Oracle moving forward?
Absolutely. I mean, how can you not like such an explosive breakout in such a key name? I think these AI data center names are really starting to gear up to be, to continue to be the leaders. But yeah, excellent chart. I think we just got to keep buying dips as long as short-term moving averages hold and just buckle in for the ride, honestly.
No, I mean, I think that's right. What would you use in order to get out? Like, let's just say I was a new trader and I just took a position right here at all-time highs of a stock. Is there a certain moving average you like to use? Is there some sort of volume indicator or whatever you use to say, hey, look, I bought something at the all-time high. I want to give it a little bit of time to work, but how do you know you're wrong? Like, what is something that you would look at for a stock in order to know to yourself, hey, I'm wrong on this. I got a little too excited, maybe FOMO. Where would you get out? What are some of the things that you might look at? We can share screen as well. I don't know if you have that going, but Oracle or any kind of an idea right now, where would your out be on all-time high breaks? Any sort of indicator that you like to use?
Yeah, absolutely. On my screen here, I have the blue 9-day EMA.
Okay.
This is my trend following EMA for breakouts here. I think as long as it's trading above that and there's no big volume knives closing below that, you're in good shape. That's kind of the more aggressive moving average. You could also use a 21 EMA. That's the yellow line here. And I think both are good trend measuring indicators. But when this one's so strong, it's not even tapping into this 9. I think we need to see a close under this to be worried.
Okay, so nine period on a daily moving average. So okay, so that would be a great little tip there. Thanks for going over that. I can't have you on without talking about a stock that basically you were all over. I think you know which stock I'm going to be talking about here. We had HIMS coming through. So HIMS and HERS. This was a name that a lot of traders, obviously yourself included, I mean a lot of traders in our chat were looking at this name as we were trying to break out again over and over. I mean, this is a big short float, over 32% right now we have listed here on our screens. But we didn't get that obviously devastating news there that they lost Wegovy, I believe it was, and then that came all the way back to the downside. Now trying to get going again. What were you thinking that day when that had happened? What was your sort of plan of action? Maybe you'd gotten lighter on the stock heading into that move. What do you think about the stock now? And I'm just asking you this because there are a lot of people in our chat that wanted to hear your opinion on HIMS and HERS because you have a strong one.
Yeah, absolutely. So the news was absolutely a curveball for me. I was not expecting it.
Right.
I luckily did trim just because I was up about 30% on the leveraged ETF. But man, that was not a fun Monday morning by any means. My opinion on HIMS going forward is without Wegovy, I think that it could retest as low as potentially 30 in terms of fundamentals. That was a big hit to their business model. That being said, the aggressiveness of the initial dip buy, I think that there are still a lot of buyers that believe in this stock, regardless of them not having Wegovy. I think that the biggest factor here is that it broke the chart and it needs to reset up. So I stopped out at market open on Monday. I was actually on vacation, so it was an automatic thing. You know, it opened under my level. It got me out. It was not fun. I'm glad that I got out, though, just because for me, this is no longer a valid setup until it can reclaim some of those moving averages. As you can see, it's under the 50, that green line there. It's under the now falling steeply 9 and 20 EMAs as well. So I need to wait and see for it to step up. You can also see that red horizontal line. That's the equilibrium of the range. So if we can see some volume pushing above that and maybe it bases out for another week or two, I think it's still on my watch list. I'd still like to give it another shot just because I like the name. But, you know, when you're wrong, and I was wrong.
Right. Okay. Well, that's, I mean, a great call out there. And there's nothing wrong. You know, we're all going to have those kind of moments. And that's the thing. I think as long as you have stop orders and that way, you know, you don't really have to think about it. Try to let emotions exit those trades. And I think that's obviously a great idea. Look, we had a huge move up today in Bitcoin. So, you know, we came close to that 110 again. I have the chart up right here for everybody. There it is right there, 109. It looks like we got as high as 109.5 and change. I don't know, man. 1, 2, 3. Let's wait to see if we can break 112. But to me, it looks like we get a good chance of doing that. We had a real strong hold at 100,000. I mean, as far as a visual sort of a, mental area that we're looking for there, some nice little confluence down there at $100,000. Then the bump up. I mean, boy, oh boy, have we held this for a while, from May to June, and we're going back in here right now. Let's see what winds up happening now with crypto. But anything you like like in this space? Ethereum's also starting to go back to the upside. Thoughts on us potentially breaking this all-time high? And let me ask you, Steve, I mean, I think we all think it's going to break the high, but what do we do when that happens? Is it this time chance to buy those highs, or are we going to give it a little second to sort of cool down, wait to see what happens? And there's nothing wrong with missing 112. Hey, if it works, buy 115. I mean, hopefully the trajectory is higher and you don't have to worry about it. What are your thoughts right here on Bitcoin reaching all-time highs?
Absolutely. I mean, I love Bitcoin. I'm a massive Bitcoin bull in general.
Okay.
I think the chart is setting up pretty ideally. So I'm not one to buy these double tops. So the first time it swept the initial double top from January when it hit that 112 handle, that I would say not safe to buy. It could be a double top. It needs to form a strong foundation at these new levels. And I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, we've had, like you mentioned, 2 tests down holding that key level of the initial kind of surge up from 96 to 100 and change. And that area is held magnificently. I think it's forming a nice cupping like handle here after rebasing way up here in the 90s. So for me, I think that it's a long if it breaks out. I think it's a safer long if it back tests that level. Like you said, we don't need to nail that 112. We don't need to undercut it. You're, kind of get in early. Hopefully it will give us a solid look. It'll push through and back test and provide a very safe entry off of that 110, 112-ish area. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Hi, Steve. I want to ask you about a name that's sort of in the crypto space here. That would be Robinhood, HOOD. This one breaking new all-time highs, breaking above the $100 level. But we just got post-market a bit of a catalyst that might be an issue. OpenAI apparently not a fan of Robinhood's plan to offer a tokenized version of their equities. So what are your thoughts on HOOD here from a technical perspective? This name that you've been involved with, and I guess much like Oracle, how do you get involved once something's trading at these all-time highs?
Hi, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love Hood. It's been one of my highest conviction plays ever since the correction. It was the very first stock I bought after that crash. So I was in from 35 to 40, and I'm all out right now. I left some money on the table, but my long-term target was that all-time high, that wick high. So I was all out here, as you can see. This didn't feel great. My projection was a pretty decent pullback to more solid support around that 65-70 area. We did not get that, but I'm just seeing the market on Hood looking for a reason to take some profit, ring that register, and then reaccumulate. So for me personally, I love the stock. I think it's going much higher. That being said, it is not my top watch in the crypto space.
Do you ever hold on to like 10%? Like you mentioned that you're out of Robinhood. And so I just think, again, it goes to the discipline of your stop orders on HIMS. It goes to your discipline of putting a limit order at, whatever high level you think is appropriate. Do you always get out completely and then that allows you to sort of regroup? Or do you keep a little bit just to see how far we can run?
Honestly, in an ideal world, I would leave that runner. I think there's so much value in that. And I'm a big proponent of free rolling trades to allow the winning trades to keep on working for you. This was one of those vacation order fills, and I just didn't look until it was 5, 6, 7% higher. And I kind of took it off my screen to ease my heart. But I think that's absolutely the way to handle these, especially if you free rolled a position completely like we did with Hood at 40. So that I think is the way to press these winning trades.
Yeah, I think it's a good strategy also. Like if you ever double up, you can get out a half and then you're rolling with a house money at that point and you get those big wins. I'm not going to call up too many charts here. I know you know the space. It's electric vehicles. So we've been going up and down. Tesla's a little wild right now. I'm not sure that's going to be where that's going to land. I don't even know if it's an electric vehicle play anymore, to be honest with you. We had Rivian down today, 4%. We've been talking about Ford and GM starting to go a little bit right now as those start to look to break out. We had Brian Shannon on yesterday. He loved the GM breakout and actually stamped that as one of his calls. And so respect to that as that went up again today. Ford starting to break higher now as well. Rivian with the bad delivery number this morning. Is there a space? VinFast, we have VFS is going as well. Lucid, Fisker unfortunately is bankrupt. But is there a name in this space as far as motor vehicles, EV specifically, that you like right now? I mean, I like that GM breakout because we found that yesterday with Brian. But is there anything that you're looking at in this space?
Hey, I'm not going to fade Brian Shannon. What a legend. Honestly, I haven't looked at the space too closely, but GM looks incredible.
Right.
It's such a solid breakout
I'll
on the
call it up.
weekly, and it's such a significant base that it's breaking out of too, or if it can. I mean, this thing's been trading sideways for a decade, more or less.
Right, I was going to actually call up the
get
monthly
that
chart.
push.
Yeah, I was actually just going to call up a monthly chart because of your point exactly right there. Right now, you know, if we even if we go back to these levels, this is 2021 right there. So we're trying to break through. I mean, Steve, imagine what happens if we could break through $60 right now. I mean, that really gets that going there on GM, and then of course on Ford as well. A lot of room to go on Ford. This might be sort of the secondary play as GM doing work. Ford still has a big way to go. So maybe Ford is a good play. You ever looked at Toyota Motors as well? Because this is actually underneath right now. And as we get more talk from Japan, there we potentially have some deals going through with Japan. We talked about Vietnam today, India today as well. Any thoughts on TM right here? This is underneath right now the 50-period moving average.
Yeah, absolutely. And this really loops back into my general trading philosophy, which is that I will never compete with these trading desks in terms of fundamental analysis.
Right.
My edge will always be on reading the charts, reading the divergences, and kind of inferring based on that. So when I see Toyota lagging so much, I think that there's a lot of headwinds, or at least perceived headwinds, in terms of potential trade deals or lack thereof. So for me, it is not on my radar for a long. I'm sure that somebody might get a killer knife catch deal on these names. But for me, that's not the kind of setup I trade. So I'm sticking with the GMs. I'm sticking even with the Fords, even though it is a laggard. I definitely prefer the GMs. But yeah, Toyota is not on my radar because I'm not really sure what's wrong with it, to be honest.
Exactly. I think that's, and I think, you know, you and I are very much alike. We look at the macro as well. I mean, you can look at charts all you want, but at the end of the day, you got to kind of like the stock for reasons. Then, in my opinion, go over to the chart and make sure that it justifies your opinion in order to put, I mean, we're putting real capital at work here. You know, you just don't want to throw money at an idea because you think it might work. You got to make sure the charts are there as well. Okay, you've answered a lot of questions from the chat. Some of these names I've been giving you are from the chat. Is there a name that maybe we hadn't talked about? I'm sure there's lots that you're really keeping your eye on that maybe when we have you on next week or in the coming weeks, we can discuss with you. So what is a name that you're looking at right now for a potential trade, either a swing trade or sort of, why don't I just give you the case? You lay one down for us. What name you want to talk about?
Can I throw you a little curveball and just speed run 3 or 4 names?
Hey, that the name of the game. Let's go.
Awesome, let's go. So I think the AI basket's looking incredibly promising here. This was my biggest call out this weekend in my newsletter. I think AI is the kind of biggest name. I'm basically looking at the basket of initial AI names, kind of, so to speak, pure plays here. I think AI is breaking out. BBAI is leading the way. Incredible push out of this 50% consolidation. And I love SOUN as well. These are names with big bases, high potential, movers. I love the names. And the very last one I'll give you here, MicroStrategy. It posted a really ugly candle yesterday, but reclaimed beautifully. And with the breakout in Bitcoin, I think MicroStrategy will continue to outperform here.
Why do you like MicroStrategy? Because there's been some talk about, like, why would we hold MicroStrategy instead of BTC and vice versa? But I guess the relationship is still strong between the two of them, and you're just expecting, again, more of an outside move from MicroStrategy as opposed to just holding Bitcoin? Is that what the play is?
That's the gist. I think that it goes through periods of outperformance and underperformance. We got the big push up in outperformance, and we caught that trade from, I think, 311 to the 420 meme level. And it just, to me, it looks like a very similar setup where the breadth in terms of the ratio chart is starting to look better to me. I think that there's room for another outperformance leg here. And hey, grifts are in. And so this one's a little bit of a Ponzi, but you know what? We'll take those for trades.
So where can, thank you, Steve, where can everybody find you again with tomorrow, obviously with Friday being your, the holiday, July 4th, and by the way, happy 4th to you and your family. Are you guys streaming tomorrow? What's going on? Let's drop some knowledge here.
Thank you so much for asking. So this week we're actually doing the next installment of our Trading Foundations webinar, and that'll be about 10 minutes from now.
Perfect.
That'll be on Trade the Pool. It'll be on their YouTube channel there. You can catch me there. You can also catch me at my new Twitter handle at Steve Tileman.
There we go.
And just started that up, and you'll find me there. I'll be starting to post there as well.
Perfect. Great. Now it's so much easier for me to say at Steve Tileman. So that's perfect. You can go and get that right now. Steve, thank you so much. And again, happy 4th to you and yours. And thanks for coming on. I will make sure that some of our viewers go check you out. So that's Steve Tileman. Go check him out on X as well from Trade the Pool. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you so much. Happy 4th.
Same. Ciao. All right, there we go. And that's a close to our recap show, again, sponsored by Global X. That is our recap show for the day.
Oh, I think it's Beta Pro, maybe, actually.
But that is Beta Pro by Global X.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes. So there we go. Scan that QR code, which is not on the screen, to get more. Oh, there it is right there. Get more information in the description. Go get that. So that's good. So thank you so much for Steve for coming through. Look, that guy's awesome. And again, you know, I think that that's important to talk about. Just you know, how humble and, you know, being out of Robinhood, just saying he's out. You know, it hit his goal. He's out of it. So great call there. Great call on HIMS, although it did go against him a little bit there near the end. But again, when your targets are hit, you make the money and you go through it. So Derek, look, what a great show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For everything that you've doing, continue to do for us on the show.
We actually have a super chat. Sorry, I want to mention as well. Vaughn Clark, I was just going to respond to this in the chat, and then I thought I was typing and I wasn't. So MIRA, you're asking about MIRA. Thank you for that $5 super chat, Vaughn Clark. Yeah, they basically announced some positive preclinical results for their Mira 55 treatment. Yeah, this is, I guess, morphine comparable pain relief. So shout out to MIRA and their new treatment. That seems to be what is sending this to the upside. And I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for your support for the show and for your super chat.
All right, we always do something fun here at the end of the day, and I got something for you right now. So with 4th of July coming through, obviously we just had Canada Day yesterday, but with 4th of July, a lot of, you know, individuals, families, they go on picnics or they have barbecues.
Okay.
Okay, so I was gonna say, you know, what would be one picnic staple that if you went with a friend or a group of people and they said, Adara, we're having a picnic, you are bringing something. What is it that Adara is bringing? It is in this hand.
I've never been to raspberries.
Raspberries.
What are you bringing to a picnic?
What am I bringing to a picnic? That's a good question. I would bring, these are good questions, actually. I'm not even sure of my own self. I was going to say the beer.
That's a way better answer. I don't know.
Some kind of an alcohol there, beverage, but we're not drinking too much anymore. I would say, how about nachos?
That's actually pretty solid, but I feel like nachos would get weird in the heat. The other thing I was thinking...
They would. No, but not with the cheese, but just kind of like, you know, like Doritos.
Oh, like chips. Pie is what I was thinking too. Like you
don't tell that to Joe.
I know. But I think it's a fair one to have with your friends. You know, maybe you have to bring a knife though, or sandwiches. I don't know. I've never really picnicked. I've realized as I'm answering this.
Now that I think about it more, potato salad.
You see, that's a good staple.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just bring raspberries everywhere, so I went with raspberries.
Okay, well, hey, better answer than mine, I feel like. So you win on that one. All right, thank you so much, everybody. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Look, we're back live tomorrow. Me and Obi are going to take it off tomorrow, 8th, or not off, take the show going tomorrow, 8:30, as Neil is off and Brendo is off as well. Darren Sharif will be here tomorrow at 8:30 with Obi and myself, then joined by Joe. And we are going to have a full day of programming. It's just going to cut short, obviously, as soon as the market is over. So we're probably going to go to 1:15, 1:30 or so tomorrow. Yeah. But we're going to be on all day while the market's open, and then cut the recap show a little short. Have some fun with everybody at the end of the day. But join us tomorrow at 8:30 for full programming on the half day. So we'll see everybody tomorrow. Again, thank you so much to Global X for sponsoring the recap show. That's Adara. I'm Sean. Ciao.
Ciao.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.